we've had 6 play days of the OCE League, and we're now starting to see how things have shaped up. Gaming Gladiators sit atop of the league with only 2 teams yet to decide who will take the final spot in the playoffs. And believe it or not, it's Supernova and Circular Spheres, 2 teams that we had coming into this as almost locked for playoffs. Both of them have had, let's just say, a dodgy stage. That's probably the nicest way I can put it. Speaking about dodgy anything, how about we welcome
That's not a segue I'm happy with. Can you take that one again?
Terrible. Let's try that one again. Speaking of really incredibly intelligent people, our analyst desk, Playday 7.
Way better.
You guys can't hear this, but in the studio, there's a whole live crowd. They're all just cheering for us. They're going, Vinny, Dev, Vinny, Dev.
I don't think that's what they're saying at all. Something about a Wayne Kerr?
Moving on.
Kerr? Who's Kerr? Hang on a second. Look, Vinny, Playday 7, mate. It's we're down to it now, but only 2 teams remain for this best of 1 that really, I mean, that's it. There's just one spot left for playoffs.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought the final play day was going to be separated by the bottom 2 teams, and this was going to be the game of the day, basically, just to figure out who's going to make out that top 6. So it's going to be interesting. I don't know who I've got yet. I'm not 100% convinced on either team.
No, I don't think anyone's convinced on either of their performances throughout Stage 2. Let's go ahead and have a look at what we're actually kind of talking about at the moment, because it might be hard to visualize without some kind of asset. At the moment, Gaming Gladiators locked in at first. They're well and truly, they're untouchable at this point. But we do look all the way down the very bottom. Odium just have not been up to scratch here, Dev. But the final spot, Supernova and Circular Spheres, it's all but, I mean, is impossible the right word for Supernova at the moment?
It's very close to impossible, because as you get 3 points for regulation win, Supernova have to win theirs in regulation, Circular Spheres has to lose theirs in regulation, and there has to be enough of a round difference there that Supernova can then catch up while tied on points as well. And of course, they're separated now by 3 rounds, -6 versus -9 round difference. So yeah, we'll see whether that happens. It's not likely, but there is a small chance, of course. But really the main story of this stage is the 2 big teams at the very top already locked in for playoffs, well, top 5 locked in for playoffs, but some new faces in those top 6 as well. Teams that we hadn't expected, like Outlast and Prodigy, that have really surprised and impressed us.
They certainly have. That's a really good way of putting it. They both surprised and impressed, and have continued to do so, Vinny. As we just have a quick look at the standings, the bracket. Gaming Gladiators currently the only team locked in terms of where they're finishing. They're finishing first. There's nothing that anyone can do about it, and that's to be expected. Now, Chiefs are just behind them, but Chiefs can even lose their spot straight through to the semis. So there is still some important features along the lines.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important for Chiefs to lock in that second spot. Obviously, skipping the first game, you know, with the way that this stage has kind of gone and how inconsistent most of the teams have been, it is a bit of a risk to take that first game, because you just never know. Chiefs might rock up in that first game and sort of, you know, be how they sort of were at the start of the stage, where they were a bit shaky. So getting that second place spot and locking themselves into the semi-final will be really important for them.
It's always it's a fun conversation when you look at teams that aren't doing so well. Do you want them to have the quarterfinal, the warm-up into the semis, or do you want them to go cold in the semis? It's an interesting discussion.
Yeah, well, that old Chiefs roster way back in the day were renowned for starting low down in brackets and then farming the whole thing. Back in the days when we had the gauntlet brackets, they often started near the start and they would run the whole gauntlet and do incredibly well. So, yeah, maybe just for a legacy factor, Chiefs would actually rather start down in the quarters, but it's actually very unlikely as well with how the standings have panned out so far. I won't dig into the nitty-gritty of it until those matches, but it is very unlikely that Chiefs lose their top 2 spot at the moment. But still a lot to fight for Antic on the other side, who are the main ones gunning for that second seed. If they can get it, that would be pretty huge. And of course, if you make it straight into the semis, you guarantee top 4 rather than top 6, and that comes with more SI points and more prize money.
Certainly does. Let's go ahead and have a look at the games that we've got for today, so we can start breaking these ones down a little bit more in depth. We've already talked about really the glaring issue at the moment, and I drag your attention to the first 2 matches. This will decide who has has the final place in the league. Now, there are some permutations around how that works. Supernova have to win outright in regulation, and they would have to win, I think, by at least 3 points. I'm not going to do the math live on broadcast because I know how awfully that ends. And essentially, Prodigy would have to beat Circular Spheres, which is possible. We have seen them put on some great performances, and Circular Spheres is not looking fantastic. So that second game could well and truly, that could be their fate in their hands. Circular Spheres could finally hit some kind of form coming into the final play day. And then we look to the final 2 games. I know we've talked about it, Dev, but Antic going up against Gaming Gladiators, I mean, that's a very tough game for them to find points.
Yeah, as much as we've kind of come in today saying, oh, look, guys, it's just the last play day, there's only one question mark, there's actually a lot more than that, and every single game has stakes and stories to it. So, of course, Antic versus GG is the number 1 versus number 2 from stage 1. It's Man LFO, Antic versus Team Bliss, Gaming Gladiators, and a chance for Antic as well to gun into that second spot and jump straight to the semi-finals. Yeah. Last game of the day as well, Vinny, a special one for you because it is the rematch of the grand final of the off-season tournament that we saw. I can't remember what it was called. The Rivals.
Yeah.
That's it, the Rivals. And so Chiefs, of course, managed to win that 14-0, so a chance for Outlast to get a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, so hopefully they've learnt a few things from that 14-0. Obviously, it went quite quickly, so it wasn't a huge VOD to look over, so hopefully they've had a bit of time to do that in the break since then. But yeah, just looking at our predictions, obviously, me and Dev going a little bit different today.
Yeah, what's with the Odium pick, boys?
In my eyes, I came in, I said if there was ever a day for Odium to show us something a bit different, it had to be today. Like, the script could not be written any better. If Supernova don't make it into the top 6 based on Odium winning a game finally, I mean, I'd love I won't say. I won't go that far. I'd love to see it.
It would be great to see a team win. We'll just say that much.
It'd be cinema.
I love to shit stare a little bit, and I think that is the most shit stary result that we could expect out of today. Also, it would disappointingly nullify the result of the second game, essentially, because Supernova really need that win, and they really need Prodigy to beat Circular Spheres as well. So for Odium to win, I think it would also be a little bit of a funny exchange where Odium obviously used to have the Supernova roster on their organization. So for the org to get a bit of revenge for the team that left them, I think that would be pretty funny.
Well, I will say, having a look at my predictions, the coin flip has not done me well today, I will be honest. Sometimes it hits and most times it misses. Today it has well and truly missed. But let's start talking about our first matchup. Get down to the nitty gritty, because realistically, Supernova have to get past Odium. That's just the entire conversation here. If Supernova cannot get the 3 points against this roster, they are in dire straits, Vinny.
And they haven't really shown us much this stage for us to be super confident in their ability to take on a team, even as low as Odium, who haven't really shown much themselves. Obviously, looking at the Odium roster, really sort of poor performances across the board, but that's to be expected when, as a team, you're having such poor performances. We've highlighted a few of the players as, you know, being sort of fraggy. I think Hale has been probably the top performer this stage. Obviously, we've spoken a little bit about his ability to survive late into the rounds.
He's great at surviving.
He's very good at his survival, and not many entries. But you can see there, Razor 10 and 9 on entry, which is actually very impressive, considering he's only got 27 kills.
Yeah, wow, 10 of those.
More than a third of his kills are entry kills. That's insane.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a positive.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
I like the inflection of that voice then. Sorry.
Yeah, look, we are looking for silver linings with this team because it has been a rough slog for them. Of course, opening game, they were going up against Prodigy, who on paper would have been the other weakest team in the competition, and they lost 7-1 to them. You know, they lost 7-0 to the top 2 teams in this league, GG and Chiefs. But even after the Chiefs game, Oda came out and said, hey, just want to pay respect to these boys. Like, they are a lot better than they showed today. We versed them in scrims. They're actually a solid roster. And we saw that last play day from Odium. They finally got their first point on the board by taking Circular Spheres to overtime. Yep. So in a way, they have kind of improved over time. And if there's anywhere to finally do it, it would be against Supernova in this matchup. The final play day, final match, when it means literally nothing because these guys cannot get out of last place. But to beat Supernova looks pretty achievable because Supernova themselves have had a very rough stage.
Yeah, and they've been very vocal. So let's start talking about the roster that unfortunately has had, the only way I can put this is a fall from grace. 3rd place in stage 1. They came into this with a honking off-season performance. We thought maybe they weren't taking it serious, Vinny. We thought maybe there was just something not right. those issues were compounded when we saw the first couple of play days in Stage 2. They have really yet to find any footing in this league.
Yeah, they're really struggling. It does seem like they've got a piece missing somewhere. It just seems like with Prez out, they were struggling a little bit with their attacks. Prez came back, still have something missing on those attacks. I think Pinku coming in has really solidified their defensive rounds, which has been a good positive for them. But Pinku's not the kind of player that's like huge on entries or, you know, he's going to take over an attacking round. He's definitely one of those players that loves to take the fights on his own terms, which isn't really something that they actually need. It seems like at the moment with Bappen taking most of the entry, 12 and 13, it's about 50-50, but you need those positive entry stats if you want to be making a big mark on those rounds.
Yeah, what's kind of hilarious to me about this roster is their opening play day, we were like, hey, maybe these guys actually have some firepower. They were playing with the sub, and they took Game and Gladiators to overtime. They're within one round of beating them. That is the closest anyone all stage has gotten to taking down Game and Gladiators. No one else has stolen a point from the top dogs, except for these guys. And they have lost every single game except for one.
Yeah. And now they're fighting for bottom two.
Exactly. Now they're fighting to get out of the bloody bottom two. They've also had this bit of drama where like Prez was away for a couple of games. Pinku, of course, subbed in their first match. That was when they did the best. A couple of games ago, they're like, look, guys, we've been doing pretty shit. Let's get Pinku back in. He's insane. He's actually the fourth best player in the league, despite not playing many matches. And that has had mixed results. You know, Quixie was the one out for a while there. And if this roster is correct, it's actually Palarazzi who is out for today. I think...
Strange.
Yeah, it's just like indecision. I don't know how to describe it. But
no, it's the best way of putting it.
And from the outside, it's easy to judge and say, oh, Palarazzi was the weakest player on this roster. We don't know what it's like actually in the server. And I guess we just have to hope that these guys have banked on the right decision.
Yeah, Vinny would know what it's like getting carried by a team, so maybe he can talk to it a little bit.
And getting dropped or close to dropped. Definitely been in those shoes before.
Yeah, well, at least you were playing. That's all I can say. The big thing for me about Supernova is, and just to kind of double down on Dev's points there, we came into Stage 2. Their poor performance kind of after their first game against Game and Gladiators, which looked really competitive. President basically said, you know, it's because I was away, we weren't able to attack properly. And unfortunately, he has come back for the remaining 6 or 5 games,
buddy.
and it's 23%. And that's not a dig at it is a dig at Prez, but it's the whole roster that just doesn't seem to be clicking. We've seen comments from Bappen online saying, I'm not hitting my shots. Dirty said, my leadership is not up to scratch. The org came out and said Quixie was dropped to sub. So there is just so much about this roster right now that has unstable ground underneath it. It's the only way I can put it. But we go to Clubhouse, something that has a bit more stability. Hopefully they'll be able to find their footing here.
It does. I mean, as we mention every week, everybody knows how to attack Clubhouse. President, one of those players for sure. He's played this map a lot. So I definitely think this is going to be one of those maps where they can win a few more attacking rounds. It's just about if they show up on the day. Obviously, Quixie coming back in, Palarazzi out. Could throw a bit of a spanner in the works in terms of roles, but hopefully they've got that all ironed out during the week.
Yeah, I think Supernova are going to be favoured here. They start on the defense. They did play this just last play day. They took Chiefs to overtime. Taking points away from Chiefs is a huge achievement. And yeah, here you go. Both teams have lost on this, so that was Supernova obviously losing in OT to Chiefs, Odium losing in regulation to Antic and Outlast. But I still think formidable performances. You know, they went 7-0s, 7-3s and 7-4s. I'm still going to back in Odium here just for the memes. And also, you know, they say a team with nothing to lose is a dangerous one. And that's exactly where Odium find themselves today. In quite contrast, Supernova have to win this 7-5 or better. Otherwise, their chances of going to the playoffs are done.
That's tough. It's going to be a really tough game for them, I'm not going to lie. Odium on the back of their performance yesterday, Vinny. Not yesterday. Last week. Yeah, it all goes by very quickly at the moment. My brain's not really keeping up, if you can't tell. It inspired us a little bit. It made us double think at the very least what the discussion has been around Odium. Maybe it has just been a bit of a slower stage. But then again, how much stock do you put into a performance against a team like Circular Spheres at the moment?
It's definitely been a slower stage, but I think they definitely have a lot more to show than they have so far. They're not this awful team that can't win a single game or take any points. Like, they definitely have the ability to. It's just, it seems at the moment they're lacking a little bit of leadership. And just a bit of direction on those attacks. Obviously, I think we said coming into last week, they were actually one of the better attacking teams, which was kind of crazy. And then on their defenses, they were sort of getting run over because it was like they didn't understand the win conditions, like all the way around. A lot of these good teams will run over you if you play very passive, and that seemed to be their game plan.
Win cons.
Ironically, just in terms of like attack and defensive favorites, Supernova is the worst attacking team in the league, and Odium's the worst defending team in the league. So we'll see how that actually meshes once they're going up against each other. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be like a scrappy game. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be hopefully entertaining, maybe for the wrong reasons. But I want some drama. That's what I want out of this one. Bit of a grudge match. A lot on the line for Supernova, nothing on the line for Odium.
Yep.
I have one request. Quixie, do not play Blitz. Like, just don't. It's not for you, man. Like, you're good on the entries, not on the Blitz, man. That's all I want to see.
Well, the way I'd put it is this is a clash of the Titans at the bottom of the barrel. Speaking of the bottom of the barrel, throw it over to you, casters.
I'm not going to lie, Rob, you know, typically I do judge your throws. In this case, I'll give you a solid 10 out of 10. That was actually pretty clean. That was actually a really good segue from taking one line and then using it to then apply it to us. That was actually really well done. Congratulations. Hopefully, this game is going to be a 10 out of 10 banger as well. Guys, what are we looking for? Do we want to see Supernova keep that playoff flicker alive, or for Odium to get their first win? Either prospect is quite nice. At least.
I don't really care, to be honest.
Well,
either way.
Sorry, you don't really care. Never mind then. Well, let's move forward in this game.
But no, for my prediction, I hope that Supernova get this result across the line. And on paper, the experience I have and the stats heading into this particular play to indicate that they should. But we probably expected them to finish higher regardless. So who knows? This could be a very dangerous game for them. And as the desk said, Odium quite literally have nothing to lose. So they will go into this match showing everything, going at it, possibly fighting for a spot on the team later in the year as well.
Yeah, for the calculations regarding, you know, to getting into playoffs. So Supernova must win and get all 3 points. Overtime happens in this game, and that's it. We're done. We shut up shop for the day in terms of any kind of promotional storylining, at least going into the next game to follow, which will be the Prodigy and CS game. So in this instance, though, for Supernova and for Odium, yeah, must get all 3 points, firstly, for Supernova. Secondly, you want to win as best as you possibly can. And that's certainly an important aspect here, because round differential is the main differential when it comes to Supernova and it comes to Circular Spheres. Now, as it stands currently, -9 to -6. So right now, you've already got some making up to do in the first place, which does kind of leave the door ajar that if Supernova win, but they only win 7-5, guys, there is actually a world in which CS lose
and still make it.
Depending on their round differential. So they must win as they possibly can, and then hope that Circular Spheres gain no points, arguably get smashed against Prodigy, and then they can find themselves into the playoffs. It's doable, but you've got to do your work here. The good news for Supernova is they start defense club.
Actually, I think your math might be off, right? Because if CS lose 5-7, then they would be behind around diff, no?
Well, I mean, again, it just depends on...
Assuming a 7-5 victory here.
Well, the 7-5 victory, yeah, you're right. I mean, I think there is that case. There is that element. But, I mean, ideally, you want to win as best as you possibly can.
Yeah.
I think that's just the clean takeaway here. Win, get that round differential down, then that's not even a factor. And then, as you said, you can go into the next game, and any regulation loss for Circular Spheres would see them out of the playoffs. Any overtime, though, for Circular Spheres, win or lose, doesn't really matter, and they would go through. Circular Spheres only needing 1 point in their match, which follows directly after this to get themselves into the playoffs. Which does mean for Supernova, like if you kind of break it down holistically between Supernova and CS, who's more likely to actually get into the playoffs here? Because for CS, they are playing against a Prodigy team that were beaten up a little bit last week. Finally got the shield meta cracked. Dave had a poor performance. They lost to Antic. But surely Prodigy would be too good for CS.
I think so, yeah.
So the question will be, can CS at least maybe force OT and get that 1 point?
Potentially. Probably comes down to map preference. Starting side will be very important in that match.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so we'll certainly wait and see. In terms of the bans for this particular match, though, nothing standing out as being too off meta here on Clubhouse. It does mean, though, that the Blitz will be available for Odium in the first half, and Crime will utilize that straight off the bat. Now, Odium go into this playday with an attacking win rate of 37%. Supernova's defensive win rate this stage, though, has actually been right up there, 62% for them. So this is going to be a really telling half as to what our expectations are for the quality of this match. Pinker off the bat, headshot onto Crine, and that is one way to deal with the shield.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a very fortunate kill. Unfortunate for Crine on the Blitz, and that's a nice opening kill for Pinku. What are your thoughts on the roster as well? This particular week, Supernova have elected to drop Palarazi. They've brought Quixley back into the lineup.
Again, on paper, makes sense. As the desk said there, you don't really know the internals of the team, so who knows if Palarazi was perhaps not in the best of playmaking positions or whatever. But
it could also breathe life back into this roster if they do make it into the playoffs. Pinku, that's a sharp shot, eventually losing his life though to the breaching charge, and Freelo gets himself a pretty innocuous kill.
Well, that's the first breaching charge kill of the stage, I'm fairly certain, and probably will be the only one.
I haven't seen that for a very long time, and laughs coming out from Pinku, and that's all you can probably do in that situation is just laugh over towards Jim, though, in a window peek, but dropping down the hatch on 1 HP is Bappin, very fortunate. That could have easily been a 3v3 scenario, and to get Odium back into the round, despite a very prominent start from Pinku, getting the opening 2 kills, 90 seconds left, and still somewhat winnable for Odium. But they got to get a wriggle on.
Razor on the Thatcher this round. He's been most prominent on the entry so far this stage, but here on Clubhouse finding some comfort on the supportive role.
There you go.
Ray able to clean up, 5 HP, but survives and wins that critical fight.
The issue is going to be the fact that they haven't really got through this checklist. Hatch is still reinforced. They haven't got work over towards Kitchen at this point now. They also don't really have, you know, the ability to deal with these floorboards as they possibly would like if you had a Buck, a Ram. Reaching charge from Freelo does get a little bit over towards bot main in terms of vision, and they can get Moto opened up as well. 40 seconds though in a 3v3 where you do have a member on 5 HP, still puts Odium behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, these anchor positions should be relatively straightforward for the defense to hold. The double stack Church, and that has actually been successfully droned by Odium, although those drones now taken out, so it won't feed live information. Triple wall also exposed, so there's an opportunity here.
Don't have to peek these lines here though. If you're Supernova, there's no point peeking triple. Hold close angles, 12 seconds, let them swing into you. That's a peek out. Like, what are you doing there, Dirty? You don't need to. You can play the mirror window. You can play the position. Puts everything to do now for President. He is capable, but he can't get back behind the bar, and Razor will get the kill, and Odium will get in themselves an early attacking round. Honestly, quite diabolical at the end defensively from Supernova, just peeking everything.
Yeah, maybe just sensing the pressure in that round and maybe encapsulating the pressure surrounding this match. Such is the nature of the OS format now, and I suppose a couple of the formats around the world. Sometimes the final play day, Jake, can be a little bit wishy-washy and the games have little impact. Fortunately for us, though, we do have this battle still raging for the top 6, and Supernova under a lot of heat throughout the stage. And
no need.
Yeah, I mean, if they play like this continually throughout the half, it's going to prove quite costly. Their late round needs to sharpen up. We've seen that on attack, right, for Supernova be a struggle. Defensively, as I mentioned, not too bad.
Yeah.
But that round there doesn't instill me with a ton of confidence.
They still had default actually up as well, bot main, so you could play behind in towards Church, play off information from some teammates watching cameras, and then play off of that. There's 12 seconds left, and in that situation, it just comes down to basics. Force the attacking players into the site, and they have to swing. No plant goes down. You want to always try and force them to get that plant down, because it takes a player off the board. You can't shoot anyone if you're trying to stick the kit on the floor. So then it becomes a 2v3 in that situation in favor of the defense. Swing your angles, deny the plant, win the round. It's just basics. And so for Supernova, they're just trying to take those fights at the impromptu time. It costs them a round. Again, I think you've probably done the math really well here, guys, that I don't know how much the round differential will matter in the long run, because as you said, like the minimums probably don't align that there is actually a losing scenario for CS, but you still want to win and win well, building form going into the playoffs. So I think still aside, for Supernova, this can't just be a case of scraping over the line and winning a 7-5, because it doesn't instill me with good faith going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and again, to reiterate, there is literally nothing on the line here for Odium. So we'll see if they're able to pull off the upset. Impact trick unsuccessful and CC wall open.
Yeah, I mean, just an overthrow, an overshoot, and that's going to allow this CC wall to get opened up easily, although Ray losing his life to an aggressive Quixley. When it works, and now there's one in towards Logistic. I don't know about that drop from Crying. Maybe sensing a chance to pinch the player top main and try and get them on the hallway, but immediately got contested over towards Con and does lose his life for the second round in a row. Odium find themselves in a 3v5. In this instance, though, no trade has come through. Everyone's still on the exterior, and suddenly this will be a far more difficult task for Odium to overcome. And I would imagine we go through the formalities unless someone can get an opening kill. Quixie will challenge top main, 1 and then 2 more to follow. 3 in the round. It's a quick one, flawless, and a great response from Supernova.
Thoughts on Quixie back in tonight?
I mean, I think it's the right play. I mean, again, we're not privy to the information regarding who they choose and why, etc. And, you know, no disrespect to Palarazi, who I think has shown some good moments throughout the last couple of months. I can't remember if it's CS, I think he filled in on for Rivals. And I think you can certainly get a player there. But right now, with the way that the season has gone, you probably have to now try Quixie back in again. Because Pinku was the obvious inclusion. Who you took out, whether it was Quixie, whether it's Palarazi, whether it's, you know, how do you fit in with the team, or are you performing? So you get rid of the guy who's maybe not fitting in, and then now you get rid of the guy who's not really performing. So standard. And honestly, you're trying to get into the top 6. You're in a bottom 2 position right now. You've got to make changes at that point. So fair play to Supernova. Look, 1-1, very clinical round. Quixie 3 on the board. He gets 3 in that round. Good aggression over towards Gym Bedroom, which if you're playing that position on and you're extending out, of course, you're going to play a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, I think from my perspective on Quixie, is a great player. It was really just consistency that I think let him down throughout the stage on a round-to-round basis, and that's sort of reflected in his cost at 57%. You compare that to like a Pinku, for instance, who's played quite well, 67%, so pretty distinct difference there. How often Odium has banned these operators? Maverick Clash. They've played a bit of club so far this stage, so understandable.
Yeah, last time out was the Montang and the Tubarão against Chiefs last week in that particular matchup, although that was because Chiefs also did ban out Maverick, so there's one of them. I think that against Antic, similar kind of map in Labs, they banned the Blitz, the Vigil, so yeah, not prone to just sort of the same bans. Dockerby, Valkyrie as well, so you know, that's why the low percentile when it comes to this Clash and Maverick ban. And honestly, it kind of makes sense. You're going up against the team in Odium that bottom of the standings. Have they got the capabilities of defending? Well, we're gonna deny that fallback option. We're gonna get rid of that Clash. If we want to play Shield, then they haven't got the countermeasure. We think we can deal with the Shield play if they bring it, and then the Maverick as well, just to be a little bit more of a nuisance in dealing with walls. Odium do like to bring the Kali, the only team really in the Oceania League that really will run the Kali, unless Tex feels like he wants to give it a go. Even though Thatcher always available, Bappen though gets rid of said Kali. So no Thatcher, no Kali. Razor will lose out in the 1v1. 3 rounds in a row now that Supernova have found the opening kills. As Ray looking for a response in towards Cash, but the Ash is sent back over towards CCTV along with Hale.
Certainly going to make the rest of this clear. A challenge, top red held.
Get the bolt out.
And Cash. Bolt for top red, that's clean. But Quixie, meanwhile, inside of Cash is good. Over peaks, though. And Hale able to hit an easy trade. Crine as well does clean up that position. And so Odium have been able to swing the round back.
Yeah, nicely done. Using the asphyxiating bolts to deal with top red. Bappen and Quixie aggressive, but they both lose their lives, which does leave defense on site now a little susceptible. Under a minute remaining, 3v3. Little breach over towards Con, single wall. Pressure towards balcony needs to come through, though. They still haven't dealt with Jacuzzi. That's certainly going to be an obstacle now. With no Kali, is this going to be openable? The answer to that is yes, as President does not even bother trying to trick this wall.
Yeah, committed the other battery. 30 seconds on the clock, and they have positions open. For Odium now, it's about synchronizing this push, not stacking a singular position, but I am seeing that double stack Con. They push that into the mirror window, it won't end well for them. Logistics needs to be a point of interest for this attack, or maybe stack Jacuzzi.
Can only get one really through Jacuzzi breach at this point with how small the opening is. Smoke goes out, one towards the gym window. Good kill for President. Then the initial engagement, still trying to make their way in towards the gym is Hale, but immediately shut down and sprayed down with bullets. It's dirty. Found one on the Hale. And then the mirror play in towards Stash is too good. And look at that angle with the footholds in towards gym. Full vision. The smoke does really nothing except block off bathroom. And Supernova will make it 2 rounds in a row as they have been able to redeem that very poor opening round.
Yeah, good late round efficiency there from Supernova, certainly in stark contrast to the opening round. Odium, after losing the first pick, did a decent job on the clear over towards Cash and top red. That was actually a really good point of the round for them. But then the decision making, I think, in the 3 versus 3 wasn't great. The mirror window wasn't dealt with. Not that it really could have at that point in time. That smoke placement at the double door bathroom didn't have really any impact at all either. Yeah, just every single one going the way of the defense.
I think Supernova certainly look like this is their lineup, though. I mean, it's really difficult to judge entirely because you're playing against Odium, right? So,
yeah,
no disrespect to Odium, but they're bottom of the league. They've struggled all stage. This is the last play day. So, you know, you said it before, nothing really to fight for. It's actually quite staggering considering the stage they've had. You go back as far as just last week. They still had an opportunity in that game on Cafe that if they had have won in regulation, they could have actually made the playoffs. In the end, they did lose out to Circular Spheres in overtime, but they needed to win that in regulation. Certainly did Supernova a favor, though, by getting that game to overtime, because if Circular Spheres had have won in regulation, we wouldn't really had much to worry about here for Playday 7. So it's all kind of fallen into place for Supernova, and they're giving themselves one final opportunity to make playoffs. Down to basement we go for the 4th round of this opening match for Playdate 7. Oceania League playoffs, of course, next week. To see who will be heading to Montreal. Will it be Gaming Gladiators, ex-Bliss, same roster essentially. New banner. Will it be the Chiefs? Could they cause a boil over? What will the grand final look like? It's certainly going to be exciting as Razor with an opening kill finally changes that tune now for Odium, as that's the first opening kill they're going to have all game. I don't know what that was from Quixie. Shake of the head from Guz.
Ambitious.
And that's going to be almost the round, and that's going to be basement again. We are staring down the barrel of 2 attacking basement wins from Odium. Concerning for Supernova. And I mean, these are the kind of rounds that you look at this and you say, are you really just making up the numbers if you make playoffs? Because honestly, this to me says yes. These are some shocking basement defense rounds. Sometimes you don't need to be aggressive. Don't be aggressive for the sake of being aggressive. There's no reason to jump out main stairs window there at all of your Quixie. Yes, Bappin lost his life. It is what it is. It happens, but play the round smarter.
I mean, it's the hot and cold discussion I was having earlier. Quixie has amazing rounds, and then he has moments like that where you're scratching your head a little bit. And so now we need to rely on the likes of a President here to have a big solo effort. Pinku's looked sharp, so we could potentially look at him to make a play, but the odds are certainly against the defense. The Blitz up as well, so that would be a threat. Odium just need to make sure that they do their due diligence, establish vert, open up the hatches, and give themselves as many lines of sight as they possibly can. Great round from Razor. That's his 3rd kill. Nitro Self and Pinku might net 1, but unfortunately that does not land. Stackbot main will spot him out. And so for Supernova, this round is almost certainly about to come to an end. Dirty in the 1 versus 5. P2 unable to find a kill, and it's a flawless basement attack for the bottom-rated team in the league.
Yeah, I mean, that's shocking if you're Supernova. That's really bad. 2 times now as well. You know, you can kind of forgive one, the opening round. I felt like there was certainly little aspects to it where you just, you know, you don't peak, you don't get over aggressive, maybe you win that round. So you don't take too much away from it in terms of the negative aspect, but that round there was just just absolutely pitiful. That's 2 attacking rounds for Odium here on the clubhouse half where you're attacking. I mean, that is par for the course. We always kind of looked at that margin. Can you reach that? That's sort of like the target. That's the first target. Now anything from here is a bonus. And admittedly for Supernova, they have got some work to do because they look in all sorts at the moment. 2-2 scoreline, not enough. Their good is good, but their bad is still really bad, and that's kind of the issue. And I guess probably reason why they're 7th at the moment, just trying to make it into playoffs. Remember, any overtime situation here, and Supernova are out of the playoffs. They must win in regulation. So a loss in any aspect, of course, and they're out, must get all 3 points. It's the only way forward for them.
10 seconds to go.
And at the end of the day, I'm not seeing enough here that really suggests that they should be in playoffs. And this is why I honestly think playoffs should be top 4, on my honest opinion. There needs to be a clear divide. Which got me thinking, actually, if it was a top 4 playoff scars, how, you know, usually you'd have different storylines. Right now we're looking at the bottom 2 because, you know, trying to get into the top 6. But if we look at the standings right now, you'd have Prodigy sitting in 4th, 1 point above Outlast. And you would have CS needing all 3 points. So you'd have different storylines. Outlast would be having to fight their way into the top 4, but they'd be playing Chiefs. So that would be very difficult. Not to be, of course, top 6 for this season as we get back over to Cash and CCTV. It was flawless last time for Supernova. The gym bedroom extension over from Quixie was incredibly successful on the Azami. Ryan just outside Jacuzzi Breach at the moment now, and he is doubled up with Ray on the Ash.
Double stack Con from Supernova. So playing pretty aggressive on the peripheral. And Ray almost has his head taken off. There is a fall-off option here, unless Krine is able to deny, as you can see, though. Supernova trying to aggress that, and instead allowing that player back onto site. So again, good pressure here from Odium. Breaches worked, although there is a lurk potential down below, and that will enable a Nitro cell for the default plant. Prez also can deny a plant from Con, and that's where the diffuser is currently situated. So the expectation is for Odium to try and plant inside of Cash, typically hard right of this reinforced wall. That's the standard pattern. Bappen, though, able to win the fight main. That frees him up now to swing and aggress and play a more forward position here over towards Garage. The wall is double reinforced, so his impact may be negated. 4 versus 4, and Freelo able to respond. And so a minute on the clock, Odium now need to try and think about plan B. They rotate one more over towards Breach, and Bappen does call that out. Krine immediately falls, though. This aggressive position rewarded up close from Quixie. Leaves it in a 2 versus 4. And this attack has unfortunately unraveled before it has even really begun. Hale, now the last one up, and he too will fall. Supernova looking far more convincing on the tertiary side.
It's just the way that they play it, though. I mean, I know last time out you had the extension from Quixie and he was very aggressive towards Gym Bedroom and denied Breach entries. This time around, though, it's just the fundamentals of let's hold positions. We're going to hold Cash and Red and Rafters, and we're going to deny from below. And I like the extension towards Lounge as well with the Castle Barricades, but it's just systematically we're holding angles, we're holding positions. Odium have to push into us. So you kind of look at where things have gone wrong for them is they're playing basement, but they're playing it super aggressive upstairs, and they're allowing these fights to happen against a team that's just going to probably benefit from it more than anything. And it goes back all the way to that opening round where you're just swinging and peeking when you don't need to. Well, the way that they play Cash and CCTV looks more conservative. We head to Gym Bedroom, looking to close the half out. Supernova really need this 4th round. But the good news for Supernova is that President actually only has 1 kill. That's a good thing. As bizarre as it is to say that, like, you can't have President fragging throughout the majority of the regular season, expect to do well as a team. I love Prez. I think he's a really good anchor, defensive kind of minded player, very support. You know, he's the kind of player that really should be making others better. He shouldn't be the one going and getting double-digit kills. To see Quixie with 7 kills, to see Dirty with 4, and honestly, Pinku hasn't actually killed anyone since the opening round, is actually a really good sign that there's some fragging power on the Supernova roster.
I would typically agree. I think the nuance to that argument, though, would be that President on those basement defenses offered nothing in the anchor role. So
yeah, he didn't in that one particular instance. He did. But I'm talking overall, bigger picture.
I do agree. Generally speaking, it's a concern if President is the one fragging out, because that's traditionally not the role he has had on teams. So yeah, looking a bit more well-rounded tonight, and certainly Quixie 7 kills back onto the team. That will fulfill him with a bit of confidence. Not without tribulation. We saw that jump out in the that previous basement defense, which was...
Maybe it's a case of you take the good with the bad.
I think you just have to at this point. That's probably the Supernova mantra, I think, at this particular stage.
6 kills for Razor. He's been incredibly influential in this match.
Sequential breaching activated.
So Odium get one last official game in before the end of their season today. 1-for-1 trades, and again, the good with the bad as Quixie does lose that opening engagement, but Bap and Swift with the trade. Now watching towards Breach, and that's going to be a freebie onto free load. And a reposition's perfect as well. Pulls the Deagle out, and that should be the round as Cryin and Ray not in a position to play off of each other. Avoiding the Nitrocell nicely is Cryin. A stack of bodies towards Con. Still pressure as well from Cash and Pinku. Really does salute the round and the half, and it will be 2-4 for Supernova as they will be heading on to the attack in the second half.
Yeah, no real point in Cryin taking a tactical timeout with the switch of halves imminent, unless they wanted to discuss something defensively, but not really required, and so he'll look to play this one out, and he'll be immediately shut down. So outside of the basement site, a pretty clean half from Supernova. The question, though, begging, will those 2 rounds prove costly?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I think Supernova should be better on their attacks because Odium statistically have a 16% defensive win rate.
Wow. What do you think Supernova's attacking win rate is?
I think their attacking win rate was like 30%, wasn't it?
Let me double check.
Something around that.
Because I'm pretty sure you're being a bit over-optimistic. Yeah. Do you want to try? So you said 30% attacking win rate for Supernova.
Is
you want to try again?
Is it in the 20s?
We'll play high-low.
Oh, no, I was talking about Odium.
Oh, well, Odium's attacking win rate was 37.
Yeah, there you go. So
defensively, Odium's
16.
win rate 16.
16, yeah, that's what I was saying.
But the caveat to that, as I was sort of saying in the pre-match, Supernova's attacking win rate, what do you think it is?
Well, it's got to be like 25 or something.
Lower.
Oh, lower. They have like an 18%.
Higher.
Okay, 20.
Higher.
Okay, do I need to say the specific number? I'm clearly in the ballpark. It's like 21.
21.88.
Yeah, okay.
So they've won 7 of their 32 attacking rounds this stage.
Yeah, I mean, but that 21% attacking win rate still is better than Odium's 16% defensive win rate, so they should be good here.
Should.
So what you're saying is this could be a very intriguing half coming up.
Odium should be making playoffs, and that's no certainty, even if they win this. So.
Odium?
Supernova, sorry.
Oh, jeez.
Did I say Odium?
You did.
No, my apologies, no.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, potentially.
All right, well, the battle of the mids coming up here in this second half when it comes to Supernova's attack and Odium's defense. The movable object versus the... What is the saying?
You're testing my knowledge. I was going to say this is more, say, like the baby versus the hydrogen bomb, but... Supernova have not been particularly explosive this stage, unfortunately.
No, they have not. But an opportunity to close things out here and book themselves a position where they can have some kind of faith of making playoffs, depending on what happens in the Prodigy and Circular Spheres game to follow directly after this. Door prepped. Bappin wanting to make his way in. Vrilo watching from lounge, but pressure from behind. This castle barricade just about to get opened up. Bappin being cautious in his approach though. And the rotate from from Supernova back up on top of the roof. As they're looking to get some pretty direct pressure. Still haven't actually got main bridge opened up. Never mind, so they have. I don't know what I was looking at.
Odium are playing this mirror strat again, they love it. Over towards Garage Rafters, it creates line of sight, but makes it more difficult to actually breach through that if the attack is to get control on that portion of the map.
So, I mean, I don't understand why is Supernova taking so long, guys, because you've got Capitag Grim. Your win con now is to go Rafters, clear that out. You've got main breach opened up. This is just taking far too long. When you've got the tools necessary...
I mean, it is into the Wamai, so they have to do a bit of util dump, but...
Absolutely. No,
oh, here we go.
Oh, well,
you can just shoot them.
Never mind. Pop, pop. There you go. Bolt goes out. Bolt goes out. Hail in flames. I don't know what he's doing. That was actually some wonderful observing from top-down view. Can we get some Benny Hill theme music on there for Hail as he gets put up into the flames? And an entry towards Rafters established now for Supernova. They did lose Pinku, unfortunately, on the Zofia, but now they've got themselves prime real estate position here. Main breach opened up. Rafters in towards CCTV. President will get to work with the exothermic charge. Head available, though. Freelo, lovely shot there.
Well, they might actually come on to win this round, Jake, which would be Certainly a surprise. Smoke's deployed, Nitrous all over the top, and it lands perfectly from Krine. So despite losing the opening pick, Odium are going to wrangle this round back unless Dirty can clutch up. The answer, no. Wow, that was a round of Rainbow Six Siege.
So I think the issue there, it's why we probably don't always see a lot of teams necessarily go for that more defaulty style where it's like clear garage, get rafters, play off of the repel outside breach, because one Nitrocell over from Cash, and if it makes its way through over the server rack, it's just GG. And that's kind of the losing con of that particular round when you want to play such as that. So if you're president there, you've got to be absolutely wary. If you're Dirty outside on the repel, your main job is to try and shoot any Nitrocells that go flying over out of Cash.
Is the replay operator like friends with Hale or something?
Apparently.
How did we not see that clear of garage rafters?
Yeah,
that was incredibly kind.
That was a wonderful double asphyxiating bolt setup as well. So
I think it was Hale that died, right?
It was Hale, unfortunately.
Well, I didn't get done dirty.
I didn't get the round win though. Something about Cash and CCTV though for defense today for these two. And here we go. You got your wish. So Bolt. Yeah, the only thing I can think of, if I want to play devil's advocate, is Hale. The first instinct is to actually go to the door. So he's thinking, I'm dead. Can I get one to go with me?
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem was he didn't commit one way or the other. Like at the end of the day,
and then he goes left and right, left and right.
If he moves and dies, that's fine. You have to move in that position, but it was the indecision. I think that's because the ironic thing was, I think if he actually committed to running to the right initially, he might have been.
He would have been fine because the pressure
garage
wasn't actually
door
coming
wasn't
from the
being
doorway.
watched, right?
Exactly.
So there was a big oversight in that attack.
Yeah, absolutely. He would have been able to probably.
He actually respected the attack so much that it cost him his life.
He over-respected it, and that's why he swung the doorway initially. And that's what I'm thinking is like a a potential chance where it's like, hey, I'm going to die here. Can I get a kill to go with me? So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
It was still funny though.
It was still quite hilarious. Mainly because the top-down view from the observing there made
you could sense the panic.
Yeah, you could sense that. You could really get a feel for it. Well, 3-4, a little bit of panic here for Supernova. If they start to lose a couple of rounds in a row, it's going to be some panicking rounds.
Oh, Quixie on the blitz. Dev said on the desk he doesn't want to see Quixie on the blitz. So we'll see if it is impactful for right or wrong in round 8 here for Basement. Quite a useful tool on the roam clear, but as you can see on your bottom left-hand side of screen, every single defender from Odium is on the basement floor.
I did get some help from Twitch chat, by the way. It's the movable object versus the stoppable force. In this particular instance, of course, usually referencing the immovable object in the unstoppable force. As Razor, another opening kill. That's become a bit of a trend now for Odium in a good fashion. They're finding these picks early on.
Well, Razor's been pretty clean on entry throughout this stage, so...
This is going to make life a little bit more annoying now for Supernova. So an aggressive peek over towards Secret from Pinku. He loses his life.
And losing the Ash bolsters the mirror as well, because you have less tools to deal with that. President may be able to invest X-Kairos into countering them, but certainly loses the most effective tool.
So I'm just watching back the play poor old Hale.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
55 seconds remaining. Supernova, slow approach. Down a play already. Developing information. Must find the next kill on this drop. Double stack at the back of Arsenal. There is a player spotted. Over towards Secret, and then the shots coming from the hatch. Good information for Hale to be able to call out to the rest of his team. 2 on this blue side push, leaving 2 just elsewhere for Supernova. Dirty trying to get this Kwan Hive launcher to get some information as Quixie slow approach through dirt on the blitz, running out of time. Does spot the Azami in right. Good information coming out from the Kwan Hive launcher. Now trying to clear out this player. It's the Warden. I don't know if that's what you want to try and do, but eventually the pinch works with Bappin, and now the plan to go down from Quixie. 1 HP. Can he survive at the end? He will get this plant down successfully. Immediately shield back up. Dirty and President combine 2, and a fall goes Hale. Suddenly Razor last one up, and he too is just ineffective. A slow approach, a slow burn from Supernova, but in the end, it's a bright attack that gets the plant down successfully and a crucial basement round win.
Yeah, good work there from Supernova in identifying the win con of taking down the Warden. I got a little bit scared when we saw their smokes deployed. If the Warden wasn't cleared, his position would have been quite strong, and his reposition may have been able to cut down other parts of the attack, but Quixie was able to swarm that location, survives on 1 HP. The keeper barrier made it so awkward for him to navigate into that position, but he made the dive work, and with that diffuser tucked under his arm, able to get that plant down. The rest of the team was quickly able to position for coverage. So it very much seems like basement is going to be the determining site in this match, which is quite unusual. I'm actually going to have a look at the attacking win rate on this particular site, because I feel like it can't be that strong. At least in OS, wow, Clubhouse basement 62.5% win rate. Which is significantly far ahead of Gym, for instance, which currently sits at only 27%. So we now go to the side in which Odium statistically here in OS are quite likely to win. If they don't win this, unfortunately, the game really starts to get out of control for them.
Yeah, that was a crucial round for Supernova, just as the tide was somewhat maybe turning for Odium, going up to defense, winning the tertiary to begin with, go down to basement. Subsequently, though, you lose that round in that fashion, and all expectations suddenly back for Supernova.
Oh, wait, sorry. 27% defensive win rate, not attacking win rate. Okay.
That's all right.
I thought it was the attacking number.
Everyone makes mistakes.
So, wow, this is a pretty big decision from Odium then, right? With such a poor defensive win rate on this particular side. It's, you know, by far and away the worst on the map in OS. So,
like mind games potentially with Supernova. Credit to Supernova in that last round, though. I felt like they actually really worked through what they wanted to do. It seemed like they had a clear plan A, plan B, and credit to Quixie as well, and his job done on that blitz, pushing through dirt. Cleared out the Warden, got the plant down. Everyone did their job coming in from blue, so it's just a really solid blue side here, along with dirt. And in the end, I think it really did catch Odium off guard, maybe expecting a little bit more of a defaulty kind of push. Not a roam here from Razor. He's done quite well, actually, tonight, Razor, in terms of the opening kill department. Red ping information, actually, on Razor's position, though, so just a case of maybe loitering too long in towards a pretty hotbed position of Lounge. Gets droned out, loses his life, wants to try and make contact, but he does lose out. Bappin, though, does also fall on the Ash as Freeload continues to get involved. Now top fragging for Odium, tied with Razor, and Ray 2 will get rid of President. So just like that, flip of the switch, and Odium have got themselves up a player, 4 versus 3.
Well, can Odium convert here and breathe a bit more life back into the match? They'll look to consolidate on site. They have a lot of catch util available as well, and so those Capital bots, which are still fully up for Dirty, may be less impactful. Could mute Gemma Bathroom to protect the mirror player of Crine. So this is proving to be a tricky defense to break down. Static positions being held by the attack. Nobody currently droning outside of Pingu, who finally now throws one out, at least momentarily. And they need to try and exploit site, and that's what Dirty's been able to do. LMG, good counter onto the keeper barrier. One spotted over towards Bathroom. If they can try and overwhelm this position, it could be they're in for the round. Crine is flushed out, but has successfully repositioned, but only temporarily. Eventually slapped down by Quixie.
Yeah, really nicely done from Dirty. Get the asphyxiating bolt in towards Bathroom. They had the information. Good ping, playing off as a team. Smokes go out in towards Jim. Now behind Wade can get the plant down. That's a lovely shot from Freeload, but did lose his life to Quixie in the immediate trade. They went 1 for 1. In the end, though, nicely done from Supernova as they make pretty short work of that Gym Bedroom defense. I mean, not much really to it. Not a lot of pressure in terms of like towards logistics. Everything's on that kind of balcony side. Jacuzzi cleared out Con and Cash, and yeah, pretty comfortable. And I think that's the kind of round when you kind of look at the roam from Razor towards Lounge. Is Gym Bedroom the kind of site you need to be lurking Lounge? Probably not. You're going to get overwhelmed because the majority of your defense is over towards site, Gym Bedroom side. If you want to lurk, maybe towards main stairs, but in the end, he just gets completely overwhelmed because he's got no help, and then it's, yeah, you just lose your life. I don't know where President's going. He's got his bags packed.
He's got his suitcase ready to go. Montreal is calling.
Montreal is
Maybe he still
calling.
hasn't unpacked his bag for when he got back from NZ.
Been a couple of weeks now, you'd hope so. Yeah, they look a little bit better though, this lineup, Supernova. I think that this is something that they'll take into the playoffs and probably feel like they've got a little bit more firepower as a roster. Odium were competitive last week against Circular Spheres guys in that 15-round banger on Cafe. 7-8 in the end went the way of CS, but Odium were very competitive. Supernova making pretty quick work. And I think this is also the kind of game Supernova will look back and be like, man, how do, like those basement rounds, like we could have played so much better. President back from the toilet.
You're not entirely sure the source of this tech timeout, but hopefully it won't be too prolonged. Feels like the result of this match is pretty much inevitable at this point.
Well, yeah, somewhat. I mean, again, I always kind of look at the fact that Odium is on defense. It's not impossible for Supernova to probably squib a couple of rounds, and it gets a little bit dicey again. They got breathing room now. That's the main takeaway if you're Supernova. You got that breathing room, takes the pressure off, just got to convert one more round and you're in to a position where you could make playoffs. Of course, other results pending. Circular Spheres and Prodigy to play immediately after this game, and that will determine top 6. That will determine all our playoff teams, and then the rest really comes down to seeding for the rest of the night. Who plays where, who, when, etc. To some degree, I think actually Prodigy is a part of that too, right? And that's their understanding. So we will go to a break though. Unfortunately, this one is a little bit more severe than we thought. So break time and back after this.
Honestly, my expectations coming to this stage is to win it. I think this new team I've joined, they have the talent and the potential. I think I've brought a lot of experience to this roster to be able to get them ready for the stage and take down a team like GG.
Our expectations coming into the stage, pretty similar to like all previous stages. It's just going to be like, try play our best, as always, no matter what sort of like team or like playstyle that we're coming up against. As long as we're playing good, I think the results will come with it.
I'm expecting it to be a big gap between bottom 4 and top 4, and the top to actually be competitive.
My expectations are that we definitely learn a lot. We get a good few wins on the board as well, and hopefully become closer as a team.
We definitely expect to make playoffs. I think that's very easy at this stage, so pretty disappointed if we didn't. You obviously go into it aiming for the best result possible, so we plan to beat everyone we come up against, but I'd say we're going to get top 4 at least.
I think what makes our team unique is that we have a lot of players that have kind of played all over the shop, and I think me coming from a top team and bringing this experience means I have a lot of young talent that is hungry, and I'm bringing all this, stuff I've learned from, a world champion coach. I played at LANs, majors. So I think bringing all my experience back to a young roster that's kind of been everywhere, all over the place, I can form them into a roster that can compete in this region and internationally.
What makes our team unique? I mean, I think in our region, like, our experience is probably the most unique feature about our team.
Just how big Jay Kenner's forehead is. I think that is like a really hard bar to reach.
Makes us unique is that at the end of the day, even if we weren't playing Siege, we're all a good group of mates. I think that brings a real good bond to the team, which helps us do well.
The team's original concept was just picking up 5 people who are sharp at the game, like we're 5 sharp. So, I don't know, I guess we're just all crazy players.
I would describe my playstyle as a more passive player and kind of looking to outsmart my enemy rather than just taking raw gunfights. Because I think gun skill in this game isn't that important when you can outsmart, your enemy and put yourself in these advantages, then it doesn't matter how good of an aim they have.
See, can't really be put into words. I think it's going to be up to the viewer to sort of interpret that on game day.
My playstyle individually, I'd describe as very human and normal. I think that I do things that a lot of players would typically describe as very meta and very normal.
Well, my playstyle is definitely a bit slower now than what it used to be, because I've been put on IGL for our team. It's slow, and I try and help coordinate some of the young fellas and what they're doing.
A lot of teamwork, playing together, all good friends. That transfers onto the server. Always refragging each other. Pretty aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, so rivals for the season. Well, for me at least, it has to be GG. And I think my team would back me in them being our rivals. We could say like a man LFO for them, but I think since I've joined this roster, it is going to look like a GG, and we will be trying to compete against them for that major spot.
Our rivals this season, it's going to be any of the other top 4 teams, I think. Competition is going to be heating up a bit more since more teams are getting like better support with orgs. Technically anyone can be our rival, but I'll just say like the top 4 teams.
So Ludovico, obviously a pretty big rival for this season. You know, they got 2 of our former teammates, Kyra and Player. We've had some close battles over the last bit, and you know, feel that's not going to change for the group stage, and if we manage to get them in playoffs as well, I'm sure it will be a close one. And of course, Gammon Gladiators. If we want to get to the top, then we have to beat them.
Probably a couple rivals. We definitely have some good games against Supernova before. Same with CS. We've played them in Rect as well in all our close games, so really looking forward to facing them.
I want to beat everyone. I want to beat Odium, and I want to beat Supernova because my mates are at Supernova, so I just need to prove them better than them.
Honestly, I think there's only 2 contenders. I think it's GG and the Chiefs. I don't see a man LFO or a Circular Spheres winning it. I think it just comes down to the 2 of us.
You know, we're pretty big contenders. Top 4 again. It's going to get to playoffs, and probably just going to be decided there.
I mean, just because you kind of have to, you don't really have to, but you know, it's like a courtesy thing. You kind of have to say Gammon Gladiators, but you know, Ludovica probably.
Contenders to win the league, I think, would probably be Gaming Gladiators or Ludovica if they get all sorted together.
So, Gaming Gladiators, Ludovica, if they can learn off Oda. I feel like he'd be the best person to pick up to have a chance of beating Gaming Gladiators. Maybe Manelfeld could be up there, maybe we could be up there, who knows.
The long wait has ended. We can get back into this match. It's ever thrilling match point scenario. 6-3, of course, Supernova needing one more round to confirm all 3 points. Odium will require 3 rounds in a row to play spoil. Unfortunate, yeah, we had Pinku crash and his whole PC crashed or something. I don't know, yeah, it all just kind of blew up on him. So we've had to then go into a full-blown rehost. I feel like, you know, the issue with Siege sometimes is that like a player crashes and then they try to get back in and it doesn't work, and then we end up wasting like 5 minutes just trying to get them in, and then the rehost is called. So I do apologize for the longer delay, but these are just sometimes the things that we have to go through, these technical difficulties. But you would imagine Supernova should be able to get the job done, although Cash and CCTV has been a very weird sight where neither of these two have been able to attack it successfully.
10 seconds left. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, and that's quite intriguing when you consider that Cache CCTV is actually the most defender-sided site here on Clubhouse in over 71%. So we'll see how Odium go about looking to lock it down here and survive in this match. Again, to reiterate, no stakes in terms of their stage. They are set in stone to finish in that final position, but can still play spoils here. Supernova very much looking for a regulation win, so they can't let it slide at the final hurdle. 6-3 the scoreline. Pinku back inside of the server. It's been a pretty sharp day from him. We don't see the Capital this time around from the attack. It was an effective clear for Rafters last time around, but this time they're leaning in towards the Blitz. And presumably it will be a little bit more centric towards Con, I would imagine. Wait and see though. Bappin in blue.
So Mainbridge opened up calmlessly. Yeah, they've moved away from the Capital clear Rafters play. They bring the Blitz. I think we'll see more con-side pressure from Supernova this round. Try and force Odium into these kind of tricky positions where you can't fall back and play CCTV. Quixie on the roof, on the Blitz, despite James's pleas to not play the Blitz.
New meta smoke, that one, out on the jump out.
That's just a miss.
I think it was.
Another chance over towards Secret and Lounge with this battle, and it's won by Freelo over Bappin. No more drones really remaining as well for Supernova as their stalled out attack, once again, just completely ineffective on this particular site. The Blitz nowhere to be seen. In through Con now, slow, hasn't cleared left side. And Cryan holding very nicely in Con. Does reveal his position to throw the Nitrocell out. Oh. Shield by the wayside. Pulls the pistol out. Quixie does get a nice kill. But Hale is there to remonstrate. And with little time remaining, no chance of clearing Rafters. It will be 4-6 in favor of Odium. Why are you there, Ray? Never mind if you want to just not play Rafters properly.
Wait. Oh, I think Pink is stuck. Okay. That's a weird one. I haven't seen that before.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah, sick. Can we get like a little Pinku cam right now, like a little overhead? I want to have a look and see. Very curious. I guess not. Thanks, Alex. We'll just watch Dirty. Do nothing. There we go. Oh, that's funny.
I have never seen that before.
I hope Jay Kenner gets in the events at some point as well, because that's a wonderful hiding spot. Wow, awesome. Yeah, I will say that's not the only reason why you should be losing this round. They lost the round in other avenues.
What is that barbed wire on the breach, by the way? I don't think I've ever seen that. Okay.
You can't just sit there and blame that round entirely on, that unfortunate situation. There was, larger points in the round in which, that, for example, has nothing to do with the Finker being stuck.
Well, they lose the fight lounge. The Blitz 1-for-1 trade. And it was, effectively then at that point a 2v4. You can make the argument that Pinku may have been more impactful.
How does that even happen? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he...
Did he just
I'm assuming he got off rappel there.
And it like put him through the air vent and it...
Like I said, I've never seen that.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Yeah, note to self, be careful of the vent.
Oh, jeez. I mean, I tell you what, imagine that happens at a major. imagine it's the grand final of a major on Clubhouse and that happens and you...
Bro was getting sussy on Clubhouse and got stuck in the vent.
I don't know what the pause is for, though, specifically.
Maybe discussing potential rehosts?
Nah, you can't.
I doubt it would be allowed.
No, because it happened too deep into the round. It has nothing. Like
Oh, ping check. I mean, it's all happening here.
They can't be complaining about that. That is not at that point. It's so deep into the round, it's irrelevant. It's no different to a DC, for example, if he had just disconnected.
I mean, yeah. Again, for context, we've had a couple of repel bugs as well in a couple of regions, and yeah, it happens so late into the round that unfortunately a rehost is not allowed. Now I've gotten word that I think the lobby is stuck. So Pinky, you're not the only one having problems traversing this game.
Oh my goodness! I can't wait for another 10-minute rehost. This is
one of those games.
This is ridiculous. Here we go.
Maybe I honestly think it's probably Pinku that's holding up this lobby because he was having some kind of computer issue. So I don't think that one was on the game. But anyway,
the old spinning hourglass.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's got a toaster, everyone's got to wait for them to load.
Yeah.
But we're back in, and hopefully Supernova can just get the job done.
Yeah.
This game should be over.
Yeah, it should have been over 20 minutes ago. Oh well. Another chance for Odium.
Quicks is on the blitz again.
I don't know about the blitz. I mean, to be fair, actually on this particular side, he did a decent job coming in.
He did. Yeah, the AK clear was very clean. Dealt with the Warden.
So maybe it's just going to be kind of the plan of attack here for Supernovas to somewhat replicate that particular round. You know, dirt blue pressure. You bring the bark maybe for a little bit more main pressure from the floorboards outside the kitchen. Oh. Gee, I was like, that's an intriguing ACOG. He's got a new slide attachment. Bring the repel with you.
All right, what's next?
Jeez, what's with the repels at the moment?
Well, at this point, I just want the game to finish without any more issues.
Yeah, I think we're in for a long night.
I think Supernova should be of the same mindset. They just get the job done.
Yeah, in for a long one.
Basement has been very difficult to defend. Both teams having troubles, so... Unironically, this is probably their best opportunity to get the job done. And don't forget, they lose this round. The round after that is must win because they need to win in regulation. So there's a big onus on them closing out the game here to alleviate that potential pressure.
Yep, absolutely. You're 2 rounds away from not being any chance of going to playoffs. Odium just need to win 2 rounds. Just get this to overtime, and Supernova will not be able to go to playoffs. It also means for Circular Spheres, not as much to really play for, of course, in their match to come, outside of maybe potential seeding. Pretty irrelevant. Certainly a lot riding on these next couple of rounds if they do continue to play out. Stars will deal with the kitchen hatch. 90 seconds left. Pink over towards Secret. Peeking on down. Last time out, he did lose his life actually in this very position. I do wonder though, Odium not peeking. Have they learnt their lessons? Are they expecting more pressure, say, from Dirt Blue side? They look a little bit more set up and ready for it though. Intriguing hold here from Razor.
Well, good work there from the attack in clearing the mirror window facing in towards blue. Makes it more challenging for Hale to play a supportive role alongside Razor. So the checklist here has been pretty good from Supernova. So Fuse is in the hands of the Blitz, so I'm suspecting it's going to be another dirt push from the Shield to try and get into that AK position. Hatch drop also a potential option, although a little bit more risky. 35 seconds then on the clock, and it's critical that Freelo does a better job in locking down this position.
Yeah, they doubled down this time though, so they've got the Ash actually playing in behind the Blitz. Pistol out though from Quixie, nicely done. And now actually moving on out is Freelo, the Warden. Smokes out as well, there's the pinch. It's literally the exact same attack, guys, from the other basement attack.
Flash
no
him.
difference.
Flash him.
Yeah, this round's over.
Or is he muted? No.
GG.
Yeah.
Well, we got there in the end, guys. It took a little bit of a detour at one point, but we did get there in the end as Razor, the last one alive, in towards blue. Well played comes out from Freelo.
Now don't leave the lobby, please.
No one will do that, not anymore. Whoa, 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 whoa! Bring around the Rosie. And in the end, Quixie will get the final say. GG's, and we are done. Out of Clubhouse. Let's go. Supernova have been able to get themselves a great win. 3 points and a position, of course, where they can now attend to the playoffs if they're so fortunate. Still, though, they're going to need other results to go their way. Of course, the match to come, Prodigy and Circular Spheres, they must have the result go their way. They will be big Prodigy fans, of course, if they are to play playoffs. But hey, they've done their own work. They've done the job in their match.
And look, shout out to Quixie in that match. Actually played quite well. And the Blitz was probably the determining factor in them being able to get this result across the line both times. On Basement played a good job. But yeah, overall, from Supernova, able to overcome some of the adversity that occurred during this match to get that result across the line. Now it's out of their hands, though. They just have to sit back and hope for the best.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we'll go back to the count. Of course, it's been a bit of a grueling one, but in the end, big win for Supernova.
Big win indeed. They now put themselves in prime position. I say prime position, it's not really prime position. They put themselves in the only position, Vinny, to potentially make playoffs. There's so many and ifs or buts now, but they've done their part.
Yeah, as Guz said, it's out of their hands now. They've done everything they could.
Yep.
I thought they played decently there. I don't think it was super convincing against Odium. Odium looked like they were struggling a fair bit on those defenses towards the end, especially into the Blitz. I mean, it seems like no team has an answer still to the Blitz. I think we saw Antic last week. They were probably the first team where I thought they came into the game with a bit of a game plan against it. But yeah, most teams are still struggling, and I think it's going to have a massive impact on playoffs as well.
Oh, absolutely will. It just doesn't instill a lot of confidence.
Yeah, that game doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me. And seeing the defensive side from Supernova, I was pretty worried. I thought that they might slip in this game. In those defensive rounds, they were only winning. Odium were only winning when they were fed picks, but Supernova struggled to get that read, and they kept throwing themselves out like it was a basement defense where Quixie's trying to refrag his dead teammate by jumping out the main stairs window, like upstairs and line to an upside down rappel. A lot of high risk plays being made, which just didn't feel like the right decision, especially on defense. And we do see these teams struggle on defense, particularly Odium. So when it went to that second half, I guess it's not too much of a surprise that Supernova could make that comeback and finish off the game in regulation, which is what they needed. I was pretty hypercritical of Quixie coming into this one on the Blitz, and yeah, there were some pretty defining moments, like in that last round. I think that's the one that springs to mind for me. And I will say, to his credit, I've seen him get a little bit over-aggressive on the Blitz in previous games and lose his life early, but I liked it. In that final round, he mitigated whatever risks he was taking. He tried not to overextend. When he saw, I think it was Present playing underneath I can't remember who it was. When he saw someone playing underneath the hatch, like he's not ADSing, he's playing really passively, really patiently, using his smokes well, making his teammates get the kills, because that's what ideally should be happening. The Blitz should not be the one fragging.
100%. Yeah.
You'd hope not at this rate. But look, at the end of the day, they do get the win. It is time for us to talk to President, get his thoughts on the match, and of course, the stage. President, my friend, I've got to ask you, do you understand the repercussions of today's game, the focus of trying to get to playoffs? Do you understand what was on the line?
Yeah, we do. We knew we had to win that game, and then it just comes down to the Prodigy CS game now, so we'll be the biggest Prodigy fans out there.
Someone literally just said that before, so I'm glad you've doubled down. I do have to ask you, what was the conversation coming into this week? Obviously, you haven't had the greatest stage. It's been tough trying to get into playoffs now. What's that final week of discussion like?
It was mainly about confidence and kind of going, I know it's cliche to say, but kind of going back to the drawing board and really working on the fundamentals, because I think that's what we were really struggling with on our attacks.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of good theory sessions, like theory crafting a bit more with our attacks. So everyone kind of understood a lot more what their role was and how we were going to approach rounds. And then we knew with a team like Odium, we just had to play together, which is another thing that we've been struggling with attacks. And yeah, we executed the plan well.
Obviously, it's out of your hands now, but if Prodigy are able to get the job done today, what are your expectations going into playoffs? Is it about getting results, or is it about just getting some more best of 3 experience as a team?
Definitely results. I expect us to be in that top 4 category of teams. I know we haven't really proved at this stage, but I know we can be there, and I know we can really fight for the major spot. So it really comes down to us playing with confidence, playing together, and really focusing on those fundamentals. And we're the only team to take points off GG. And I mean, Chiefs beat us last week, but thanks to Optus. So
Shout out.
Yeah, all right, mate. So, like you said, it's been a bit of a turbulent stage for you guys. This is your second win out of 7 matches. But what I wanted to ask is, especially with the roster changes going on and you guys kind of subbing in and out different players, what do you think is the best version of Supernova that we've seen this stage? Like, which play day, which match do you look at and say, I think we were playing our best Siege on this day, and why do you think that is the case?
Last week against Chiefs. I think it literally just came down to everyone understanding what their role was and what their job was. Everyone listened, everyone executed the plan pretty much perfectly. It just came down to a few external things that costed us. Obviously, we still made mistakes against Chiefs that led to round losses, but last week was the best we've played all stage. So if we can replicate how we played against Chiefs, then we'll give ourselves a really good chance for playoffs.
Now, just to, I guess, do our own due diligence, this could be the last game we see from Supernova in Stage 2. So I guess just very quickly, can you wrap up your thoughts on Stage 2 and the hopes for the future?
Obviously, we're all pretty disappointed with how we played. We know we can be better. I guess if we don't make playoffs, it's definitely a big learning experience for us for how we need to approach off-season training and development. So that'll be our main focus coming into next year, is really knuckling down the off-season, really focusing on fundamentals.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a tough stage, but we've definitely learned a lot from it. So
as long as you
that's
take
positive,
away
I
the
guess.
learnings, mate, as long as you can take them away, then look, you can come back, you can bounce back to be a better team. Any final comments before we let you go?
Massive thanks to Supernova. Say it every week, they deserve every thanks possible. They've been so supportive with us, and they're continuing to support us even more during the off season. So it's really good having an org like them behind us, and we can literally just focus on playing the game and improving. So big thanks to them.
Well, Prez, kick back, relax, mate. It's out of your hands, and we wish you the best of luck.
Won't be relaxing, but thanks.
White knuckling is probably the better word for that one. They're going to be sitting there gritting their teeth, Finny.
Pretty tense. It'll be pretty tense. But he seems quietly confident if they do make playoffs that his team will be able to perform when it comes down to the big games. Obviously, best of threes are completely different to best of one. So maybe he sees something perhaps in scrims when it's a bit more extended. They play a bit better as the night goes on. So who knows? Hopefully for them, Prodigy get the result and they are able to show it.
And if Supernova do make it to playoffs, chances are they'll be facing either Chiefs or Antic, who are the 2 most recent opponents that they've played against. Both times they were within touching distance of beating them. You know, Chiefs was a 6-8, Antic it was a 5-7. So I'm not surprised that we do have a bit of confidence out of Prez. And yes, in a way, we have seen improvement over time out of these guys. And it looks like they finally settled on what 5 they want to be in the server. And it seems to be working for them.
That's probably the most critical part of the entire discussion, is making sure they figure out their core 5. It's been said time and time again, you listen to the greatest players and teams inside of OCE, and it's every single week. Stick with a core 5. Find your core 5, stick with them, and just see out a year. See out a year and see what happens.
And it's interesting because he said that the best version of Supernova was when they played last week, and obviously Palarazi was in that lineup. So whether he actually had other things on today and it was Quixie actually subbing in, not so much based on form. But yeah, if that's the case, then I don't know. Do we see Palarazi in the playoffs week 1?
And yet Quixie MVP this match, and we talked a lot about him on the Blitz. So
and I actually think Quixie on Shields probably is a bit better than Palarazi on Shield. So if they're looking for a dedicated Shield player, I think Quixie is probably the player they take in.
Anything else?
No, that's it. I mean, this could be the end of it for Supernova's stage. It really does come down to how this next match plays out. And realistically, we wouldn't be surprised if Prodigy do knock out Circular Spheres in regulation. So I think even though, it'll be a bit of a white knuckle moment for Prez and the boys, stressfully watching this next match, I think that, look, a betting man would probably put their money on Supernova making it through to the playoffs at the moment.
I think just having a look at the points, I think my calculations are correct. They're both exactly equal.
Yes, for now, exactly. So 1 point for Circular Spheres.
And so they're both on -6 round differential. So, wow.
So basically, it's as simple as if Circular Spheres get any points out of this game, they're through. If they don't get any points out of this game, Supernova are through.
And you can see it happening. You can 100% see that happening. I'm not going to double down on it. We've talked about it extensively, but this is the matchup you do not want to miss. It's coming up after this short break. This could potentially seal the fate for either Supernova or Circular Spheres as CS take on the big dogs in Prodigy.
Attackers. 10 seconds remaining.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that.
Must watch television, as the great Jake Xenoxon Diddy once said. This is it. This is where your chips are made. This is where you get all your marbles, Vinny. I am worried for Circular Spheres, if I'm being honest.
I am too. We said before the break, a lot of teams are really struggling with dealing with the shields at the moment. Prodigy, obviously the best shield team in the region at the moment. They've said it themselves. That's their identity. That's what they want to be known by. And yeah, they're proving that it is effective. They're beating most of the teams they're playing against on their attacks, including teams like GG, who really could not stand up to those shields. So Circular Spheres need to show us something different today. Obviously, we've seen from them, they're very much a frag-heavy team.
Yep.
That's not going to work into the shields. The shields are basically just about getting information and really forcing and putting pressure on the defense. So, yeah, we're going to need to see something different from them today.
We certainly are, and we're seeing something a little different on the couch. Michael Gusgurry joins us. I didn't even get to intro you. What's going on, fam?
Yeah, pretty good. That last game was not without pretty much every issue we could possibly imagine. Just one of those games, but didn't mess with the storyline too much for this game.
No, it doubles down a little bit actually. And I just want to go back to one of your points about Prodigy and their attacking prowess, if you will. The second best attacking or third best attacking team in the region, just behind Game and Gladiator and Chiefs. So it's absolutely there. The proof is in the pudding. They have been phenomenal. You can thank Davey all you want, but realistically, the whole roster hasn't really fallen short, guys. It's been pretty decent.
Yeah, for sure. They're looking very well-rounded. I guess their biggest positive, but can also turn into a negative. It's really just the highlight point for the roster is, especially on attack, they are incredibly centered around shield play. Now, that can be to great effect, and we have seen that even against the best of the best, but it can also be their downfall, and we saw that in the previous play day. So if Circular Spheres have a way to counter that shield play, whether it be, again, like we see often, ban the Monty and focus on countering the Blitz, or perhaps they'll let it through and they'll back themselves in to win it out, Prodigy need to improve upon that facet of their game, or at least show what they showed earlier on in the stage.
Well, you've got one of the best attacking teams in the league versus the third, I will say, worst attacking team. Circular Spheres, they're not really up there at the moment, and they haven't instilled a lot of confidence. The roster, although we've spoken to a number of players here, Vinny, just hasn't felt like it's clicked the way we needed it to.
No, and it definitely seems like they have the tools to really get it going when they can. Obviously, we can see they're from saved 15 and 7 on entry, which is, it has to be the best in the region at the moment. And that's a massive thing for them. Having those entry picks should be able to like catapult these attacking rounds into their favor, but obviously it's just not working out at the moment. Obviously, we've spoken a lot about Killerman as well, who has been struggling on that entry stat, so it could be that it's going both ways.
Yeah,
just comparing Faulty and Saved, basically the two fraggers for their teams. Saved very much reliant on that Finker LMG sort of setup that he's been rocking. Very, very scary, I will say, when he gets into the server. I've heard from a few people that he's quite hard to peek and does a lot for his team on the attacking side. And
who are these people you're talking to?
I won't name names. I'm not a snitch. But
not dropping names.
But yeah, he has been name dropped.
Yeah, well, just to, I guess, kind of double down on Save's performance throughout this stage, he's got the third best cost in the entire league right now, guys. He's actually only 1% away from being on Quiz's level, maybe a little bit further away from Tuhan's, 8%, but regardless, he's been very good.
Yeah, and Vinny gets paid the big bucks for a reason, doesn't even have the iPad in front of him, and was able to call out that he probably has the best entry stat in the league, and he was 100% correct. +8, and Scars and Quiz following +7, +6 respectively, even Tuhan trailing at +6 as well. So the entry game for Circular Spheres is going to be a big upside for them, but I think, again, the determining factor is going to be how do they deal with the shield. Obviously, you can ban one out, but we're likely to see the Blitz, so how do they deal with that? Their frag-centric game style might not work particularly well against that. I guess one saving grace is that Saved ironically actually plays the Goyo frequently, so unless that gets banned out, that is some measure, some good tool against the shield play, but it's certainly not going to be super impactful in isolation. So
let's have a look at this. We're going to Bank. Now, I mean, Bank's not awful for Circular Spheres, but I also don't trust them on it right now. They feel shaky at the best of times. Bank's going to require a lot of coordination, and that's where I think Prodigy has the upper hand here.
Yeah, and we're going to see Circular Spheres on the defense first, so we're going to be chucked straight into the deep end of seeing have they figured out how to deal with these shields. I think shields on Bank are actually quite strong. There's a lot of attacks that can be centered around shields. Obviously, for bottom floor, taking that server room with the Monty or the Blitz can be quite strong, and then of course doing a lobby push for CEO, also very shield-centric. So if Prodigy have done their homework and know how to use the shields effectively, I think their attacking half is going to be very strong. Vice versa, if Circular Spheres have figured out how to counter those shields, I think their defensive side will be very strong also.
Jeez, you can only hope so at this point. I mean, it's, we're 7 play days in now, Michael, and the conversation about Prodigy has been extensive.
You could say sometimes pros fake and other times they do not, right? If they deal with the shields, they win. If they don't, they're going to get smashed. But I mean, that's just the reality, and other teams have really struggled. I mean, we even saw it was in the GG game, right? Prodigy GG on Bordeaux, if I recall correctly. Even they were getting really pushed with some of the things that were being brought inside of the server. So interesting that they actually, funnily enough, ban out Border in this particular veto. Maybe not feeling too comfortable on that with that VOD now being out. Yeah, Bank's an interesting one. I will say the Monty ban probably has more impact than Blitz. You think about like that lobby push, for instance, or even default server. Sure, the Blitz can have impact, but it's just it's far more risky, and it doesn't offer the same amount of pressure as you would typically get from the Monty.
Yeah, I can agree.
So I would certainly go into this game expecting the Monty to get taken out. If it doesn't, then that's going to be... they've really been cooking CS.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen a single game for Prodigy where Monty's been left up. I could be completely wrong there, but...
yeah. No, I think you're right.
I feel like it's a bit too much. Even if there has been a game where it hasn't, I feel like it's too much of a risk.
No, it was the Border game versus GG. I'm pretty sure it was Monty pushing down that Armory hallway.
But that being said, it is their third most played attacking operator, right? So they've got the staples of the Ace and the Buck leading the way.
Wow.
And then they've got Blitz in the top 3, the only team in the league that has the Blitz in the top 3.
Well, this is a big game. This is a very serious game here for Circular Spheres. They just need a point. All they need to do is get to 6 rounds, but Prodigy stand in their way. Nay, Shields stand in their way. We go over to Jake and the Beanstalk for the game.
I'm sorry, what?
It's 2 for 2 from
So
Rob today.
does that mean that you have to climb me now if I stand up like that?
I don't think you want me climbing you. That beanstalk will come down pretty quick.
This could be one of the most important matches in esports history.
It could be, yeah. I mean, I think
could
there's
not be.
There's a long list of them. It's certainly in the conversation. Don't know if it makes the top 10, but we'll see. Depends on how it plays out. Bank, at least, is not Clubhouse.
Yes, very true. I mean, I'm glad for it. And these teams, neither of them have played Bank this stage, so at least that's something fresh for both of them, as well for us. Look, this might be the greatest game of esports ever played, but would it win an esport award? I don't think it would get nominated.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I have a feeling it wouldn't get nominated.
No, I don't think so. That's not much really from Oceania does when it comes to
Not much
these.
from Rainbow Six, except Gunner. Gunner does, obviously.
And Pengu.
Oh, true. No, I heard about that.
Yeah. Wait, you didn't get one as well. How does your co-caster get a nomination?
Well, I wasn't his co-caster when he got it, obviously.
Who was? Wait, I think I worked with him.
Well, yes. I mean, technically, you kind of borrowed him.
I borrowed him from Parker.
You don't exactly have ownership of him. I mean, he is.
Do you have ownership of him now?
I do, actually. That's in our contract.
All right, so as we head into this one, of course, everyone's kind of gone over all of the repercussions. It's pretty simple. CS win or get to OT. Anything that gets them a point, they're into the playoffs. Anything short of that, though. So if Prodigy win in regulation, then Supernova go to the playoffs.
Exactly. And as crazy as it might seem coming into this stage, Prodigy are regarded as the favorites in this match. CS have been around the block for quite a while now in this region. They've been regarded as one of the top teams, or at least a disturber of the top teams, often stealing points from the very top of the table. But this time around, as we talked so much about how Prodigy function around those shields, Monty banned out. That leaves the Blitz in. That's what we'll see Davey playing. In terms of the other bans from Prodigy, Saved getting in the chat because his Goyo has been banned against him. He is a notorious Goyo main. And that means we've essentially rounded out, Jake, with 4 bans that are all targeted at the opposite team, rather than just the old days where it's just Thatcher, Mira, boring Valkyrie bans. No, these are all target bans, every single one of them.
Yeah. I'm also having a little bit of a look ahead of the field. I know that we're kind of all focused on right now in terms of the very immediate discussion around getting into the playoffs, etc. Gaming Gladiators, you probably want to avoid them for as long as possible.
Probably, yes.
So to avoid them, you need to finish either 6th place, 3rd place, or 2nd place. Now, of course, for these two teams, some of those positions are just going to be outright unobtainable. You would imagine Chiefs should lock up 2nd place. That leaves kind of 6th place then. And it's always a bit of a weird one when we get to this kind of point of the stage as to, like, can you finish there? Well, for Prodigy, the best way to finish 6th would be to lose this game in regulation. So
I don't think it's physically... No, it's not possible for them to finish 6th, I'm pretty sure. Because Circular Spheres or Supernova will make
if
playoffs.
Circular Spheres win this in regulation and make up the round differential, and you got to remember it's a double-edged sword because Prodigy would be losing round differential while their CS counterparts would be gaining.
That does require Outlast beating Chiefs as well, by the way.
It would require some of that.
That is technically possible, though. I can see where you're playing it here.
Yeah.
I think Circular Spheres would have to win like 7-4 or something. There is technically a world where that is possible. strangely, yes, Prodigy could lose this game and end up better for it by avoiding GG.
I think you're mentioning Outlast though. Yeah, that's probably the big caveat of all. So we'll keep it short focus for now. You want to just get in.
Okay. Also, we could say, technically, if Prodigy win this, they go into second place in the league for now, until Chiefs or Antic overtake them. But for now,
that is true.
That
is something to consider. But they also don't have the round differential. Like Chiefs would have to lose like 7-0, and they'd have to win this 7-0.
Yeah, that's facts.
So to bank we go. Circular Spheres beginning on the defense. As of right now, they're borderline in the playoffs, but
that was
a bank that gets the opening kill onto Japer. Good start for Prodigy. We know, of course, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Names Dave. Whether he's going to be on the shields here on Bank. They don't get a club. They don't get a labs. This time a bit more of an open map. And to begin, he is on the Hibana.
Yep. And of course, it being one of these hard breach-centric maps, and Bank is largely about the hatches on the basement. You need that Hibana, or you need to have a lot of tin can openers. Monty's banned, so you can't bring a shield with tin can openers. I guess you could bring Fuse if you really wanted to, but nobody wants to bring Fuse. So we see the Hibana come out. No shield this round. And now we get to answer the question. Prodigy, shield one trick, like everyone seems to think. Well, immediately a good entry from Bake. That was a really nice shot. But they haven't actually taken control of this roam as of yet. I like the way they use this nade and the double peek to try and punish Neptune here. However, he finds one. Bake trades and then immediately traded back by Saved.
Yeah, touch on it more a little bit after this round, but I think CS have done a decent job of getting to a map and somewhat mitigating Prodigy and the way that they like to play physics over in towards Garage. We've got close by still Saved. So you can play site now as the trio for CS. Prodigy, 3 players. You do have the Quan Hive launcher from the Grim for Trippin to get some information. No more E1Ds though on the Lion. So in terms of your overall utility, a couple of flashes, the Quan Hive launcher. Outside of that, not a whole lot.
Now, most critically though, these hatches are going to be free. No contest rather. I'm a bit curious as to where these Valkyrie cams are. I didn't manage to spot them earlier.
I just saw a Nitro Self.
Yeah, that was ballsy. Likely fed from some info. Not enough, apparently. The question is, will Prodigy end up pivoting and going for a server take? It doesn't look like it. They're going for something on the back side, and they will have to deal with this one player. It is Saved. He's in a very aggressive position and likely undroned. However, he will be called upon now. He finds his first.
Oh, they're all there.
Finds a second one for Saved. Can he go for 3 with the shotgun out? Saved saves the round for Circular Spheres.
Yeah, it's just that classic like turn around 180, and it's like, oh my god, they're both right here. Like, oh, I don't know who to shoot. You know, sometimes that's actually a lot harder to get those kills than it looks like when you get surprised and you see 2 targets and you end up almost just like splitting down the middle and you don't know who to actually shoot at first. So he's done a really decent job there with his positioning and movement, and yeah, CS get the opening round. Look, I mean, so again, going back to the point I was making midway through that round, I think the way to beat Prodigy is even less inside of the server, but more so outside of it, because they kind of have one main win con, which is Names Dave on the shield, Davey, and so therefore take them to a map where the Blitz, for example, isn't going to be as effective, and we'll ban out the Montang, and then we can really start to work them in that direction. So I think Bank here is perfect. I'm going to be curious to see. I was actually going to mention the Oster as well is technically a shield op in some ways and can actually be very, very useful for these CEO particular takes if they go top square, for example, or can you get it in through the rappel and then place it down. But there's not really much that you're going to get in terms of Blitz outside of maybe Staff and open area.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there are ways to make Blitz work on this map, but Monty is by far and away better, especially because it's so much more long range. Bank has so many long lines of sight, and that's really where Monty, his strength is, as opposed to the other shield operators. He's just so much safer. And like I said before, he's got the tin can openers, got that hard breach, which makes him a lot easier to fit into these lineups. But as for the top floor, we've seen great usage of the Osa. There's one of those Valkyrie cameras, a hard spot to spot.
It almost blends in. You almost just kind of overlook it.
Yeah, and we haven't seen IQ or Dokkaebi picks out of Prodigy yet. So no hard counters to that Valkyrie.
My concern with these kind of lineups, though, is the over-reliance on getting top square control, which means you then also have to clear out the hallway janitor position, because otherwise the swing potential from the defense is so prevalent, which then, adding on to that, you want to clear out stock. So there's a lot to do in a round like this. It's not as simple as just repel in, put shield down, and plant. And so therefore you've got to get very proactive. Your time management has to be very, very clinical. And it almost always starts even towards like opening up a Kanto as Killer gets the opening pick onto Bake. There goes your main hard breach. I mean, that's not ideal. And a large reason why he's even able to maneuver the way he is, that's the elevator play. You haven't got pressure on Kanto. You haven't got that opened up. So he's able to just move around that hallway free as charge. No one's going to put any pressure.
Yeah, and like you said, only the one hard breach, and the ace wasn't used to try and clear out that Kanto wall. So already strong advantage for Circular Spheres. And they've got a wealth of utility set up on side to protect those positions between the castle barricades and the Azami's keeper barriers. But what's more, they've also got info to play around with the Valkyrie and bulletproof camera from Saved, who, by the way, has just swung and won a fight. A flashbang goes out. He should have info. The flash pushes him back briefly. Saved is a very deadly player, one of the sharpest in the league. And he's got a great gun for it as well.
How patient is he, though? Because this is the kind of position where it's like, okay, he's stuck in stock. I don't need to solo peek him. And in the end, actually, the flashes probably warded him off from going in for that solo peek. He did end up losing his life. Saved has 5 kills laid to his name, a wonderful start inside of the opening 2 rounds. But yeah, this is an attack that never really got off the ground for Prodigy. You know, the operator lineup says to us what they wanted to do in this round, and they just never even looked likely.
Hey, it'll come down to fishing for a couple of picks now. These bloody Fenrir gadgets. Lucky to have survived for this long. 30 seconds to play and 4 to find. And there's Japer getting another one there on the Fenrir and running in for the last one. Easy lockout for Japer. And a solid round for CS, looking much more convincing than the first.
I mean, where to start there for that attack, though? That was quite poor. And again, I think when you look at Prodigy, they themselves label themselves as a shield team and a shield op team, and the way that they like to play kind of revolves around that play style. And at times when you're typically playing behind a Montang, it's slow, it's methodical. You know, he's the linchpin to push forward, clear things out, get information. If you're playing the blitz, you're playing fast. So it really sets the tempo. When you don't have that shield anymore, suddenly you've got to find a different tempo. And you're not getting top square control. You didn't do the basics like Kanto towards the hallway, clearing stock, janitor. None of that even remotely was looked into. So what have you been doing that whole round?
That's the problem with that bomb site. So often the attack, like Tunnel Vision, they're like, okay guys, we need to get top square, then we need to get stock, and then, oh, we already lost a player because it's so easy to peek aggressively as a defense on that side.
Kill him
and, okay, let's pivot, let's try and focus on this guy. Oh, we've lost another player, or we've just got traded, or we need our window player the whole round, but they're getting jumped out on, they're getting peeked from lobby, they're getting contested from the windows.
Diffuser's over towards Repel.
Got to get Diffuser again. Oh, there's castle barricades and keeper barriers on side. What the hell am I supposed to do? It's not easy, and I think that's where a team like CS that's very fluid and very mechanical will flourish on bomb sites like that one.
Yeah, they've honestly won this map veto quite extensively. I said it last week. I said, you know, I think it was another Nighthaven Labs game, if I'm correct, for Prodigy. It was against Antic.
They love that map, by the way.
Yeah, they do. Now, they ended up losing it, to be fair, but it went to overtime, and Antic's not a bad...
Antic, man.
And Antic are improving as the season's gone on. So, you know, I'm sitting there, I'm just like, well, why do teams keep letting Prodigy get to labs and Clubhouse and these maps that the shield play is just so important and centric that take them to a bank, get rid of the Montang, because you can play Montang on bank, but the Blitz... I'm surprised they're not bringing the Blitz here on Staff and Open and trying to get like an E-box rush in or something like that, but... Yeah, they're going to, once again, get Davey on the hard breach. And this is where, as well, you go into playoffs and you got a best of 3, and you maybe only get 1 out of the 3 maps that you really like that are really going to play into the shield play. The other 2 are going to be very difficult. Yeah. Oh, drop down.
Nice.
Killer Man, though, a little bit slow to react.
Yeah, no, this is good from Prodigy. Find that opening kill. It's often the hardest thing on attack is how do you get that initial advantage? Because once you have an advantage, you can play to... Look for the small win conditions. Like, let's take control of this room. Let's trade 1-for-1 with this roamer. And slowly and surely you can achieve that and win the round if you already have an advantage. But when it gets tied up, that's not so great.
I was just about to say, well, you got top floor, get the buck in towards stock and start getting to work, and then the buck's dead. Just like that. Nothing from Tripper now. So, wonderful Nitrocell. He must have been in, towards Janitor, and Yeah, that's a big kill because he was about to get to work as they got that opening kill. Killerman aggressive. And look, that's just going to be the two parts of Killerman where in the previous round it's great. He gets an opening pick from stock. It really then destabilizes the attack. But once again, Lurks, same position. You've got to be aware they're going to be ready for it. So, and you're playing the Legion, so there goes that utility in terms of the goo mines.
It's broken, bro. You can't. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not sure if I love Bake being the IQ player because he's a guy that you want gun up a lot of the time. And there's actually a C4 right underneath. You can actually see it on the ceiling right here from Japer. That goes into just outside conference room. And it does make for an easy opportunity for a kill upstairs. You can look in the pip. That's where the C4 lays. Big opening, though, from Mackenzie, taking down Saved on site. A very dangerous player. Even though he didn't have a Nitro, he's the anchor on site. You want to take him down. There's still information, though, from the Valkyrie cameras, though none of the dead teammates are on them for some reason. They're just watching players. We should have some Valk cams available, and Saved is finally flicking them now. Come on, Killerman, stop spectating your teammates, for God's sake.
It depends on where the cams are up and what they're actually able to be watching. So, and if Saved is certainly keeping an eye on one over towards bot main, and somehow Davey just can't win that battle. No shield to save him.
Yeah, I don't know what that was exactly, but opportunity now for Circular Spheres to bring it on back. And yeah, Jape has just made mincemeat out of this Prodigy roster. Mackenzie now caught in a really awkward spot. Easy for Neptune to lock on out. And that's a free slew of rounds there for Circular Spheres. 3 different bomb sites and looking more and more convincing as we go.
I don't know how much of the game you watched in the last one, but the opening round on that basement site when it was Supernova, who started just peeking everything late, and as Odeon were pushing in. That's a really good example of what you kind of want to do there from CS. Hold your positions, hold your angles, force them to clear you, because then you get stuck. As long as you end up getting a couple of kills here or there, then it becomes so much easier. And then for Prodigy, they just run out of essentially bodies to throw in towards the site. And yeah, I mean, David probably should have won that battle.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on the main stairs there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one player that's really hard to kill is that Azami. And to be honest, like playing against an Azami, playing with keeper barriers inside kitchen, even if you're breaching that kitchen wall, even if you take down any castle barricades protecting him, he's nigh impossible to kill, and he's probably going to take 1 or 2 players with him. So it's really hard to ignore that. But unfortunately, that's probably what we needed to see from Prodigy, and they weren't quite together enough. They played for picks instead of having a clear idea of like, okay, we're going to drop here, we're going to plant here.
I think losing Trippin really didn't help them in that round. That was a big advocate for being able to get pressure, stock, typically stuff open, you get that stock control, clear out the position below, force them off of that area. You can play the drop a little bit more, get pressure from beepers, but it just became a very disjointed attack, and 3 in a row for Circular Spheres on defense bank. Pretty good start, and they've controlled this game for the most part. Davey has had no real influence, Trippin as well. It really does feel like if Bake and Mackenzie aren't getting kills, there's not much there for Prodigy. So this is looking very unfortunate for Supernova after they got the win that they needed, but CS now just 4 rounds away from getting at least a guaranteed point, which would get them into the playoffs.
For me, this is a very telling round, Jake, because Prodigy, as we've seen, like usually they have a really clear plan in mind, a really clear idea of their win conditions because they play around those shields. They know, okay, we see a play here, let's use the shield to get him. Let's use the shield to take this control, to execute a plan. And that's what we haven't seen from Prodigy, even defending this basement. Instead, they just went for picks. And once they had the picks, they went for a pretty desperate rear drop without information, without late round droning.
I think this is also a really good example. I know this is a bit of a different instance compared to other teams, but it's just, and not like you have to do super secret homework to figure out the way that Prodigy play. They're very open about it, but the Clash Band, the Montaigne Bang, the map that you've taken it to, if you're able to find ways to kind of emulate what CS have done to Prodigy here against other teams, trying to figure out what are the habits of Chiefs, what maps can we take them to and ban certain operators and force them to have to adjust. That's the best way forward, being able to make up ground, because yeah, I mean, look, honestly, Prodigy get the opening kill here, but CS have just been totally in control. Can they get one back here? Saved. No, goal. Wonderful shot from Faulty. Okay, first time that we're seeing Prodigy now start to land a couple of blows.
Yeah, and that's due to 2 defenders being caught out of position from Circular Spheres. Both Saved and Killerman got a little bit too cheeky, got caught out of position, got punished. So this should be the unlosable round here from Prodigy. You can see how aggressive CS are now getting. It's really simple what I want to see from here, Jake. Prodigy, just drone up server. Go for a default as you can.
Where are these
server
frost
execute. I mean, there was one on the roam we already saw taken out.
Okay.
Probably there's some hatch drops for some cheese. But yeah, literally just, you've got a whole minute You are so rich for time. There's a frost map behind server rack. That's very cheeky. We just need to see the most default bank server execute you've ever seen now.
Yeah. I mean, as an example, this position right now, this is where a Chiefs or a Gaming Gladiators,
They're rotating backside.
They would reset and they'd say, okay, yes, it's a 5v3. Let's hit this though and go through the checklist as if it's a 5v5. So you wouldn't be too overawed by the fact that you've got a 2-player advantage.
Okay. Well, I like the garage backstab, but this is a 50-50 1v1, and it needs to be timed with your execute. You just need that. Like that garage is the last point on the checklist, and server should be where the primary execute is.
They got the numbers though. That's why they can do this. And Logic Bomb does go out now from Kenzie, 20 seconds. So you got to start hitting this push garage. If you're going, you got to go now. You got to commit.
Yeah, problem is there's still smokes up. No C4, thankfully, but Japer opens the equation. A desperate drop here.
There we go.
Into side, Bake needs to make good on his backstab. Finally, he does. Coming in from garage, but Neptune traded back as he enters the site. Now we have to see Davey force that plant down, and he repositions. Now into lockers. The cover there from Faulty, and he does find Japer. Finally, we get it from Prodigy. It was scary, I admit.
Yeah.
But they did get the job done.
I mean, just a classic case of having the extra numbers there so you can throw the bodies at the site. I mean, you got 2 players pushing from elevator, so one ends up dying. I can't remember who got the kill, but then that player on CS then looks away thinking, well, I've got to help out elsewhere. But then the second player comes through. Same thing as well coming in from Garage. You can send that player there. You were a little bit nervy about the idea of maybe getting that pressure coming in from Garage, but that ends up being a big difference maker because Physics, who's watching the drop, then loses his life because he's got that player pushing behind him. And you are afforded that because it's a 5-on-3. And if there's no pressure from behind in Garage, that round could have played out entirely differently. So it was the correct call. You want to have as many avenues as possible, and they did that in a 5 versus 3. I thought that was a really well-executed attack from Prodigy. They didn't look like they overthought it too much. It's not like, and trust me, we've seen plenty of teams go and just send 4 players server room and just be like, all right, well, we got numbers. Let's just try and fit them all through the doorway. That's how you lose rounds. So elevator, garage, default, drop. Talk about a really good way of just saying, hey, let's try and hit all avenues here. Better round, but you only get that because of the opening 2 kills in that round. So that's not going to always happen.
Yeah. And even then, like, maybe I'm just a bit old school, Jake, but I would have rather seeing the tried and true server execute. It just needs to be done with enough time to bait out the util, because they did actually lose the first 2 fights there. And the only reason they won the round was, as you said, they had the picks that meant it just came down to trading those first 2 fights that they lost. And I don't want to be taking 50-50s with Circular Spheres. I mean, these are some of the sharpest players in the region.
Yeah, but even if you lose every 50-50 in that instance, it's 3 players dead. And then what are the other 2 players doing? They should be able to get a kill as well.
Yeah.
So then it ends up being a 2 versus 1 at the end. So that's the whole idea of just, you've got the numbers, throw bodies, and it works out really well for Prodigy. So can they kick on from here, though? Next 2 rounds, super important. I don't know how many rounds are really going to be required on attacking here on Bank. I think both teams will be capable. I am a little bit concerned for Prodigy, though. Without the clash on defense, they've certainly lacked a little bit without the Montang on the attacking half. They have not elected to go into the blitz play. Davey once again onto the Ossa, and we essentially go for a repeat here for CEO. And Trippin losing his life early, so no buck. Probably not as required here.
Where was that? Through Vert?
I think it was just outside stock.
Why? No, it was through Vert. Yeah, because he was just sitting here for ages. How on earth did he... What? Where's the Vert? I cannot see this Vert. Where's the hole that saved Hughes to get that kill? Oh, there it is, behind the desk. Oh, man, that is cheeky. Credit to Save, credit to CS for having that set up, for having that angle.
Bomb located by attackers.
That was quite a good idea on the lurk from Trippin, but man, he has struggled this game so far.
I really don't understand what the full idea of this attack is for Prodigy based on their operator lineup. Now, they got a nice down on sight and Killer Man, but you still just can't go in there. I mean, the Flores and the Roteros are fine, but where's the Habana, put pressure Kanto, take stock, get that top floor control, clear out hallway and janitor to then have full... I mean, this is fine, but the pressure can still come through from janitor. You haven't really cleared it out properly. Oh, little shot.
Scary.
Yeah.
Neptune, what angle is that?
It's just trying to force it, though.
I mean, Davey went a little bit too early. His team wasn't there ready for it. Neptune able to deny that plant. However, Prodigy have regained this numbers advantage.
I mean, JP was still in square as well. So, I mean, he easily could have just made his way up the stairs and then just denied it horizontally anyway.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Oh, now a retry attempt from Prodigy. Nice shot there from Bake. he's pretty much won this round all up to physics. He still has a C4, but I think it's already been deployed, and yeah, it will miss. Air looks to get aggressive, but he's caught in an awkward spot, and he should be easily taken down. Bake setting some shots his direction, and the players hide behind that shield. And,
shoot him! The shield.
Is the shield.
Yeah.
I don't think physics is winning this one. There's another shield!
Yeah.
This is utter frustration now from physics. Round should be done and dusted. He's just hoping that Bake will peek him. Walking into the crossfire, easy kill for Bake, and Prodigy on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they just forced their way in. Davey's gone super early, lost his life, and then Japer was still around, I think it was bot square. Well, yeah, I don't know how Killerman has just left his big butt sticking out behind the bomb chassis. That's a wonderful shot, by the way, from Bake. So, yeah, some really good shots, of course, as we get the post plant there with the shields. And I mean, that's one of the sides, actually. If you get that plant down, you're winning like 90% of the time. You got the rappel, you got the shields. It's so difficult to retake. So as soon as that's down successfully, I also like the very minor readjust to grab kit, but then plant behind the bomb chassis instead of towards that default position behind the Talon shield. Just offers a bit of difference. And in the end, a really well worked round from Prodigy. But I still, yeah, they haven't got any real hallway control, so I don't know how they've managed to just clear out Janitor so comfortably. We're going to start an open area for what will be the final round of this half.
What's going on, Mackenzie?
Into a tech pause.
Sometimes I just love seeing these player cams, man. All right, so 2-3. CS still in the advantage. And not to sound a little bit too much like Will Buxton here, but this is quite a decisive round. If CS win this 4-2 split on defense, I'd actually be really really confident that they're then going to get at least the 6 rounds that they need to confirm their spot in the playoffs, and most likely just win the game outright in regulation anyway. Bank is a very 50-50 map these days. I mean, in OS, it's actually exactly 50% defensive favored. Globally, it's 52%. So this is a map where what you see is what you get at the half. And that really puts the pressure on Prodigy to push this to even, because going into the second half, 2 rounds trailing behind, I just don't think they've got what it takes. And perhaps that is to go back to what we were saying about, I mean, these guys haven't had an opportunity to use the shields. It's not a map where you can really ideally use that blitz and fuse to the full potential compared to what you see out of your Monty. So with that ban thrown at them and us not knowing how they play Bank, it's not as ideal as you would have thought.
Yeah, and look, the caveat to that, and the devil's advocate, even to what I was saying before, this is where it now puts for Prodigy the emphasis on actually adding an extra layer to them as a team.
You can't be a one-trick team.
You can't be a one-trick team. It's fine to start that way. I think it's totally fine. You get into Pro League first real time and just say it flat out, yeah, we're a shield team. We like to play shield on these maps, yada, yada, yada. But now that you're here, now that you've locked in players, can you add that extra layer? And that's probably the goal over the off-season. Whatever happens from here for Prodigy is to add that extra layer.
What is that, Jake? What is that repick? What is in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen? What are these repicks I'm seeing? Is that... Okay, I think we might be seeing the blitz.
Well, it's the one side on this map that you can play. It's the last. It's the one side you can bring it.
And yet there's very little vert. Yeah, no Buck, no Ram. We see a lot of play of both of those operators on this staff room open area bomb side.
I mean, actually, I'd say that. I have actually seen people bring a blitz CEO and then they kind of like rush the hallway and get the play in janitor.
Yeah.
You can do some funky stuff with it
clear
there.
Jan with
but a lot
blitz.
of the times, if there's anyone defending that hallway with the shield, then it gets a little bit janky. But you can do it.
I also reckon blitz is playable on basement. It just depends on if you're confident in your server takes, and Prodigy have not gone for a server take once. So anyway, all that matters in terms of Prodigy attack is this last round, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's the goal here, though, right? Because there's a couple of ways you can get the blitz in towards E-Box or electrical, and then you can kind of hit site fast, or you can play hatch drop, you can play late game. That's pre-placed from saved.
This guy is such a weapon-focused player. Like, he's picking... He's loving the Vector, and that's why he's on that mirror. I mean, I'm sure that the team wants the util as well, but it's so funny to see this guy play like 3 different guns, and that is it.
Goyo is also banned out.
Yeah.
So, okay, I mean, yeah, is he just going to go beepers?
He can't move here. Like, Blitz cannot win from this position. He's walking to a 3-way crossfire.
I think it's just more so to sit here. I still feel like Davey, again, beepers, hatch...
Yeah, I don't love this position from him. It's a bit scary. Oh, wow, this is... That's one way to try and clear this Teller's position. I mean, Davey, in a way, is kind of flank watch. If Save tries to escape through the hallway.
I think he's just a sitting drone right now for the next 40 seconds.
Bake misses his opportunity. And there's an early kill from Saved as he contests Faulty out in lobby. Davey has over-aggressed and lost his life. I mean, it's all in the toilet now for Prodigy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't really get to see it. I don't know if he pushed down or if he went back up. I know Killerman's top square at the moment. But the round is essentially done. Yeah, I mean, what was the plan this round for Prodigy, though? Like, I mean, it's really difficult to kind of makeshift it because they've just been so resoundly beaten. It's flawless, but the Blitz just sitting towards main stairs, watching beepers as like a drone.
Yeah.
Clearly, they put a heavy emphasis in trying to clear out Saved, and Saved just wins a couple of big battles. And yeah, I don't know.
I mean no disrespect, but I just don't think Prodigy have scrimmed this map a lot. Judging by the way that we saw those attacks pan out, it looked like a team that wasn't confident in doing the default way of taking that, which is through Vert. And like CS are expecting you to contest through Vert. That's why they've got the Valkyrie. It's why they got so many C4s. And to their credit, like it worked quite well last time. Prodigy tried to attack that. They struggled at going for a default Vert take. Didn't help that their Buck died early and they weren't running the Ram. But there are a lot of ways that you can take that bomb site. And Prodigy decided to essentially like reinvent the wheel. And unfortunately, like that's just not going to cut it at this level.
I also think Davey's better as a shield player when he's aggressive and he's pushing. He almost needs to be the one to try and run at Saved and clear Saved, and instead of allowing saying
push him in through lobby into towers, like make him move into Bake's line of sight. Have a player with an actual gun playing main stairs.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold the angle. In the end, doesn't work out. 2-4 half in favor of Circular Spheres. Now 3 rounds away. Well, actually, I should say 2 rounds away, man. Like, 2 rounds away. Yeah, 2 rounds away. So if you're supernova, you're super sweaty right now. Very nervous because you're running out of opportunities from Prodigy's biggest fans to soon probably Prodigy's biggest haters if Prodigy can't get the job done here. On defense, though, they go.
Oh, very passive defense lineup as well. Like Smoke, Kaid, every one of these 5 operators flourish the most in the late rounds and at delaying time, at delaying plants.
Very default, which is surprising because it's like they didn't want to play default on attack, but they're playing default on defense.
It's not the meta these days, though, to play this passively. It's the meta to hard hold inside of open area. Have that roam.
Bring the castle, force
exactly.
them to clear. Yeah, I mean, this is an intriguing position.
I mean, you can play aggressively with these operators. It's just very unusual, and Trippin on the Warden is currently doing that.
Can only stay here so long, though. With more pressure added in towards Staff and Open, he is going to have to eventually fall back. Again, you don't have the... Honestly, you play this. Why are you not just bringing the castle barricades then and closing this off, making it more difficult to clear you?
Legion, Azami, so many different options in this position. You even play the mirror here. Like put the mirrors downstairs.
I feel like the Warden as well. You lose that Warden early on. You're losing so much pressure later in the round. This is going to be a quick drop from Trippin. He's not going to be too over-aggressive.
There you go. I think it was unintentional, but it does happen eventually. It does mean that Circular Spheres are now taking very good time as they continue to drop on back. What are they protecting with the Electroclaws? Because they've opened half the bloody hatches.
I mean, you got, no EMPs used as well from Killerman.
So it's side hatch and I guess server hatch, the ones protected with the Electroclaws. There comes the EMPs and the Hibana. This has actually been really good from Circular Spheres. I like what we're seeing. Nice C4 though.
Got shot out.
Wow.
That's quick. That's very quick to shoot that out. I thought that was going to be good for one. But good reaction time for Circular Spheres. Look, they're just a better team right now. They're just a better team. And it'll be very strange if they don't lose this.
Oh my god, that's so good. That's 2 Yokais and an Evil Eye taken down like that.
Can't lose this round from here. You've done so many good things in this round for CS. Clear has been good, timing's been good, hatches have been opened up. You've dealt with the util from Prodigy. Mackenzie towards blue, still something you might have to consider if you do make your way here. This could be a turning point in the round.
He could save this round. No, he's been red. So well played by Saved. 30 seconds now to push in. I mean, Prodigy, they played this, what they thought was perfect. They banned the Bravo, they play the Echo and the Maestro, but they've been hard countered here by Circular Spheres. And they're a player down already. It
Japer.
looks to be a bit of a split push, though, Jake.
Yeah, Japer into elevators. Physics will drop in towards server and go for a default plant. You got to wonder, though, is there any way to deny maybe the Maestro camps? Neptune does get the kill on to Bake. 10 seconds left. Plant going down, 3v3.
Is there any way to regress here for Prodigy on the defense? It's been red. Here comes Japer to lock it out. The plant almost denied. Japer pushes for the kill and finds it. And Circular Spheres are just one round away from confirming playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get this done. Sorry, President, I know you're watching, but playoffs are done, mate. You had your chances earlier on in the stage. You can't put it all on Prodigy, but for Circular Spheres, what a way to go into playoffs as well, where they've just kind of revitalized their season, if you will. And this is probably the best we've seen from them all stage long, and it really does play that way, not just because of inside the server, but you've done the work outside the server as well. The double shield ban, go to a map like Bank. I said it last week against Prodigy and Antic, and finally a team has actually gone and just done the basics of setting them to a map where they can't abuse the blitz. We'll ban out the Montang, we'll ban out the Clash. They've got to actually put Davey on a gun.
Yeah.
And it's just worked all too easily for CS.
You know what my favorite moment that round was the way that the Thatcher and the IQ went in tandem to just clear out. Like, Prodigy's entire life savings on that bomb site were just, like, minced in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Prodigy got read like a book, and as a result, they're like, okay, shit, we have to completely throw out the baby with the bathwater and bring in a whole new lineup.
Yeah. And look, honestly, Mackenzie hasn't done a whole lot wrong there. The frag grenade goes in, so you can't really go back. You want to go forward, but you're playing shotgun. Credit to Save.
Well
he's not playing at the doorway. He's a little bit further back, so he's always just going to be able to win that exchange. Yeah, I mean, Save has played absolutely amazing in this game, double digits. And, you know, sometimes when we look at the Circular Spheres roster, and a lot of focus goes on to, like, Killer Man to get these opening kills and stuff, but it's about let someone else go and do that. I can't remember. I think it was Vinny actually said last week, like, you need to say to other players on the team, you've got to be the one now to go get these kills because it's clearly not working for Killer Man. And that's kind of what's happened. Japer, Neptune, Save, they're all standing up. They're all being more aggressive. Save does lose a chunk of life, but playing the Finker. Adrenal Surge goes out. 2 more in the back pocket.
You saved 4-0 in opening kills in this game at the moment. And one of the sharpest players in the region that is not playing for the best team in the region. A lot of conversation about Supernova has been about, well, are they lacking a little bit of firepower now where they used to get bailed out of a lot of rounds because they had saved on that team to find opening picks. And with Bappen not quite achieving as many opening picks as...
I think that's why they brought Quixie back in.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, compared to Palarazzi, definitely a little bit more firepower on that roster. Killer Man now on the front foot, looking to make his way into this top 4. It's a tough setup to crack, especially if Prodigy can find the man of the hour, Saved. Still holding on to this top floor as Circular Spheres looking to just make their way in from several different locations. That bullet, BPC, the beeper, almost gives information, but well played from Circular Spheres. 3 players together, completely obliterate Faulty.
Yeah, you can see Davey just feeling that pressure inside a Janitor. Will drop the hatch. They do keep tripping though behind that shield in towards Stock. See if there's anyone outside on towards Terrace. Unfortunately for Tripp, it hasn't quite been his game tonight. Just over a minute remaining, but still holds a very pivotal position. Got to be getting that kill, and he can't convert.
Now, Killerman scared him off with that peek. Now everyone from Prodigy has fallen back to site. 4v4 though with a minute to go. There is a window of opportunity here for Prodigy. Bake is still in prime position. He is the X factor in this round. His spot on the... Oh my god, what is going on there, Mackenzie?
Oh boy.
Okay, he was forced out from the vert above to credit Circular Spheres for that kill, but that was a real awkward moment there. Now Circular Spheres look to have to try and execute, but Bake is still in position.
Well, playoffs done for Supernova unless Bake, Trippin and Davey go absolutely hammer here in the final 30 seconds. Great position for Bake.
Beautiful.
But love the double clear. They completely overwhelm the site position down to Davey. No shield to help him out there. And Circular Spheres will confirm their place in the playoffs.
And they're just on the other side today. Later, Palarazzi.
Oh, no.
Oh, there you go. Circular Spheres have completely knocked Supernova out of the playoffs contention. Prodigy is still in it, but, man, not a great sign. If Prodigy lose so convincingly.
Yeah, so this goes back to the conversation I had pre-match, James, where I was talking about the seedings. And so if CS get all 3 points, they go to 10 points. Now,
They probably won't jump over Prodigy in terms of round difference.
There's a world in which they jump over Outlast, though. If Outlast don't beat Chiefs, which I think is looking likely, it means for Outlast, they're going to be sitting in that 6th position, which does put them on the other side of the GG bracket.
You know what? If this is a 7-2, which it could well be, we're currently at 6-2, then Supernova go from 6th place to 4th place and knock Prodigy down into 5th, Outlast into 6th.
Yeah.
To be fair, there's actually not much difference between 4th and 5th place because you end up versing each other.
Yeah,
in
you just play each other.
Semis.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And then into GG.
So there's actually, there's a huge chance here that Circular Spheres and Prodigy actually go and play each other, a rematch of this game in the semifinals.
So I think I just got word that they took a tactical timeout to celebrate making playoffs. That is exactly what I've just been told. That is.
That's lovely.
Very banterish from CS. We obviously saw it in chat saying, "See you, Supernova." Unfortunate. Sorry, President. Maybe next year, but yeah, Supernova are done for this particular state. Mind-boggling, James, that this is a team that just last week took 15 rounds to beat Odium.
Yeah, the only team in the league to give points to Odium,
week before
by the
that, lost to Supernova.
Yeah.
And yet they're going to find a way to make playoffs.
Yeah.
They can really turn it on. That's the thing. And I think with, Circular Spheres, at times we can be a bit critical, especially towards like Killerman and his entry stats. That's certainly been a talky team over the stage. But it's critical because we know that they can play to a decent level. And they've got some really good gunners, and it's a really solid team. When they put the effort in and the work in, which I think they've clearly done in this particular game.
To be honest, I reckon Circular Spheres, not just individually today, like, Killerman's firing, Saved is firing. As a team, they're just looking way more organized, especially on the attack. Like, they look like they know exactly how they want to attack. They're so well drilled. They're organized. They have the win conditions in mind. And they're just going with it hesitation. It's really good to see. I mean, this is a Circular Spheres that honestly can be competitive.
This is a bad matchup as well for Prodigy in the playoffs. If they do play 4v5 or 5v4 or whatever it ends up being, if it ends up being this in a best of 3, I'm backing in Circular Spheres because they've clearly already understood the mission. Take the shield out of Davy's hand, put him on a gun, and he's just not going to be able to fire.
Yeah. I guess that kind of flips the conversation now. We already know Circular Spheres are confirmed. We know Supernova's out. But this is now a taste tester of the 4 versus 5 matchup that we will get in the semifinals. And if Prodigy don't start to redeem themselves a little bit here in the second half, then there's going to be very little chance of them making it. This C4 could be big, though.
Hey,
somehow doesn't get him.
I'd be tilted at this point if I'm tripping. I'm 1-8. I've got a Vault Cam on a player inside of stock. Nitrocell. 9 times out of 10, that's a kill.
Yeah, should be.
Not in this case, not in this game. And Trippin stays at 1-8 and no Nitro now as well. And CS got the opening pick as well onto Mackenzie, which is the smoke so big in delaying with those gas babes. And yeah, it's honestly been a calamity for Prodigy as Trippin running around. Well, that scoreline of 1-9 is so unfortunate. He's just had one of those kind of games that it's all gone wrong.
Yep. Oh, well, it could be the end of the line for Prodigy after what has been such an impressive stage for the new kids on the block. It just goes from bad to worse. Killerman has dropped and found 2, all up to Faulty in the 1 versus 4. Quickly taken down. Circular Spheres, well, they're back onto it. And this is the team that we've seen for such a long time sit at that mid-pack, and now they're back into the top 4.
Well, I guess you could say they've gone full circle. They've had some really bad moments this stage, James. They've had some really good moments. This their best, absolutely. Well worked. Prodigy completely outthought, outworked. They lost the map veto, Prodigy. They lost the ban phase. They lost the game. That was just an absolute smashing, as much of a 7-2 as you can have as a smashing. That was certainly it. So if that does end up being the best 3 matchup, I'm already putting my prediction in for CS. I've seen enough there that they understand the mindset. Take the shield out of Davy's hand. Take him to a map where they can't abuse the shield. Because that was the dilemma at the start of the stage, James. It was like, oh, you can only ban 1. Yeah, you can only ban 1, but take them to a map where the other one's ineffectual anyway.
No, very good stuff there from Circular Spheres. And perhaps a revenge match has been cooked up for in the semi-finals. But of course, first up, we'll break that down on the desk.
We certainly will. All I'm saying is Prodigy not beating those allegations after that game. That was horrendous. That was absolutely horrendous from them. And it's so disappointing, Vinny. Going into today, I personally had such high hopes for this roster. I really backed them for this game.
Yeah, I mean they got undone by the shield ban. Obviously, going to a map like Bank where the blitz isn't very effective. I think Monty on Bank is probably going to be more of an effective pick. But once that was banned out, yeah, they didn't even bring it. I think until the last round of their attacking half, they brought the blitz, and it basically had no impact. So, yeah, no blitz, no shields, no prodigy, I guess.
Oh, Jesus, Vincier. Didn't take you long to get comfortable on the desk, did it? Guz, where's this Circular Spheres been this whole stage? They looked so confident.
Yeah, they actually looked quite sharp tonight. And look, I think it probably backtracks to the veto a little bit. And I think the moment we went into the game, we briefly discussed it a bit with Prodigy having the border pick still available. Would they have been better served on that map, which would have allowed the blitz to probably be more impactful?
Yep.
Probably. And we saw Circular Spheres, whether it be attack or defense, really just exploit the map quite well and identify these win conditions, right? A really good example was saved on attack late into the piece. It was just unlocking blue for free, like every single time, and it really just weakened the rest of that defensive hold quite significantly for Prodigy. So CS genuinely outplaying their opponent tonight. How much stock did Prodigy put into this match? We don't quite know. They didn't really have as much to play for in this instance, but Circular Spheres had a bit of pressure. They rose to the occasion, and so they'll certainly go into the playoffs as a threat potentially.
They will. How about that save mirror? What do you reckon?
Have we got it for the interview?
I mean,
I don't want to talk shit in case he joins the call.
Yeah, like we were talking before, it looked like with the Goyo band, he really likes that vector, doesn't he? So the mirror came out, and he didn't look like he knew where he was putting those mirror windows.
Some of those decisions had us cackling on the couch. I'll go to you on this one, Guz. 4 opening kills for Prodigy, 1 converted into a round.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and theorize as to what that looks like, but it did feel, no matter where they were, there were so many rounds I felt like it was like a headless chook.
Yeah, there were a couple of occasions where it just unraveled. We saw it particularly, I think, on the defense. Both of the basement rounds, ironically, where we were kind of looking at each other a couple of times and just like scratching our head as to why these players running here, giving away free picks, not a lot of counter pressure. The trade game was quite weak from Prodigy. And so, yeah, that entry conversion wasn't great. And I feel like we've mentioned saved already 1,000 times on the desk, but he had 4 successful entries today, so great from him. And also shouting out Killerman as well. Ultimately did go negative on the entry one too, but was getting involved in the game early, which has certainly been one of his weak points throughout this particular stage, so it was good to see him step up as well.
Just get him off the entry and you'll be fine. You'll just let Saved go in as a one-man army. It's time to welcome in Neptune for the very first time this stage. I'm looking forward to this one. Neptune, lovely to chat to you, my friend. Look, let's just kickstart the proceedings here. A 7-2 shellacking against Prodigy. I thought that would be closer. How did you feel like you were going into this game?
I thought we had like a good mindset coming into the game. Like throughout the whole stage, it hasn't been like good on the results, but we've always had like that mentality to just have fun. But yeah, coming in today, a lot of high stakes. I know Supernova won against Odium earlier, so a result in like an overtime or a win would guarantee a playoff spot. So yeah, it was good to get the dub. But honestly, was hoping for a bit more competition from Prodigy. Knowing that they've like been competitive across the whole stage. But I'll give credit. Like they did play well on the rounds. They did win. Like they outplayed us pretty heavily. So those are some errors that we'll fix in the off days coming this week.
Yeah, I'm glad to know they can win 2 rounds, boys.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the veto. Obviously, it got down to Border and Bank last. I'm assuming you guys had that pinned. Were you guys always going to be ready to deal with the shield? And is that why you went to Bank, because the shields aren't as effective?
Yeah, so we know like Namestave is like very strong on like Monty and Blitz. So we were playing a bit of a mind game and seeing if we could get to Bank, because like if we banned out Monty and Clash, then Blitz is pretty much ineffective because it's such a large map and there's no like tight corners you can play around. So we pretty much won vetoes and it reflected in the result.
I suppose looking ahead to playoffs, what are your expectations at the moment? It's looking pretty scrappy through the mid-table. Where you guys think you'll end up?
Well, hopefully I believe Atlas take a point off Chiefs and hopefully get the dub against them, because it would mean that we're 6th place, and we versus Antic. I reckon they're a good matchup, and I feel like we can try and not get 7-0 this time. So, yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that one back around for me, Neptune. I didn't have to ask that question. The final question I am going to ask, it's actually posing a little bit on what you touched on in the first question. How much pressure was added after you saw the first game's result?
I don't know about the rest of the team, but there were a bit of nerves, but it kind of tamed down after we went 3-0 up. So, yeah, it was pretty good to get the good start. Honestly, it could have been a lot closer, especially with, say, winning like a 1v3 in the first round. So that could have changed the whole tide of the game. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
A bit of a tone setter, that's for sure. It's 4K from that man in a 1v3 was pretty damn gnarly. Neptune, would you like to say anything before we let you
go? Just want to shout out the fans. I know there's a lot of fans watching us, especially Shan and Digby. So I know the other MBAC boys will appreciate that. But thank you guys for the cast and the analyst work that you guys have been doing all stage, and we'll see you in playoffs.
And the hosting work. No worries, Neptune. Appreciate that one, mate.
No
we'll
worries,
speak to you soon.
No worries. See you guys.
It's not really work though, is it?
It's not. I just turn up and they put money in my back pocket and I go, thank you very much. And on my merry way. And so too, Circular Spheres. They are definitely on their merry way to the playoffs. They're actually somewhat looking like a competitive team in the last 2 play days, Vinny. I don't know where this has come from, but I mean, so competitive. They did go 8-7 against Odium. So yeah. I understand that, but still, it's better than what we saw at the start of the stage. They have... Is that 3 wins on the trot now? I'm just checking. No, only 2 wins. Okay, I take that back. But
yeah, I think they're in a much better place than they definitely were in, and I think this is probably the perfect time for them to be getting those wins and building a bit of confidence going into the playoffs. This is a big win for them. Obviously, Prodigy have shown themselves to be a decent team throughout the stage. They've definitely surprised a few people. And yeah, without the shields, they struggled a little bit. Yep. As Neptune said, they definitely won the vetoes. Being able to go to Bank and ban the Monty at the Clash was big for them, and yeah, I think this is the perfect result going into playoffs next week.
Scary. That's scary, guys. They're finally starting to peak a little bit. I'll just say peak.
Yeah.
They've won 3 out of their last 4 matches. I think that's the tone we need to set heading into playoffs for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think they do go into the playoffs considered a threat to some extent. I'm still not particularly convinced that they're playing at their absolute potential.
No.
And I think, to be fair, their potential is maybe verging in the realm of like a top 3. I still think they're going to be a step below Chiefs and GG in the short term. But if they can really lean heavily into their play style, execute the veto well in a best of 3, and do their research in terms of op bans as well as we saw tonight, I don't see any reason why they might not have a bit of a splash in the bracket.
Now, just having a look back at kind of both of these teams have flipped in their storylines a little bit. Prodigy now go in with a couple of question marks surrounding what their playoffs run will look like. However, Circular Spheres, they're bouncing back. Let's hope that they can continue to do so. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side, the Ice League continues. It's always a special treat when Jake Xenoxendidi joins the desk. There is no doubt about it.
There's no desk either.
There is no desk. There's no desk. You could maybe, surely we could maybe sell that.
We're on a couch with casters.
We are.
A casting couch.
It is a casting couch, Xenox. That is very true.
Yep.
It's more like a analyst's couch.
No, I'm a caster.
You're a caster,
I'm
are
not
you?
an analyst.
No, I don't know about that. After that game, mate, I heard you drop some bombs in there, I'm telling you.
No, look, I definitely try and fill Guz's shoes.
Yeah.
As he tries filling mine sometimes.
Who's got the bigger foot?
Surely Guz. He's taller, right?
You saying that you've got bigger shoes to fill? Is that what you're telling me?
I would say I've got bigger shoes to fill in terms of colour casting, absolutely. There's no doubt about that one, Robert J. Monday.
No.
Just like if I've got bigger shoes to fill if I'm on the host.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah. But that's purely shoe size. There's nothing else about that. That's all there is. Let's jump into matchup 3 of the night. Of course, we're kind of speed running this a little bit.
Yeah.
It's been somewhat disappointing, Jake. It hasn't been. Look, the Supernova game.
Depends on who you go for.
That's very true. That's very
Depends
true.
on who you go for,
Well,
Rob.
I think I've just given my bias away.
Yeah, no, honestly, I thought actually Circular Spheres in the game that they played was really impressive. I thought that was actually their best game at the stage. They saved it till the very last play day. Again, the work outside of the server to take them to bank and ban both shields. It was just clearly too much. For Prodigy, I was saying on the cast, for Prodigy now it's all about can you add that extra layer to the team. You're not just a shield team. You can put Davey on a gun and be fine. For Supernova, of course, they got their job done, but it wasn't convincing, right? So I think we got the right team into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I can agree with that, definitely. Yeah. I think Circular Spheres definitely showed a fair bit more today. I think overall, across the whole stage, they've definitely shown a bit more as well. They obviously have a lot more talent. That's a very harsh way of saying it. I think they've got a lot more fragging potential in their team in comparison to Supernova, and they just look like Supernova in general didn't have that identity that I've spoken about a little bit throughout the stage. They didn't know where they wanted to go with it. Prez didn't seem to really have the boys under control in those attacks. And yeah, I agree with you. I think Circular Spheres.
You got to figure out what's your starting 5.
Yeah, that's the biggest one.
Who's playing what roles and how do we want to function and move forward as a team? And I think that's going to be the task at hand for Supernova next year, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is the starting 5? What do we want from everyone and who's playing what role? And I think for Circular Spheres, they got a little bit more of an understanding as to what everyone's doing and how they want to do it. And they just performed better. I said to James on the desk before, I was like, I can't believe that last week they almost lost to Odium.
Yeah.
They did lose to Supernova, and yet they pull out a result like that and they make playoffs. So I think that's always been the potential of CS, though.
100%. When you look at the players, the names, Vinny was not wrong in saying that there is more firepower. That's just how it is. And now we look to a game where there's a lot more firepower on one side. And unfortunately, that is on Gaming Gladiator's side. There's no way that we can go about this other than saying this is one of the more dominant stages we have seen, Vinny. It's really been a solid performance across the board. You're starting to see every player hit their mark. I don't want to go and highlight Tuhan again because we say it every single play day, but boy, has he been phenomenal.
Yeah, he's just slotted in perfectly. I'm not sure if it was a complete one-to-one role switch with Oda once he was put onto the bench and then eventually left, but definitely has that fragging potential and has brought something a little bit different to this team. Obviously, we've seen them a lot in the past be that kind of structured and sort of slow team. We see them executing the last 20 to 30 seconds, but now we see them taking map control quite quickly and aren't scared to hit the site very early. And I think that's something that Tui brings that maybe Oda didn't quite have in the back pocket.
Like the one thing for me that I look at here, Jake, entries. I mean, every single player is involved in 10 entries or more. Wild.
Well, I mean, it probably goes back to the team ethos in terms of the fact they're all calling, they're all entering, they've all got their own responsibilities. So, it's an intriguing dynamic that clearly is working locally. I'm going to be curious to see how it works internationally when, it's not going to be as easy for the likes of Sage and Fisher to get entry kills, and how does that then work? So, but yeah, Tuhan, obviously the focus again. What a stage. MVP the stage for me. Has slotted in perfectly. I mean, to be fair, you could probably take a couple of players and just say, hey, you're playing with GG this stage, go have some fun. And he's got the license to frag as well. And I think you're right. I don't know if it's that one-for-one swap. I think it's literally just come in, play your role, frag out, and we can maybe get like a Wettables or a Sage to go play a little bit more of a versatile flex role. So I think there's a lot of players in the region that would be jealous. Imagine if you go to Saved and you say, all right, you're in next stage for Inspect 2-1. Would he put the same numbers? Maybe not the exact same, but I think you'd see him scale up quite high over what he would usually put up.
Yeah, well, look, I think head-to-head, it's going to be tough to make a case for Antic here. They have looked decent. all things considered after their first couple of play days. So hopefully they can hold their own against the strongest team in Australia right now, and New Zealand, and all of the neighbouring islands around us. So Oceania, if you really think about it like that. Let's have a look at the maps here as we start to break this one down. Again, we say it every single time we go up against...
No club, no labs. This is already a win, whatever it is from here.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, doesn't matter where you go, Game and Gladiators will be the better team. Skyscraper, for me, actually might be a little bit interesting. I can't remember the last time I saw... I'm going to say this now, and it's going to have been last play day, but I can't remember the last time I saw Game and Gladiators on Skyscraper. So... I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't think it's a super popular map for them. I obviously don't have the stats up right now, and I think it actually is quite a popular map for Antic. I've seen them play it a fair bit, which could actually be something that works against them in the end, because of course Gaming Gladiators are a team that comes super prepared. Of course they've got the coaching staff as well that do a lot of the work for them.
Yep.
As we can see there, Antic have played this map once and lost it. I believe that was to Outlast.
You're right. Good. And that was actually the first play day. The first game, first play day.
Yeah,
so good.
Yeah.
Good
Vinny doesn't miss, mate.
Thank you.
He doesn't miss.
Thank you. I just remember Yentire shooting somebody that was playing Glaz through the...
How many attacking rounds did Antic get?
2.
No, they got none.
Oh, true. Oh, wait, was it a 7...
7-4. It was a 4-2 half. They had 4 on defense to begin and then nothing on attack.
Nothing.
So something to probably take into this, though, if you're looking at Antic. Can you get some of this? Skyscraper is not easy to attack into, right? So you're going up against Game of Gladiators now. But that was also at a very different point in the stage, such a long time ago. I think Antic have improved as the stage has gone on. Doesn't really change my mind, though. GG should win this comfortably.
All right, well, let's not waffle any longer. Let's get this one underway. We've got 2 SI talent members. One has, unfortunately, cast the grand final, so he's got you in that column, mate.
I'll just let you handle it then. If
I haven't played in an SI show match.
That's
though,
actually
so
true. That's my claim to fame.
I haven't won. What was it? 1v3 clutch.
And
a TK.
I personally wasn't. I might have team killed Macy J and then clutched up big. You know, the only non-Brazilian team to win in front of the Brazilian crowd. No big deal.
True.
No big deal.
You excited for this one?
I actually am.
Okay.
We were talking about this. I think this match does have some importance because it is a rematch of the Stage 1 Grand Final. Once upon a time, it was Bliss versus Man LFO. Now it's Gaming Gladiators versus Antic. And, well, Antic have a lot still to prove. We've been very unconvinced of this new Antic roster. We think that losing 2 players, at least my take on it, guys, is losing 2 of their best players to Cheese has probably set them back quite a bit.
43% of people are Antic one tricks, apparently. Okay. Bold prediction, but okay.
Yeah.
Look, I'm happy to be proven wrong in this matchup. Important to note, as I'm sure the desk would have highlighted, this match means quite literally nothing for Game Gladiators outside of a form check and just to make sure they're looking sharp for playoffs.
I mean, flawless would be nice.
Yeah.
They are yet. Mitch, not Sage on I love Blast Mitch. Okay, that's cool, chef.
Is he trying to get favors from the admins? I don't know what that's about.
I think he is. I don't know. Can we like report him for what's he showing now? Strawberries.
Strawberries in season at the moment?
Yeah, they're actually quite cheap. I think it's like $2.80 at Woolies for a punnet, which is pretty solid. Like that's cheaper than avocado.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not a strawberry man, so.
No. You're lost. Are you an avocado guy?
Yeah.
Oh, so
Avo on toast. Smashed Avo on toast.
So you're not going to afford a house?
That's why I don't have a house.
Damn, unlucky, bro. Sorry, what? Thermite ban? What year is it, guys?
That's crazy.
I actually kind of love that. That's there's a couple of spots where Thermite hits Diffie on Skyscraper. You think about when people breach the external geisha wall and it opens up the wall into drum as well. So that's not on the cards anymore. A little bit edgy there from GG.
Yeah, I'm having a look back at some of GG's bans. It was Blitz last week, Deimos the play day before, the Monty, going even further back, the Blitz again, and then the first 2 play days was the Ying and Deimos once more. So it is their first Thermite ban of the stage. And again, maybe just testing waters a little bit. They're not going to show all their cards, not going to really show any cards in this matchup, but maybe just seeing if it sticks, if they like it, if they don't. Throw something new into the mix to try and play around, and that's always a good way to stay fresh.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Well, just to reset the stage, I dived back into the history books, and of course, the history of these teams as Bliss and Man LFO. They did play in the grand final in Stage 1. Unfortunately, it was a very one-sided affair. In fact, most of the times these teams have played each other, it's been a very one-sided affair in favor of GG. But when they played in the EWC qualifiers, the grand final, Antic did actually win one map, and it was Chalet, and it wasn't even in overtime. It was a regulation win for the now Antic roster. So they probably come into this thinking, yeah, no, we can hang with these guys. We can beat these guys. Like, if you ask Chef, he'd be like, yeah, I mean, they're a great team, but we think we're great too. I can hear it right now. And I'll tell you what, if Antic do win this, we will never hear the end of it.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, win would catapult them into second, at least temporarily, and then pending the Chiefs and Outlast game to close off the night, they could actually retain a second position. So, again, for GG, not much on the line outside of the flawless record at this stage, only dropping a singular point in OT.
Bang!
Woo. Yeah. But again, bit on the line for Antic, and an aggressive jump out straight out of the gates from Lunchbox. Is that trade worth it though? Solace for Buck, I suppose on this site, a lot of that vertical pressure from the Buck can be difficult to sustain. But equally, the Solace can provide good info gathering tools even in her nerfed state. So, bit of a strange one for one, I suppose.
Good player to take down though.
True. The Deimos is doing quite a bit of damage though, but it was still on the rappel and able to find one pick.
I don't know how you managed to get kills.
And Fisher is inside, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know how he managed to sneak in here. Also, kind of wild to see Antic picking Kitchen as the first bomb site. I like here that Fisher's not getting too overzealous, going for a plant fast. He's just waiting. The Chef is able to somehow kill Wettables. He probably should have been afforded that. Sage able to get in, take down Hunter. Nice shot there with the hollow side on that striker. All up to Sheffy now in that 1v3. And he's in a good position to try and deny this plant, being above with tons of vertical holes. However, this position from Fisho is going to be nigh unkillable, and now in the post plant, almost impossible for the Oryx to clutch this one. Sage picks up the nice two-piece, and that's an easy opener for GG.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the thinking there was for Chef to play Oryx in direct counter against the shield, but he was never in a particularly good playmaking position to actually utilize the dash. So that first jump out from Lunchbox, yeah, sure, great pick, but then Fisho was able to sneak his way in towards site. Chef goes above in an attempt, I think, to try and eventually go for that dash, but it was cut off really nicely by GG, who had info up above, and the late lurk from Sage able to net 2 picks. So the opening round going the way of GG, and a tech pause to follow.
I mean, so much to break down so far, guys. Where do we begin? Where do we start?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So already the pace has been set by Antic. They want to fight. They want to jump out. They want to get in their faces. And every now and then we see a nice shot. I mean, Chef probably shouldn't have won some of the fights he won there. Antic are also pretty brave, not only in the playstyle, but going to the tertiary bomb site straight out of the gates is a huge surprise. But there's a reason why these guys in GG are the best in the region. We all know that very well. In terms of attacking win rate, you know, they have a 60%, if you round up from 59.46. I'm just going to say 60 because it sounds better. And they have a 75% defensive win rate. So they're the best attacking team. They're the best defending team. They have the tied highest plant percentage, funnily enough, with Antic. And they're also the best entry team. They win 62% of their opening engagements. So literally the best in every single metric, and that's no surprise.
Not every metric.
Oh, really?
The shit talk metric. GG have a
The
very
weakest in the region.
Very weak all chat game.
Oh my god.
In fact,
pitiful.
I've heard rumors that they immediately turn off the chat and mute it. I don't know. They probably do.
I saw a bit of conversation about the NAL on Twitter the other day. I can't remember which match it was, but there was a bit of back and forth, and I think the commentary team was making comments about it. And then one of the coaches got on and was like, "Oh, actually, you know, my boys weren't tilted from it. I saw them all mute the in-game chat before they went into the game." I think what some players do is they mute all the 5 opponents so they won't see any messages they type, but then they can still give it. They can dish it out. They just won't read it. Can I just say, weak. If you're going to dish it, you got to take it. Come on.
Yeah, 100%.
If you think you have the mental ability to play that game, then don't chicken out and mute the other team.
Well, that's the funny thing. GG never give it, but I feel like nobody gives it to them either.
It's because it's like, GG are the definition of we let our results speak for themselves, and I respect them for that.
100%.
But it would be nice if they answered a few more interview questions.
You gotta wait till the end of the stage, right?
We have been promised more by Titan. So come into stage. I hope we do get a little bit of it.
Look, to be fair, the roster change seems to be working out so far.
Oh, you can't really fault the best player in the region in Tuhan. 80% costs, the best at opening kills in the region, more or less. Highest rated player far and away, and proven to also be very flexible.
So a bit more of a traditional objective choice then here for the second round, and incredibly util heavy with the combination of keeper barriers and mags to cover them, as well as the Sawyer gates. And don't forget those mirror windows as well to help facilitate a couple more playmaking positions for the defense. Interestingly, the OSA being brought out here from GG for the second round. And so I wonder what Fisher is going to cook up here. Maybe it's for, to hold that breach run out as anticipated. Don't know where the second was utilized. It looks like he has used both. Maybe for Samurai.
Outside the IP wall, I believe. I think it was destroyed, perhaps.
Okay.
I saw them place it here earlier. Maybe they
It may have been taken out by Chef with an impact.
Sage has become a lurker for this team. Like, that's his primary role these days. We saw it last round on the Strike, and now he's doing it on the Nomad. I actually really love this. He's so good at this. Sage is the kind of guy that just knows how to be patient.
Yeah, he's got the game sense for it.
Yeah. You need good patience on a role like this. He's about to face a mirror window as well, and several players locking out his position, as well as the Syria gate. So it's very challenging to push like that with a lurker. I think most players would decide to not push in. In fact, he actually loses his life. That lurk was pretty much handled by the setup there from Antic, and now GG have to focus up on site.
Well, he did draw the attention of a couple of defenders, but then that's relying on the rest of the team main breach
Nice.
to make plays, and plays are kind of being formulated. Fisher, though, had to land the second and doesn't. And off the back of that earlier man disadvantage, Wedables now finds himself in the 1 versus 3. Pretty untenable position for him now with the clock running down, and Scar's able to collect it. So the primary site choice pays off, and Antic responded in the second round.
Look at that sly smile from Sheffy as well, man. He's enjoying himself way too much. Like, I just beat GG.
I mean, it's a pretty big pick onto Sage, to be fair. If Sage is allowed to go on a bit of a rampage there on the lurk, could have turned the result of the round.
Yeah, that was a good hold from Antic. To be honest, I just love that setup. You can pretty much hold the entire roam from that mirror window, from that position in drum or in garden, depending on where you're going to play. It's funny, we often talk about how Skyscraper, it's got these 2 lanes in the middle that are almost impossible to clear, which is like that kind of dragon terrace, and then Shrine and drum and the mezzanine.
That was at Wet, by the way. I don't know if you saw it.
I did not see that, but yeah, Chef challenging to a bit of a free-for-all.
I mean, the thing is, he's probably got him muted anyway.
Come on, GG, I want to see some engagement here. No. Yeah, what I was saying, guys, I feel like often when you're playing on one of the top floor sites, you really heavily contest that middle portion of the map and then peel back. And it's funny, that set up from Antic. We had mirrors in the middle portions of the map facing towards the site and towards the roam. I think it's a cool way of trying to hold as much map control as you can. And GG never actually cleared those mirror positions.
Alrighty then, over to T and Karaoke for the final round of this first rotation. The Amaru is in play, so Wedables may be looking for some quick map control or some aggression. Early air jab, and Hunter goes for a peek, but doesn't find much. Over towards top black stairs. That's a position that you do want to try and hold with the smoke for as long as possible. That utility really good at denying the exterior entrance, and you can be pretty solo in that position as well, assuming your support dies from below. Vert in play, and so this is to, again, try to bolster that corner of the map. So we'll see how GG try to cook up this clear.
Oh.
Karaoke here.
Is this to go... No, I think it's to go bottom or Karaoke.
He doesn't have the diffuser, so looking for picks.
No, straight into Karaoke, it seems. At the same time, Sage seems to go in. The shotgun finds the opening pick onto Scars. He's going deep now with the SMG right around the corner from Chef, who does swing. Sage looking for that trade, but he's been covered off by Hunter. This has been well withstood by Antic. And Fisher now desperately in his 1 versus 4. I'll be honest, I don't know what GG are playing out there. That was a very, very brave and very strange attack.
Chef's loving it, so I'm happy. If Chef's happy, I'm happy. Again, GG in this game are just going to throw everything at the wall and kind of see what sticks, I feel.
Yeah, that was very weird.
I mean, it wasn't the worst set play I've ever seen. Wettables did get the initial down on his entry, so he got his 1. I think from what at least we could see, the smoke played a really pivotal role in stalling out that entrance over towards top, black stairs, back stairs.
Where was the rest of the team, by the way?
Like
Sage
that
was
trade
top back
potential.
stairs.
Yeah, like that trade potential was just way too late. I don't know where the rest of the team was.
If Wet was going to focus up on Geisha, then why wasn't there someone Geisha Winder to hop in once he took that control and lock down that position? I just feel like with that setup, there's no way you can take that site without clearing either the back stairs or karaoke from a map clear, and GG didn't really do either.
Yeah, interesting from GG. Well, we're going to see every site played here from Antic as we go over to bathroom and bedroom for the 4th round. So certainly showing some good variety in their defensive setups. We also see the Maestro introduced this particular round.
No Bravo.
Yeah, no Bravo on board. And so that will bolster the ability for Maestro to not only gather information, but some teams opting to actually play aggressively against drones. Lunchbox out for another jump out on regen util as well.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes 1 for 1 on the Azami with 3 keepers in pocket, that's just a bad play.
I would tend to agree.
Double shield, eh?
Mm.
Fish and Wet. It's kind of, I guess, common. Most fish would be wet most of the time, you'd think.
Well, if you're a fish and you're not wet, you're probably dead. I would hazard to guess.
Yeah, I mean, even for the brief moment that flying fish is out of the water, it's probably still considered somewhat wet, isn't it? Remember when we saw some flying fish recently? We were walking by a beautiful lake. I pointed out the flying.
Oh yeah, over in Japan.
Oh, did you go? We went to Japan.
Yeah, yeah.
That was actually a great holiday.
No, it was. Good vibes.
But yeah, those fish looked pretty wet.
Not Wettables, he's going to jump in.
Oh, he's inside. Hello.
And so too is Fish.
But of course, Chef Jeff is there with the shotgun, immediately taking down double kill from Wet as he finishes off the down player. With that diffuser now repositions and looks for a safe haven to go for a plan, but Jakenna is en route. And Scars has taken out Sage, traded by Tui. It's all up to the Blitz now on site, who quickly finishes off Jakenna. The double shield ends up being the play. Look at poor Jakenna running away.
Yeah, GG are just playing straight up Chaos Ball at the moment. Really good split attack in the sense that they were able to navigate both shields simultaneously from opposite ends straight to the objective. And then we saw up above that those players attempting to hold Vert getting pinged out on the Grimbees as well. So they lost pretty much all ability to deal with these shields. Chef did an okay job here to get one, of course, running the shotgun as he loves to on multiple operators, but that trade potential was on point. That said, right at the end, if Tuham loses that fight, flips it pretty quickly because the Blitz is going to be pretty vulnerable in the 1v2, but...
I tell you what, GG, if they play like this in Montreal, assuming they qualify for Montreal, they will get smashed.
They won't.
But they won't play like this in Montreal, right? Like, this is just such good fundamentals practice. They know that they are one-to-one better than all the teams from this region, and they don't have to have really complicated map clears or set plays. They can kind of play ad-lib, which is, to be honest, what they're doing. Like, they're not throwing, and they're not necessarily saving strats. They're just ad-libbing this whole thing. Like, they're not playing any set plays. They're not memeing.
They're playing the operators they want, and then someone's just making a call, go, and
Which
they just
is
sink it.
Honestly, like, really good practice to, like, just play off together. Because it kind of doesn't matter how crazy the plan is. What matters is that they play off each other together, and they have done that.
Yeah, I think having that innate synergy takes quite a bit of time in Siege, and with a limited number of play days, forcing yourself to learn that in officials especially is a wise idea. I don't know, again, operating under the assumption they make Montreal, I have no idea if they'll have extensive boot camp time before that. That's been sometimes the issue for this roster before international events.
Yeah, but they got GG now. They're not with Blitz anymore.
True. So you would hope that they get a pretty long boot camp, and they'll need it. I think Tuhan internationally is going to be in for a bit of a shock, such is always the case when you're debuting.
Well, this is nice, though. It's the first time we are seeing a map clear. The smoke is going to make this awkward, but that mirror has been now nullified. And Chef has to decide how he wants to play this. The peel back is a good play, though, as there's a second line of defense here with a shield and another mirror window.
I would have loved a Glaz there instead of a striker. Just to hold down that line and make it really annoying to clear. You can pop another smoke on this next deployable and get that ground. Not to be.
Nice play from Box using his keepers to continually protect himself from that window to allow himself to play aggressively. However, the Monty is just going to force him on back, and this is the power of the current state of that operator. Antic having to fall back, tail between their legs. So much ground taken by GG. Still half the round to play. And it's up to the next obstacle now. Time to clear this second mirror window.
The biggest question is, when is Brendo going to get a kill? The man, the myth, the legend. He's on a donut. I can't recall the last time I've ever looked at the scoreboard and seen Brendo on 0 kills.
Almost gets a team kill there on a Tuhan, who immediately goes down. Bit of DMR work in the long angle, I believe, from Hunter. He's the one playing at Minibar at the moment.
You talked about the 2-lane attack in the past, right? And this is a really good display of just how challenging these choke points are to deal with.
Yeah, very awkward to start moving on forward. Finally, that revive comes through, but still this mirror has not been dealt with. Dragon is still open, wide open for the taking. And we have support here from Hunter. He is the one guy in this power position. This DMR packs an absolute punch. He almost gets a shot off even onto Fisher guy, who's already low HP on that Monsane. Hunter could be instrumental in this defense. GG need to have a way to clear him. But finally they find the opening pick elsewhere, but Hunter still active on this line of sight, finds one. Supported now by Scars. Desperately, GG look to move on inside in the 3 versus 3, still having not dealt with that Aruni. It's all up to Fisher to try and do it, but Hunter wins that fight. Wedables now has to get around it, get aggressive on it. Hunter still holding on. He gets traded back. It's all up to Chef now with no time, and he finds the final kill as well with the shotty. It looks like Wedables won't be going to the club after this game after all.
Oh my god, the timing on that final pick as well. Chef looks back at the perfect moment to find that 2K and win his team the round. And alongside Hunter, the two of them having a massive impact in that round. Hunter did a really good job to hold down this line. Got the immediate trade back. Held that position. Also beat the shield somehow as well, which is insane. Wasted a fraction of a second here, and that may have been the difference maker in allowing Chef to turn around and get that kill. And Chef Jeff has just won the SI Grand Final.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, doesn't it? I would say this is the best performance I've seen from Chef in a long time, as much as it pains me to say it. Especially considering we had him in the studio for an IRL interview after, was it last stage or was it the end of last year? I forget which.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, he's having a good game, this guy. Credit to him. And now GG fighting from behind. The best they can ask out of this half is even, 3 rounds apiece. I feel like they need it. Antic have built up a bit of form here.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
I'm actually
bomb
quite
and defuse it.
intrigued to have a look at Chef's stats this particular stage. I feel like he's had a fine stage on face value, but I'm sure the numbers will paint a story. Well, unfortunately, he is the lowest rated on the team, but 87 EPS, not all that bad. Interestingly, he's actually got a +3 entry.
Yeah.
So, not too shabby.
Box starts every round crouched next to a barricade.
Yeah.
He's glued to it.
Well, luckily he didn't go for that because he would have died.
Mate, the timing on that.
Defender is exposed.
He's lucky he didn't do that a moment earlier. Oh, there's an opening, though, for Jackenna.
The Boss G.
Best player in the region goes down. And the Boss G is once again at large. I want to know what the play is here with this Monty. I assume getting Brendo in downstairs to work the vert with the buck and try and displace some of these players on site. GG's attack on a carry last time around. It was very strange. Pitiful, to be honest. Adamaru did not see much success. And They failed to clear out the back stairs. Now they've got several roamers up on the board, and I think GG are just looking to focus up on side.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, Jkenna playing so patiently. His flank is still being hard held by Brendo as he looks to protect Fisho.
Like
Secondary
this.
hard breach to now expose Karaoke Hunter on the other side. Brendo could vert that out as well. I'm sure a ping will come through in a moment.
Well, Fish needs to make sure to spot out Hunter. Bro, he doesn't check the corner, and now this round is surely over.
Oh no.
Diffuser is down. The Monty has been killed. There should be a trade here from Sage. He's in prime position to do it. He just needs to land
What about
another
Brendo?
bullet.
Brendo
Where's
below.
the support?
There we go.
Finally comes through from little brother.
That took so long.
Eventually, it does get done, though, and that does make this possible now for GG, but still fighting from a player behind, and that diffuser is in the site.
Feels like GG this half have been playing from behind. That's just the reality of it inside of the server. Antic have really stepped it up. It must be said, they're playing some pretty good Siege. And Brendo, now, in the 1 versus 4, no chance you wouldn't think. Although it is Brendo, so don't count him out just yet.
Oh, you can see the temptation there to peek from Antic. They decide to fall back a little bit. Remember, they know where that diffuser is, and there's these lines of sight to play off as well. He doesn't have a lot of info. Jkenna wants the boss G shot, you can tell. There's a player right on that diffuser, just around sight. Nice shot onto Jkenna.
Don't give it to him.
I mean, Brendo is so capable of winning this, and now he's got diffuser as well. Does he check the corner? He doesn't check it right, and Box, or Scars rather, takes him down. That's a 4-2 split for Antic, and something they'll be very happy with.
I don't really know what to make of that half. On one half of the argument, 2 attacks into Skyscraper is more than fine.
Statistically, yeah, 60% defensive favored map. But
yeah, but then on the other side of the coin, GG should be probably playing a little bit cleaner than they did.
Yep.
But then again, to flip back to the other side of the coin, GG don't need to win this game. So
yeah, but that's not good enough. That's not a good excuse.
I agree, but...
And I don't think that's their attitude either.
No, I wouldn't expect it to be. It would definitely be a temperament shift to what we've seen in the past, because in the past, that was definitely not the impression that we got inside or outside of the server.
Yeah. And these guys know it's not a winner's attitude to be like, yeah, we might lose, we don't really care, we're too good to care. That's not how this game works.
Yeah, like they certainly did try some pretty wacky stuff in that first half.
I respect them for it.
Which is fine, but the execution on some of them wasn't really quite to the GG level that we would expect.
Yeah, I don't know what you would suggest GG do in that round to stop Fisho dying to that corner, whether it's him just face-checking the corner, or whether it's Brendo just pre-bucking the floor below to check that corner, or someone to drone. We're actually not seeing a lot of drones. And to be honest, like in this meta, yeah, you use the initiating operators instead of drones most of the time, the Monty, the Dokkaebi. But like little mistakes like that.
I feel like they didn't get a whole lot of value from the Monty. And like, those last 2 rounds, Fisher got nothing done.
Yeah.
I don't know how he lost that fight behind the bar on the other defense over towards Exhibition, but yeah, in that round he got slammed. Anyway, we move on from that. As we said, 2 rounds from GG's, more than enough of a platform on a map that can be so difficult to attack.
Let's see if they can back up the insane 75% defense win rate that they've established for themselves.
Could bolster it. Could push 80% after tonight if they're clean.
Yeah. Seeing Ying brought out. We haven't seen her yet, and we're seeing the Blackbeard from MF Scars, which is very peculiar. Not an operator that gets a lot of play these days. And to be honest, like a lot of people don't think his shields really make a lot of difference in head-to-head fights. I like to see Antic checking for these Capcan traps though. Though strangely, we're seeing both teams go to Kitchen as their first bomb site in this game, and that C4 could be huge. Though unfortunately for GG, it's slightly mistimed. Who forfeits the whole top floor on this Kitchen defense? I don't think I've ever seen anyone give up the whole top floor and reinforce the hatch. Like, when have you ever seen teams do that?
Maybe in like silver ranked.
Yeah.
Hitcho does get the first though.
They're playing to retake this top floor. They have a C4 prepped as well, and it works. Somehow it works. This is, I don't know, stupid or genius. Pick your poison. Box is now inside with Diffuser, but it's not really going to be very safe. And the retake potential is on. Scars has to stay up here. If he dies, then, well, the plan is going to be impossible. The Candelas come out. And Box tries to use that to bait some movement. But GG know all they have to do is hold their positions for now. Even though there's a minute to play, it's on Antic to get this diffuser down. And GG have so many ways of denying it or retaking.
Yeah, Box hasn't been able to get value from those Candelas. Fisher doing a good job to tuck away inside of the corner. And now Box needs to go searching into the mist.
Freebie.
Oh, timing again. So low on HP here, Lunchbox. Needs to be careful. Another opportunity goes begging. And so Scars now left in the 1v3.
And the Blackbeard shield will not even save him in his first engagement. GG solidified that first round of defense. And I got to say, the GG boys are playing strat roulette and yet still making it work.
Yeah, like you said, it's not every day of the week that you see, well, one, a retake attempt, period, but certainly a successful one, which it was.
Yeah. I've literally never seen a team just forfeit Geisha and Karaoke, the two rooms that you can deny the plant vertically on that bomb site. Never seen teams forfeit it, but it was a bait the whole time. Like, they even made the vert ready to play after they retook.
Yeah. And then ultimately, they didn't even play the retake position that they could have held anyway, instead focused in horizontally. Ensured that Fisher didn't get put on too much of an island. It worked out in the end. So, clean work from GG. We'll see if they can back it up here on the next primary site.
It's going to be over to Karaoke. Frost. Double frost mats on the Geisha window. And that's a high, I would say quite a high likelihood of getting a kill or a down on one of those amidst the calamity of trying to clear Geisha.
How much do you want to put on it? How many credits?
No, I'll buy you your coffee next play day. Can we do that?
I can't buy any skins on the R6 marketplace with that.
You don't need any more R6 credits, bro. How many do you have? You sold, what did you sell?
I sold my Obsidian skin, most overrated skin in the game, my hot take. I think I got, I can't remember if it was 20k or 40k.
How many AUD worth of
well, either like 200 or 400, something like that.
That's insane.
I want to try and buy the like SI 2017 Pro Charm. That one's so cool, but probably out of my price range. I think they upped the limit to 1 million credits now, so you can sell something for literally, I think that's like equivalent to about 10k.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Wowee. Oh. I don't know what's gone wrong with Chef, but he had an unbelievable first half, and he's starting to fall off a little bit, especially being that hard breacher. Not a great player to lose in the first minute of the round.
No, certainly not, and that's going to make Geisha much more challenging to exploit. So we'll see what the pivot looks like here from Antic, what their plan B is if the hard breach is the first to fall. I am assuming that a large portion of their attacking strategy will revolve around the Monty and claiming control over towards backstairs. Easier said than done, though, with this cross established. Legion mines are sure to be peppered around by Sage as well. And so Hunter is going to need a world of support to aid on this clear. Jay Kenner is lurking over towards Kitchen, so maybe he'll be able to progress across and help. Things not looking great, though.
That nade will clear the two frost mats, though, so I think my bet's off.
True.
Unlucky.
No coffee.
But Wedables does find the kill, based off of it anyway, and now looking to try and kill that Deimos. He's contesting him on the vert and wins the fight. That is disgusting.
I feel like most teams would respond with a question mark after that, or would pose the question mark, but not GG.
Uh-oh, Hunter. Going foot.
Is this a flawless round? Any bet takers? I think it will be.
I'll bet you one coffee.
I'll bet 1 million copies.
Hunter's going for a pick. Oh, do we see a repeat of the exact same thing? Please. All right, we have to. No.
No, Fish.
Fish, you got to stay in that corner, man. Fish!
He ruined the flawless
round. He ruined it.
Wow.
I mean, he made the mistake when he was the Monty, and then he refused to make the same play. That is extremely disappointing.
Too much respect.
Way too much respect. 20 seconds to play. Hunter's going to get aggro, and he happens to walk into every single goo mine possible. He's a dead man walking, 30 HP. Easy kill for Sage. And the double for his trouble. Very nice round for GG. Looking very steady on their defenses.
You rhymed.
All right. Well, you know, I was a poet.
What'd you say? Double for
Didn't
his
know.
trouble?
Double for his trouble.
You were a poet and you didn't even know it, James.
Yeah. You know.
4-4 scoreline, though.
I like to rhyme when I've got the time.
Ooh. Any more?
I
No,
know
you're all out.
when I cast with guns, I get a buzz.
Whoa! Holy! It's after hours time here in Oce,
And
apparently.
when I watch wet, I get.
When I watch wet, I get wet. That rhymes. Yeah, been unfortunate there for Antic. Can't really take a whole lot away from that round. They did lose their hard breach straight off the bat. And that makes things very challenging on that particular objective in pressuring over towards Geisha, taking some of the attention of the defense, and then being able to exploit the stairs. Round 9 we go, and it is actually going to be bedroom here from GG.
Both teams just
Do they
love
go for another
flexing
retake strat, James?
Is the hatch Rio? That's my question.
Ah.
Okay, good.
Although that is a pretty difficult hatch to fall off, depending on how the attack plays it. If they're outside Samurai, it's quite challenging.
So we got that big boy Azami on the roster for covering up those windows, going for these rotations. Can I just say how beautiful the exterior of Skyscraper is? It's a shame we don't spend more time looking at how beautiful. Like, look at all the little lily pads and the ponds and the flowers. I mean, you know what I reckon would be lovely? Just to be a frog. Just to be a frog and just jump around on those little lily pads in Skyscraper. I mean, wouldn't that just be great?
Yeah, they do look pretty good. Skyscraper is a pretty goated map. Do you remember old Skyscraper?
I do, sadly, yes.
Man, you think the choke points are bad on this map now? My God. Back in the day, it was something else.
One of the comp matches I played, I think it was like a weekly tournament. I was playing against the, at the time, like best or second best team in the region. It was Emorin's team. Taboo, they were called at the time. And I did not get in the building once because they had a player on their team who was so good with the outside Valkyrie cameras. I did not get in the building. It was so much fun.
Well, Antic have gotten inside of the building, and they've actually gotten pretty good map control with little effort. As you can see, the split attack here. Couple north and south. And Hunter to head this charge forward. But this is where they will begin to meet resistance. And a ton of util awaiting them on the other side. Deploy the shields, keep the barriers. Not going to be a whole lot of fun to deal with. So we'll see how they go about it. GG are holding firm. They really have not peeked into this at all as of yet. Maybe looking for a bit of info on the jiggle peek.
I don't mind this though, but the timing is perfect for GG.
They just walk across.
They played so passively and then they just happened to time it to perfection. The second Antic were looking away. Now Hunter's effectively trapped and alone, with Jakenna trying to help him out, but he's taken out. It's all up to the poor Monty. I mean, shields are good, but they're not that good. Easy, flawless round for GG as they finally take the lead here on Skyscraper with another untouchable defense.
Timeout requested then by Antic. And it's a toilet break for
Jakenna
Jakenna.
toilet break. Oh, man. Well, we haven't had a reho, so the scoreboard is what you see is what you get.
11 kills for Wet.
Yeah, he's feeling it. And Chef has not found a kill in the second half as of yet.
No. Needs to get on the Amaru shotgun. Unironically.
Yeah. What's funny is I feel like that was actually a pretty solid attack. Like the way that they cleared the top floor, and then as soon as they were about to formulate a plan and actually execute onto where the players were defending.
Discombobulated.
Yeah, just two nice swings from GG, easy as you like.
Which is ironic because I feel like my sentence leading into that was they're just jiggle peeking for info, and then the second after that they begin wide swinging and find the perfect window of opportunity to catch them off guard. So good read there from GG, good hold, tertiary site ticked off, and they pretty much have the highway to victory now laid in front of them.
Yeah, they're going to go for the fourth different bomb site, 4 rounds in a row, in a kitchen, karaoke, bedroom, and now we're over to exhibition, office. If anything, I'm a little surprised that they're showing all 4. I mean, on the attack, they really didn't show much in terms of what you could say is like strats or hiding strats and stuff. But they're showing us how they can play 4 different bomb sites, albeit I don't think any of these are their only strat in the book. And the benefit of being such a full-time team, you know, these guys are the most professional that you can describe a team in OS, like in terms of what support they've got from their organization financially and otherwise. And that means that they've got the time to not just have, you know, a 3-map pool or a 6-map pool or a 7-map pool, but, you know, ideally a 9-map pool and ideally multiple setups for every single bomb site as well. Got the support staff in Titan and Mingoran to support with that.
Oh, they're using GG drones against them.
I love that pre-placed drones are back in the meta, by the way. Thank you, Solar Nerf.
Yeah, she died for our drones.
Well, Monty is well and truly in the building, marching forward, being live droned by Box, no less. And the E1D, oh no, sorry, the Deimos tracker. That's what that noise was. Spots out, I think it was Fish or Brendo, but it's gone away now anyway. Jake wants to try and spot Fish so he can contest the vert while Hunter goes and fights here.
Oh, Fisher getting verted though from down below. Withstands that pressure though. At least for now, but
nice.
Chef able to finally claim a kill in this half, and that was, yeah, a really nice clear by the attack.
And immediately the Deimos to track another. I really love this pivot that we've seen from Antic. A switch up, they're using that Deimos to perfection. Will they catch Tuhan as he escapes? No! He in fact steals one with him and falls back safely towards the site.
Yeah, that's gnarly. And able to just escape in time. Chef though elsewhere.
He's cooking.
Yeah, he found Brendo, who was on that lurk. Jay Kenner as well. And this round has pretty much now fallen apart for GG. So another spanner thrown into this match. Surely from here, it's an Antic round, and with that, it's all but confirmed. Wedables in the 1 versus 3, able to escape back to top VIP. Keeps it interesting, but the Monty will narrowly win that one out. A little bit close for comfort, but Antic able to get the result.
Yeah, that was very close, though. Yeah, we almost made that 1v3 look winnable there, but Hunter on the shield. When it's an XV1 and you got that Monty alive, you should never be losing those. Hunter's actually one of the best shield players in the region as well. And he hasn't really been given a lot of credit recently because he's been so good at playing gun operators on support as well. But he has kind of got famous in the region for being a bit of a blitz and Monty one trick, and that was before the buffs came through, or the rework I should say, which, let's be honest, were buffs to the shields.
Yeah. Just a bit.
Well, guess where we're at, guys.
Break point.
It's break point, guys.
Well, I didn't think we would be in this position, especially off the back of the tertiary side. Like I kind of alluded to, thought that GG would just storm home on the primaries, but not quite the case.
Yeah.
A good pivot in the previous round from Antic in terms of composition. They brought the heat with the Buck and the Deimos combo. And overall was genuinely probably one of their better played rounds throughout this match. So keeping things interesting. And again, could potentially throw that flawless record from GG. I guess excluding OT win, but we would still count that. Could potentially throw that into disrepute. And again, Antic also could still finish in 2nd place, barring a Chiefs meltdown in the next match.
That's right. I mean, they're only 2 points behind Chiefs, which means...
What about round diff if they get an OT win here? So it has to be regulation from Antic.
I mean, if they win in OT, then they would go to like plus 11 rounds. I mean, Chiefs would have to lose 7-0. Unlikely. I think they need the full regulation win, and they need to hope that Chiefs don't get any points out of this one. But yeah, I'm not actually sure about the pick here from Antic. We actually saw the shield come out, but on Box instead of Hunter, and it's the Blitz instead of the Monty. I'm not sure if I support this.
Reload.
Sorry, I just sounded
It's
like
got my vote.
Sound like an angry parent for a second.
Keep our position.
I'm not sure I can support this decision, mister.
Put Hunter #1 on the ballot. Hunter Monty. Yeah, we'll see if it works. We don't see a ton of 0 these days.
No, it's a very strange call.
I don't know what its pick rate is. Let me find it.
Okay, you do that.
You can talk about this.
And I'm trying to figure out exactly how Antic are planning on clearing Brendo here. Because they don't have a breach on this external wall, and Box is going to have to just jump into a window, which is almost never going to work. You really need some hard breach to make this one happen, and Hunter's the only guy who's got the hard breach. He's not in position. The Azami's the one to get tracked. And that's actually not Brendo, the mute, who was on for that roam. Tuhan can fall back, or takes a bit of damage from outside Geisha. But still, we have a roamer in Brendo, and he finds a free kill. I think they completely forgot about him. The blitz has gone down. Brendo's gone for 2. And Antic are falling apart here at what should have been the final hurdle. They seem to stumble. Now it's Chef and Scars, and Scars is almost locked out of this position. He clears his barbed wire, as Chef is still on the window trying to support. A smoke locks him out for a bit longer, and GG can now recompose and set up to repel where they know these last 2 players are.
5 times they've seen the 0.
Damn, in the whole world?
Just in Oath.
Oh, in Oath. Oh, that's actually more than I expected.
Let me look at Global. Had a 60% win rate in Oath as well, so that will now go down.
Oh, well. All right, let's see this entry from Scars. Try and grasp match point in the 1v5, and Wet takes him down on the long angle. Easy as you like, and a solid round from GG on the back of that roam from Brendo, completely unaddressed. Perhaps the Deimos baiting them into thinking that it was clear when they tracked his army, saw she was in drum. They completely tunnel visioned, and now GG have the match point.
Well, unfortunately, my stats keep crashing, so that fun factor's come to an abrupt end. I do apologize to all the 0 fans out there. I'll try one more time.
There are 0 fans out there.
Yeah, there's...
That was a pun. If you think, like,
no,
there are 0 fans. Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Nice, thank you, man.
Yeah, crashed again.
That's unlucky, bro.
Gonna have to get onto the line with Desertu, our resident stats man, and get that figured out. So that's just sabotage at this point.
Poor form.
Yeah.
I think you should program it so that the stats platform doesn't work whenever we do O's.
I think every time it crashes, it should ping him on Twitter and say, Des, please
Just a
fix
public
this.
at. I do message him on WhatsApp every single time I get a bug, and that man, to his credit, almost always replies within about 10 minutes.
Well, okay, I'll put that theory to a test.
Yeah,
I'm going to message him
I already
right
messaged him earlier today about another issue I had.
Oh, no. Poor Derry.
He lives for it, that man.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Hello, good sir. I have a bug to report.
And can you just read out his phone number as well on live broadcast for me?
No, I wouldn't do him dirty.
Everyone, please.
Can I get this message out before GG finish the game? That is the question.
Oh, well, the pace will be determined by Antic. They're on the attacking side. And if it's going to be like last round, it's going to be a lot of standing around and then not a lot of executing. For GG, they've gone back to this kitchen bomb site we saw in the first round of this half. But I think there's a little bit more of a pressure upstairs this time around. I can see some roamers keen for it. Last time they completely abandoned that top floor. And now, yeah, we in fact have almost all the players from GG on this top floor.
Well, let's see how Antic look to go about breaking down this particular round.
Brendo's going to get a freebie on here when Buck walks forward. Chef's not going to check.
Keeper Barriers are doing a decent job of just stalling out a bit of time here over towards Drum. Key position of the map for the defense to hold down. It could be the pedestal for the rest of the push.
Yes.
Tuhan elsewhere, aggressing a dragon. Awkward angle. Survives for now.
Brings out the Keratos. Now this is a very dangerous weapon when it comes to close range. If he finds that shot, it'll take him down. Big kill on the Hunter, traded by Scars. But still, GG have held on to a little bit of control of that top floor, and Brendo has not yet sacrificed his position here in Shrine. As he gets droned on out, he will fall back, but job may be done. Even though GG are trailing one player behind, can Antic push us to OT? The question remains unanswered.
Ooh. I'm nervous, James. I'm sweating. I'm sweating for Chef.
Oh! Chef is in the site, though. He's in kitchen.
My man.
He's cooking up a storm. He's found the double. It's all up to Brendo now. He's made this 1v4, perhaps possible. The 1v3 set before him. He's got this shotgun as well, but they should know exactly where he is now. And they're already in that site. He doesn't know it yet. He doesn't seem to have much information. All of his teammates not having cameras to watch of where these players are on site. As Antic send one player upstairs to contest him, he might have an angle here.
Oh, no.
He can see Box! And he shuts him out. 1v2, and this is still so winnable. A spray through the floor from Chef Jeff, and Brendo is keen for it. Spots him for another brief moment. Jakenna has to win this fight, going for the contest on the top floor! No. And Brendo's made it a one-on-one!
Not like this.
Chef tried to cook in the kitchen, but now he's been made a meal out of. It's up to Brendo to finish what he started. 7 seconds to play, and Chef Jeff has nowhere safe to plant. As one of the best players in our region goes for this retake, Brendo's gonna clutch it up. Antic are done. GG remain undefeated in OCE.
I tell you what, we were ragging on Brendo a bit at the start. He didn't have the greatest of opening rounds here on Skyscraper, but more than makes up for it there in the final round.
Fucking 4, dude.
And with that, it's all 3 points. I mean, I don't know where that came from.
Oh man, Chef, we roasted him as well after the first half because he got 9 kills in that first half. He was so good on attack. Moving into defense, struggled a bit, and then he completely opened up that round only to let it slip between his fingers. I don't know what to say about that one. That was a game and a half from GG.
I mean, that's just the Brendo clutch factor, right? Him, and it's typically Sage in those sort of 2vx's, but even on a solo effort, they're able to get it across the line. And yeah, with that, they only drop 1 single point throughout the entire
To a
stage.
team that didn't even make playoffs.
I mean, if there are any doubts over GG and their roster, it seems like they've been squashed.
Yeah, there's something in the blood for the Sage brothers, and I'm sure there will be plenty to say in the interview as we go to the desk.
Yes, very, very interesting last round. But Vinny, credit where credit's due. Antic held their own on Skyscraper.
They did. We said coming into it, it's one of their favourite maps, and they seem to understand the map very well. But yeah, GG just have that little bit extra X factor at the moment. We saw in that last round, Brendo is that X factor as well. So yeah, just I don't think it came down to outplaying them so much. I think it was just a bit of an individual performance thing today.
Their defense looked really good for Gaming Gladiators. Once we swapped sides, I think there were 2 or 3 rounds where they had 4 or 5 players left up, Jake. I mean, is this now just the hallmark of Gaming Gladiators? Just, you know, being ruthless in rounds where they get a small advantage?
Yeah, they've got that ruthlessness to them, don't they? They've got so many different weapons. I mean, they're the complete team. I think you could easily say it's the best iteration I think we've maybe seen of this team, which is probably harsh for Oda, but it's just the reality. And I'm going to be very curious, though. Of course, the next step really is international. I know there's playoffs, but they're going to be so difficult to beat. But yeah, credit to Antic. I thought they were definitely good in large parts of the game. Did say pre-match, though, of course, the last time that they did play Skyscraper, you mentioned it as well, they got no attacking rounds. This time they got the 1. Yep. So that's still something to consider for them. You can defend it, but you got to still find better ways to attack it. Admittedly, though, you played GG, so you can't give them too many issues. So look, a good game. It was just a really, really good game, and honestly, a good warm-up for Antic going into playoffs.
It's a huge warm-up. That's, I mean, it's really hard to take a positive when you don't win, Vinny. But you've got to find the silver lining in a game like that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of things they can take from that. I think the biggest thing that GG showed for me was that they were able to counter the shield pretty well. Hunter brought it most of their attacking rounds, and I think they ended up with 2 or 3 different flawless defenses. So they understand as well that being able to play with the shields, it comes with a cost as well. If a team is unable to sort of counter it, you can't be completely reliant on it, and I think that's something they need to work on coming into playoffs as well.
Yep. All right, well, I don't know if I'm allowed to intro this guest. I've been asked not to. Jake, would you like to intro, just take a guess as to who we're speaking to?
Was it Wettables?
You can have a guess.
That was my guess.
Okay, down to the barrel.
All right, let's go and say hi to Wettables.
Legally, look, I'm not saying legally or illegally. I wasn't allowed to intro him. That's all I'm saying.
So do you need to ask? Do you need to tell me what you want to tell to him, and then
Jake, could you please ask him about the roster?
Right.
Hey, come on! Hey! Listen! I don't have like an AVO on you or nothing. Like no restraining on it. Just
just one particular,
nice, that's all I ask.
One particular thing to avoid.
There's a topic that I by law I'm not allowed to answer though.
Is that about your haircut?
Get him out. He's off.
You've really gone for the Peaky Blinders, though. I like it. You could have gone a bit higher and joined me, mate. I'm not going to lie. I reckon you'd look pretty hard with that.
Man, I went bald. Fuck, when was it? 2 years ago?
No time with you, mate. No time. I'll tell you what. Look, we go to Skyscraper on this one. Antic obviously had a close game with you. It's maybe you could discuss that Antic got the favoured side for themselves to start with. But were you expecting the game to be that close?
Well, basically, we already locked in first place. We were like, screw it, let the rank strats carry us to victory, basically. So Skyscraper it was.
Love that. I thought there was something in the water.
Was that it?
Yeah, that's it. I got nothing else.
I think you guys did pretty well to deal with the shields tonight. How important do you think that's going to be going into playoffs, playing against these other teams in best of threes?
Well, if you can't deal with the shield in this meta, it's over. It's over. And our Prodigy game was not a very good example of how we can deal with shields. We kind of were a bit asleep, not talking to each other properly. But yeah, like we could do with shields, it's just comms really and bringing the right operators. So yeah, it's like we're willing to live it up. And as you've seen, that if a team relies on it like really hard and they don't know how to actually like push into a setup with all these anchor positions, then the Monty really does nothing. So.
Let's be honest, not much to ask in terms of this game, but you've got a week off until playoffs now. That's where the real work now does begin. So what are the plans for you guys internally over the next week? Is it have a break, reset, or is it double down, get to work? You got a best of threes now to work on.
I think basically it's just, changing up little things, going into the playoffs, like making sure like stuff's like refreshed to make sure when other little things we're struggling with, whether it's comms and executes, whether it's over peaking, those little things, just making sure they're ironed out for playoffs because, so even though it's not a BO1 where like it doesn't matter how good you are on the day, if you play bad, that game's over. Our BO3s gives you that little bit of breathing room for it. We still don't want to be making those mistakes. So it's just about ironing out all those little issues we have and just going into playoffs being ruthless as hell.
It's a good way of putting it.
Diplomatic answer. My goodness.
It is. He's becoming good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very, very good. Very good.
Media trained, some would say. Look, Wet, I think overall the biggest thing for us on the desk has been the discussion around how the roster has approached the changes to the way you guys play. How have you individually felt the change?
I like it a lot better. Because I have like, well, it's not. No. Okay. Listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No, that's not what it is. It's like I like faster paced gameplay. I like getting in their face. I've never been someone to play. Yeah. So the slight change into being a bit faster, a bit more like that, it is good. The matches like I want to play, and I think that now we've done our slight role changes and have not have Fish, focus on the whole IGLing. It's allowed Fish to come into his own as well. And, I've never seen Fish play so just consistent. And I don't know, I think the way we're playing now has actually elevated Fish to a new player as well. So, yeah, I'm not going to sit there and say I hate it.
Can I ask you a serious question, Wet?
Sure. Like, as long as it's not about the topic, sure, I'll answer it.
So you guys have obviously now played a couple of times internationally, and you've been able to go from a team that was, pretty raw back in Copenhagen, then you learned a little bit more at Atlanta, had an amazing SI. What are your thoughts now going into whatever next event it is, whether it's Montreal or SI or whatever in future, that the way that you guys are playing now and how that's going to hold up internationally, in some ways, do you kind of feel that when you do go back internationally, it's a bit like a little restart in a way, or do you feel like because you've already been there, won't matter, this new style will hold up?
Oh, no, it's definitely a restart. New roster, new playstyle, new org, everything. Like, our whole identity as a team is different now. Like Vinny says, like in the pregame, like we used to be such a slower team, so methodical and stuff. It's like, now we're like basically just like, okay, you guys could say we're the same team, but like on paper and the way we're playing, we are a different team. So we'll be going over there, like clean slate, all those like things we've done in the past. Yeah, they're still there. They're still like, we're proud of them, but starting again, basically from scratch and just, making a new name for ourselves.
Cool. It's exciting. It's exciting times. Wettables, anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, shout out GG, shout out, the people in the chat. And yeah, shout out you guys, as much as I might talk a bit of shit and you guys might talk a bit of shit, we respect you guys as, putting this on. And I don't know, Rob, I don't hate you, mate. I just don't like questions.
Hey, it's about the job. Some people have that ruthlessness, some don't. That's
he's saying that
because
he's like, I'm going to have to see him one day at an event.
No, he won't.
No, not anymore. No, he did bad at SI and they're like, I don't want this guy back.
Hey, you're assuming you're going to make Montreal. I'll tell you what. Wettables, thank you very much for joining us, mate. We'll speak to you soon.
See you guys. Have a good one.
I really hope that all the microphones just broke as that kicked off. Oh, God. Now I hope they don't make it. I'm sorry. I'm just going to go out.
No, that was fantastic.
That's good.
It's good. It's good. It's lovely to see the region kind of coming back together after just a disagreement, just a little. It's like a lover's quarrel, at the start. There's just
we've still got a whole
forth.
playoffs campaign to bring back the burning fire. Grand final.
Cold shoulder, do you reckon?
Just saying.
It's gonna happen.
Don't just put it all to bed now. There's a bit to go. But I will say, I think for this GG roster, whether you feel like they handled things properly to start the stage or whatever, as the stage has gone on, I think you can pretty clearly see that they've made the decision that they've made for the right reasons, and that has worked out. And as Wet was saying, in terms of the style that they're playing and how that has changed pretty much everything holistically, they're in a position now where they can, and that was kind of the reason why I wanted to ask that question, go overseas with this new mindset, this new approach, and the way that they play their game. Look, this particular game on paper really was, as Wet said, just a ranked game.
Yeah.
Now the real work begins into next week, and then I'm very curious to see how they'll go in Montreal when they eventually qualify.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realise Rattles went 17 and 8.
Yeah, he had a cracker, didn't
I'm speaking to a Titan like that. I better watch my tone.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of bite back finally after the no comments for weeks.
Oh my God.
But yeah, I think it was really important, Xenox asking that question about how that play style is going to hold up internationally. I think it's the best thing for them, because I think at times when you're playing against teams that you probably haven't played against different styles, the biggest thing is being adaptable. And I think when you're so coordinated and structured, then you lose a lot of time, especially when you're playing against things you haven't seen before. So this new sort of holistic way of playing the game, I think will be really good for them internationally.
They always have their old style as a fallback as well.
Yeah,
Things
exactly.
aren't working or for whatever reason. And I think that their ability to play this more aggressive style of Siege could hold up internationally if you've got Titan in the back corner as well, kind of just reinforcing these habits. It's working well locally, which is a good hallmark. It reminds me a bit of Bleed in Asia. The way that they play works locally and also holds up internationally.
Look, I think Antic have positive signs moving forward. Gaming Gladiators have well and truly made the statement of all statements. They are going in first, and there's no question about it. They are looking red hot as we head to playoffs. But before we got there, we got one more match to go. Outlast take on Chiefs after this.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recover. Attackers
pick Wettables from GG, and he's going to be my second support IGL. And then I'm going to pick Player from the Chiefs, actually. I'm not going to pick myself. He's going to be my Lurk Fragger. I'm going to pick Saved from Circular Spheres. He's going to be my entry. Actually, no, Save's going to be my Lurker. Player's going to be my entry. Hunter from Men of Foe is going to be my support. And like co-IGL. No, we don't want Chef Jeff. Trust me, we don't want Chef Jeff. Oh, give me Quixie. Give me Quixie as my flex. Give me Min Grin from Gaming Gladiators. I'm grabbing Min because when we first started like making events, or even before that, he was like my best friend from Korea in another team. And then I picked him up, and then we made history together, and I still love him.
Brendo Fragger from Gaming Gladiators, Hunter is support from Man LFO, Killerman is like second support, I think. Oda is flex from Chiefs. I'll go Faulty as like from Prodigy as like second entrant, picking Titan as the coach.
We've got one redeeming factor. We'll go with Killerman. Ludovica will go with Kyra. and then we'll go names Dave from Prodigy. We'll go with Raiderak, Supernova. We'll go with Bappin, and then coach. We'll go with Titan because I'm sure that he's from EU, so it must be good, right? This is looking fantastic. I don't think I could have constructed a better squad.
I'd pick Brendo and put him on entry. On the amount of experience he has. The man, I'd take Lunchbox, mainly because I think Brendo and Lunchbox entering together would be a very fun combo. Outlast, I'd pick Yentire, and I would put him on flex. I think he brings a lot to the team. He'd be able to be very good with his util and his gun skill. I would get Jack Scurry in on coach. I think he would be able to coordinate the boys very well with all of his T1 experience. We'll put Jack Scurry as the coach. Ludovica, I would pick player and put him on flex entry. So I think he's mechanically one of the best players to go. From Prodigy, I would put Names Dave on hard support, and I think he would be one of the better IGLs in the region.
Alright, I'll take Tuhan from Gaming Gladiators and chuck him on entry. He's the greatest player ever. From Man LFO, take Hunter. A pretty good IGL, I'd have him on the hard support role. Killerman from Circular Spheres, place him on off support. He's a very good all-round player. From Supernova, I'm going to take Bappin, put him on second entry. I'll take Cairo from Ludovica and put him on flex. A bit of IGLing with Hunter. Coach, I'll take Nodo from my team. Nodo is a good coach.
All right, let's get back
Sorry,
underway.
Can we just take that again?
Let's retake that one. You right? Cool.
What do you
Let's
mean?
go.
There's nothing to see here?
No, nothing to see at all. You never saw anything. We move on. We don't worry about it. First 3 games so far. Well, geez, you're an absolute gangster. First 3 games. Look, I think it's been an interesting night. Unfortunately for Supernova, they had no love from Prodigy whatsoever in that second game, Vinny. But it was probably the last game that really got us talking the most.
Yeah, luckily GG helped me with my pick'ems for this week, giving me 1 out of 3 so far. But yeah, as you mentioned, Prodigy not able to get the job done against Circular Spheres to give Supernova any chance of playing in the playoffs. So their run for Stage 2 is over. Circular Spheres keeping their spot in the playoffs and hopefully making a bit more of a deeper run or a bit more of an impact than they have in Stage 2.
Yep. Well, we move on to the last game of the stage, James Devmarter Stewart.
Yes, Robert.
Last, they go against the big dogs.
The big dogs
Big
of the
doggy
Chiefs. I mean, the
dogs.
moderately large dogs, let's be
Yeah.
honest. Chiefs are not the dominant force in this region they once were. Of course, GG have that mantle, but let's talk about their opponents. These guys, Outlast, and yeah, they've had a peculiar story. They went through the off-season tournament, and they did amazingly there. They knocked out a lot of big names. They went into the grand final, and infamously got 14-0'd by the Chiefs roster. They came into this stage, and to be honest, we've all been pretty impressed by them.
Yep.
I know you guys had a lot of a chance to watch them in the rivals, but I didn't, and so I had reasonably low expectations. They come out of the gates. They win against Antic. They win against Supernova. Those are teams that historically have been top 4 in the region. So we had really high expectations, and then they go on a 3-match losing streak, including a 7-0 to Circular Spheres.
That's
so
the most disappointing.
Yeah, what's going on here, guys? We need to see a bounce back because it's a 3-match loss streak now that they're going up against probably the second best team in the region. So it's not going to be easy for them.
It's been a blemish on their record that was quite competitive because, you know, even after that, you look to the last 2 games that they've played. And Prodigy, look, I think that there's something about Prodigy that slipped the last 2 play days, but they lose 7-4 to Prodigy. Okay, fair enough. On similar peggings, we would imagine. But then they hold their own, 7-4 against Gaming Gladiators. So, Vinny, I don't know.
Yeah, they're a bit up and down. Obviously, it's a bit patchy. We've mentioned throughout the stage that these guys are fairly new teams, and with that comes a bit of inconsistency in their play. I think with Prodigy, some teams I think now are starting to figure out how the shields are being played and how they can sort of counter it a bit better. And unfortunately, Outlast were a little bit late to that party. But yeah, after those first 3 games, we had very high expectations for them, and I think everything sort of balanced out a little bit as the season went on. But I think this is a really important game for them because going into the playoffs after a 4-match losing streak would be very detrimental to the mental.
It certainly
Very
would.
much.
And a team that they're going up against that, to be fair, have had a decent stage 2. I don't think that they've underperformed. I don't think they've overperformed. I think they've just hit the mark. The Chiefs Esports Club. I have been somewhat impressed at times, somewhat maybe overwhelmed in others, Dev, and not overwhelmed as in, oh my God, they're incredible. More so just kind of underwhelmed.
Yeah, it's been confusing to place these guys. Obviously, we had very high expectations. They were already a very solid team, formed just a couple weeks ago during the off-season tournament. Of course, when player in Cairo departed from the Antic roster, formed up with Tex, formerly from 6 Targets Quiz, who's come out of retirement for this, real star-studded roster, and then bang, Oda gets dropped from the now GG roster. He joins the team. You know, we've got Jigsaw waiting in the wings to jump in as well at some point. Like, suddenly you're like, oh, these guys have kind of turned into being like a Kelton's Knights-esque, like, here's a bunch of old players, into, oh, no, this is like a serious team, right? These guys could be something that could actually hold a candle to GG, or so we hoped. Unfortunately, of course, they did lose their match to GG, but aside from that, they have been flawless, more or less, even though they dropped points to Circular Spheres, and more, I guess, concerningly, to Supernova last week. So, yeah, I do think that these guys have what it takes to be back fighting at the top, but they really just need to win and win convincingly in this game. Like, if they drop a match to any team other than GG, I think that's a loss for them.
Yep.
Because Oda has said it. Like, these guys think that they are capable of making it to this major. You know, having only formed so recently, they think they are capable, but it means having good form, going into the playoffs, and then smacking it in some BO3s.
Just like on that note, you mentioning the CS and Supernova, the fact that they went overtime against the 2 teams that have been the most underwhelming in the mid-pack of every team that has performed, they've been the most underwhelming, and Chiefs have struggled against them, Vinny. There's something in the water, I tell you.
I think it's, you can take it one of 2 ways. You can either take it as they struggle against teams probably a little bit lower than them, or maybe they're playing down to teams that probably aren't at quite their level, which could be a good thing once they come up against a team like GG, where they're able to play against a team that's sort of elevating their own gameplay. And of course, as you mentioned, Jigsaw is waiting in the wings. who has experience playing up to good teams with his experience in EU. So yeah, I think I've got high hopes for them still. I don't think they're completely written off coming into playoffs. We spoke to Oda after their loss to GG, and that first best of one was more about just gauging where they're at in terms of where they're at against GG so far. So I think when it comes to playoffs, they'll do their research, and I think it'll be a lot closer than it was in that BO1.
I'm really excited for playoffs. I just hope that we can speedrun this and get there. Kidding. It doesn't really make a difference. They're going to have to wait the same amount of time. Let's go ahead and have a look at the vetoes. Now, unfortunately, I already know, so I'm not going to spoil it. We're going to wait until the very
Where are we
end.
going? Where are we going?
Just wait
oh,
for
okay. So it's not going to be
gents.
Clubhouse. Oh, it's not. Wow, it's not going to be Nighthaven Labs. Wait, what maps are left?
Bang! Thank you, Dev. I really didn't expect that kind of energy. Let's go. Lair in the very first time we're seeing it in OS, and it comes on the final play
last
day.
game. Yeah.
And the last game. I mean, it's just, you couldn't write a better script.
Literally the last game. I'm surprised. I am a little bit surprised. I was not expecting Chiefs to bring out Lair, regardless of if they play the map or not. I think it's one of those things that you should keep in the wings.
Yep.
When it comes into those BO3, something of a bit of a map veto winner in terms of deciding map vetoes. Obviously, both teams have not played this map, as no one has so far. But I'm really excited to see if either team has sort of innovated. We've seen it a bit in EU and NA, and there's been definitely some good strategy coming through already. So, yeah, it should be interesting.
This is going to be the 6th different map that we've seen Chiefs play in 7 playdays.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, strangely, the only map that they've actually played twice is Nighthaven.
Wow.
So, yeah, and funnily enough, as soon as they played a map for a second time, they lost it. I think that's a coincidence because they happen to also be playing against GG at that time.
It's tough.
But yeah, Lair is actually a really cool map. I've been lucky enough to cast it a couple of times now, and it doesn't always play out the way I expected. And so yeah, I'm interested to see how a team like Chiefs interprets it, especially because they're the ones that have banned it recently. So they've let it through. They're here to show it off. Let's see what they can do against Outlast. Let's hope that Outlast finds more rounds than they did. Yeah, well, one would be...
One round will be an improvement.
Very quickly, what are you thinking?
Score prediction?
Yep,
7-0.
7-0?
14-0, yeah.
Let's do it. 21-0.
21-0 Let's do that.
Yeah, fantastic. That could continue the trend. Well, it is time for us to throw it over to your casters, an SI Grand Finalist caster, and his colleague who carried him there.
Wait, who's who? Who's who? Well, it's up to Rob to decide that one. We'll find out later on. But a big game to close things off for the regular portion of OS League. We head to Lair, Chiefs versus Outlast, which does affect the seeding. I was having a little bit of a look beforehand as well. So for Outlast, as things stands right now, they're like 6th place, which would actually put them on the Chiefs side of the bracket, which is, well, arguably where you would prefer to be versus, say, Gaming Gladiators. But if they do win this, then they would get themselves out of said position and find themselves on the Gaming Gladiators side of the bracket. So not much in terms of incentive for either of these two teams respectively. Chiefs, though, you would imagine would want to just win going into the playoffs as best form as possible. 71% of you at home expecting them to do so.
Yeah, a bit of a trial run here on Lair, which is an intriguing decision, right? Because as much as teams probably want a little bit of experience heading into playoffs where Lair is more likely to be played, you also don't want to show to the other 4 teams watching this game your strategy and your depth here on this map. So I'd probably go with the expectation that both teams will play a pretty default ranked kind of meta. I'd be pretty surprised if we stray too far away from that. But I'm not going to complain. We only got, what, 1 Lair in Asia, which
we've done one.
casted. We haven't seen it in OS up to this point either. So good way to test it out. And the Monty off the board first. So new map, but same old dance.
Yeah, there's a multitude ways that you can kind of look at the selection of this map, right? So the first option, as you kind of said, is, you know, map pool and, you know, getting maybe also some play time on it in an official. It could also just be a bit of a red herring where you kind of just aren't really going to play it anyway, and it's not something you really care to play, but you know, if teams want to try and pick it in a best of 3, we'll be ready for it. We've played it, we've scrimmed it, but we're not really looking to be adding it to our map pool. Teams may also then look at it as, hey, well, they've played it, so we've got to ban it. So then that maybe could give them an advantage in the map veto process. As both Blitz Montang banned out, double shields off the board, mirror to follow. Do we see the clash? We do see the clash.
Yeah, not many shields left remaining here in this match. Fuse will likely be the last fallback if we are to see a shield inside of the lobby. And so both teams going for maximum comfort in this particular
Is
game.
that just simply down to the fact it's a new map? Strategies on it are very...
I think it's just final play day, and these guys just do not want to play against shields.
Yeah.
It's just annoying. Even if they have, even if one of these teams had a strategic preference to play it, there's just, again, no real reason to force it.
Well, they're fallback options as well. You know, the map where you haven't really got the official time in. Again, depending, I don't know how much these guys have scrimmed this map in particular, but it's always easier to just fall back, play the shield. They're really strong at the moment. Mirror for information, so pretty standard bans right now from both Chiefs and Outlast. Again, not a whole lot riding on this particular game. It is the very last game of the player day. By this point, usually you're just kind of down to formalities and seeding purposes. For Chiefs, they are locked in, Guz. Second place. If Outlast win outright, though, they will actually go as high as third, apparently, which is
5 seconds left.
Yeah, interesting.
Attacker's objective is to locate
Well, I mean, it really does kind of put them in a big position, though. If they finish third, then that would actually put them into the Chiefs side of the bracket. So if you win in regulation here, you then get to play them again if you make the semi-final. So actually, there is a bit of emphasis then thereafter for Outlast to win in regulation.
Actually, according to my calculation.
Well, actually, according to the...
according to the graphic.
To the graphic. As for Chiefs, it doesn't really matter. Chiefs don't matter. Yeah, I think the only real important takeaway here is if Outlast win in regulation. Other than that, it doesn't change too much. And that's going to be a very difficult prospect, you would think. For Outlast, guys, though, started the stage off on fire, 3 from 3. Since then, they've lost 3 from 3. What do you make of them going into the playoffs? Would you guys want to say they're the weakest team in playoffs, just based on the form over the last 2-3 weeks? We've seen CS have some good moments, and Antic have continued to improve. Prodigy.
I mean, I would typically say use tonight as a bit of a gauge, especially against CS. I'd say they're rather close, but it really depends on how much emphasis you put into this match. I think it would be pretty even, though, between those two.
Bomb has been located.
Don't think either will be realistically contending against the top two. But remains to be seen.
Yeah, Freebie Tex. A little vantage point here up above, playing that wall behind. Able to get one as well in towards Medical. That was Relays on the buck. Ideal to lose the buck there, actually, in that position where you can put some pressure on top floor through the floorboards. 60 seconds remaining in the round. Outlast just trying to navigate their way around the map right now, a little bit wildly. Intai off to a solo roam over towards Blue Stairs.
Bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
But so far, not a lot of pressure actually applied onto Chiefs onto site, and it's a very split attack right now from Outlast.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Yeah, 40 seconds. And it can be a difficult site to fight from behind, as Oda is able to aggress and find Ned and pretty much put a nail in the coffin for the attack in this particular round. Good flash over towards Mez, but Quiz able to back off. Lobby control, challenging as you are fighting against that high ground advantage. Yentire also falls, so it's a flawless opening round from the defense of Chiefs.
It's just a very wide kind of site, isn't it? And that whole top floor just feels so difficult to overwhelm. I think that's why there was a little bit of an emphasis. First floor, can you get some pressure down below? Tex has played the wall really, really well over towards Mask, and yeah, you can see gets the opening kill onto Reloads. It was just a little bit, you know, not switched on. Where are these angles? Where do the players want to play up above? Who's holding what? And where it's not all as, say, common as, you know, a Clubhouse. You've played thousands of times before. They're a little bit different. Over the lab as we go basement here. So I think, is that a fair assumption for Lair? I mean, again, we've got such a small body of work. For yourself and I, it's only been one game of Lair in Asia. We've got our first instance of having it in O's, but I think typically top floor basement is usually the go on most sites. I don't know if maybe you're getting some statistics for...
I'm trying to get some numbers. This failed me before with the operator stats, but we'll see if the map stats globally are obtainable. And if they're not, I'll be upset. Here we go. Okay, so Lair has actually seen a surprisingly decent amount of play time, 161 rounds so far.
Is that global?
Global. And the defensive win rate sits at 56.5%.
It's not bad.
Second floor, by far and away, the most popular site played. Labs follows in second, so bottom.
So we're seeing that from Chiefs right now.
Yeah, and that's actually closely followed again by Bunks and Briefing on the first floor. Interestingly enough, Labs, so this basement site, has the weakest defensive win rate on the map, only 45.8%.
Something to consider. This quiz actually on the scope pulse in this particular round for Chiefs, and the way that they're going to want to play this is off-site, Guz. So top floor hold or, well, playing above. So it's a simple basement roam game where they, it's almost like Labs basement in the way that they're playing it. Oda will get the opening kill. He'll take that one. Yeah, Oda 3. He heard the Wettables comments in the interview before.
Which were?
Well, the fact that Wettables enjoys playing on the new roster more.
You can't be saying that because Wet's going to shut down next interview.
Wet, he got baited in hard by Rob. He got baited in hard.
He did.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Oda being tracked here, by the way, tucked in the corner.
Swing comes through. Tex is also there to help out, but Oda does get downed with no response. Tex unable to find the killer, as Agog will take that one from outside. There's two players that have actually backtracked to basement now for Chiefs, sensing pressure. Not a lot of time remaining in the round now, but Tex will hold over towards the Armory hallway. Close by is Yantai. And the swing, you can just feel it's inevitable right now from Tex. Does still have a Nitro Cell. There are now two players close by, making its way over as well as the Fuse with the shield. Tex just trying to hold as best as he can. Could look to try and fall back now.
So play then over towards Bunks with the flank opportunity. Tex whips out the shotgun and able to drop that shield. So Chiefs defense now with advantage.
That's aggressive from Bailey. Default was up, by the way, and being watched by Oda. So Tex would have had full intel on that push on the Fuse.
Yep. Trapped though. That exterior window makes this reroute to site tough.
And he's still got the default cam up.
Yeah, player flank though.
Still got the cam up. Dead. Well, I mean, that's the round.
Well, not officially, but...
Sorry, it's about to be.
3, 2, 1. Okay, well.
0, -1, -2, -3, -4.
Oh, look, I backed in player to win that fight. I think it was player.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, really nicely done from Tex and Oda in that position over towards that Armory hallway. And yeah, default being left up for a large period of that time really made it a lot easier for Tex. That once Oda goes down, he just plays the camera, calls the intel over. Very aggressive from Bailey on the Fuse to just swing around that corner as if he's playing a blitz, lost his life. That was the opening engagement, won pretty comfortably by Oda.
So was the cam still up at this point? I think it was, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Gotta know your defaults on the new map. Don't know how much of a massive impact that really would.
I think it helped probably a little bit more on the Fuse push.
Just helped, I think, Fish be a little bit more proactive.
Fish?
On the stairs.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
What's his name?
Oh. Why did I say Fish? You know what? I've just seen a shotgun on stairs. I thought that's Fish.
And talking about Oda.
Sorry, that is my brain fade.
To be fair, Fish did spend a lot of time on the Chiefs and played with Oda. And
I'm just thinking Chiefs, shotgun, who else but Fish. Jesus. That's a throwback. Sorry, Tux. I mean, he had to play that position for life anyway because of the window cut off.
Absolutely. Played it well. So far, it's been pretty clean from Chiefs on the defense here on Lair. And that will cause a little bit of a change up. They bring the Deimos down to Ned. Gets off the buck. Switch the Thatcher over to Bailey as well. The single hard breach.
Swapping mags.
So then let's see if Chiefs can go around the world and do a full opening rotation on the defense. It's been pretty good from them thus far. Jackal this time to track, but we do have the Deimos in play. Chiefs haven't been afraid to fight on the exterior. We've seen it a couple of times already from Oda, and currently Cairo over towards that Armory hallway position.
I can't
looking
believe
for
this
front
is
entry.
called, that's called blue stairs. Where's the blue?
Yeah.
Reload.
It's very pale blue. This also is not the favoured site on the tertiary, by the way. Again, that's typically over towards the bunks. This armory site is significantly less popular. Namely because you can actually get quite a bit of control over towards range pretty much for free. And it can pinch the defense, but I don't think we're actually seeing that exploited just yet, as Outlast looking for a bit of control up above. That too, again, also difficult to hold on this particular objective.
So far, only Cairo trackable with the death mark for Ned on Deimos. Yeah, I like the little bunker down with actually Tex over towards range, kind of mentioned that.
Yeah.
So they've got the castle barricade, they've kind of shut that up, and they've basically said, we're going to allow Outlast into the map, but we're going to deny that immediate entry through range.
So they're going for a bit of a back hit here. Pretty interesting. They got that breach open quite nicely over towards blue stairs, and as you can see, this position now exposing a large portion of armory. The keep barriers are pre-placed though, preempting this particular push. Queer is able to swing sharp for one, so 4-4.
So good.
It is still lurking. Should be a freebie. Unchecked.
Freebie for Oda, playing around main. And he had Cairo as well, actually, on the other side of reception. Well, does he get the trade? No, he doesn't. Lovely double kill. Goes the way of Ned. Suddenly becomes a 2 versus 2. Quiz will also fall. And suddenly Tex in a 1v2 as Outlast have just been able to rip Chiefs apart. Oh, the drone. That's such bad timing. Should know that he's close by, close right. There was so much contact here. Ned gets caught. So 1v1 with 20 seconds left as Acock does have the diffuser. Yellow ping information. Oh, he spots him though, but I don't think Tex was actually aware of his surroundings, that wall was opened up. The way he swings it just didn't look prepared to take that fight, and a really nice work from Outlast in that third round as they get themselves on the board. But Chiefs might be kicking themselves a little bit.
Yeah, opportunity goes begging, and I think that attack highlighting some of the weaknesses of that particular objective. And once it's exposed like that, it's quite difficult really to fortify. We saw that initial swing from Queers was nice. They still had a bit of low pressure over towards lobby. Again, quite clean. And then right here, nice play from Ned. Really kept it alive.
He had util coming out of his hand there, I think, Ned at the last second.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, Tex also had initiation on that final fight, so just whiffed it a little bit. But that happens.
Intriguing tactical timeout now from Outlast. What's your little thoughts on this one? That's a strange tack. We don't usually see it, especially after a round win.
I mean, I would... If it wasn't a toilet break, then I suppose it was probably just chatting about what comp they want to go into this next couple of rounds with. They're going to be facing the next 2 primary sites, and they've already seen what Chiefs have shown. And in this kind of match, I would be pretty surprised if we see massive deviation from what they showed first time around. And so Outlast are probably contemplating what they bring to try and counter it here into the 4th round. We see the Glaz, for instance, make an appearance, and so there may be more emphasis over towards like an ops clear with the smokes, be pretty self-efficient. Interestingly, we're also going to see the fuse brought once more. So Outlast are pretty eager to still bring a shield into this particular match after the Blitz and Monty double ban. Hasn't been particularly effective though so far.
10 seconds left.
Back top floor, Master and R6 as we move into the 4th round.
5 seconds.
Chiefs winning top floor very convincingly last time out.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Intriguing lineup there. Fuse, Grim, Glaz. 4 smokes available between the Glaz and the Fuse. We'll see if this is going to be a combination to find success in flushing out Chiefs on this top floor, of which they're all holding predominantly. Oh, wow. Beautiful run out quiz. We'll get rid of Ned on the upside down rappel. Glaz dealt with. So, a big part of the round and why you bring the Glaz is usually a part of your win con, and that's dealt with very early Outlast going to have to play from behind in this 4th round.
Yeah, what's the plan B then for Outlast? If we operate under the assumption that the Glaz was to play a big role in clearing a position or cutting across, that tool now has been taken out of the arsenal. And that's now a couple of times throughout this match where Jigs have aggressed on the exterior, they've won out that fight, and they've been able to then play into that advantage, which has served them very well. You bit...
Oh, it's just scratch.
You bit itchy there.
Oh, it's just
So you can mute your mic
It's alright.
if you need to scratch it a little bit more. That's fine. I can take the call if there's an execute, and it looks like there may be in a moment. Yentire over towards the south side is looking to maybe make a play in towards bathroom. Position, though, hasn't been particularly cleared as Oda is still nearby. Quiz has line of sight too. Good B placement will force this defense back. Yentire to take space, but to keep a barrier in response. And so Chiefs winning the util game at the moment as well.
Kawan ready. Kawan trailing enemy.
Just not able to play off of the Kawan Hive launcher at the moment, though. Despite the fact that those Bees have been able to get some information. Oda aggressive in towards this sort of a hallway position. In towards bathroom is Yentire now after eventually hopping on in. Again, Kawan Hive launcher in hand for ACOG.
They're still trying to deal with Oda. I mean, they've already pinged him once. They need to follow this up with pressure. There we go. Good trade, though. Yeah, it was always the risk.
Koro does fall. Has struggled a little bit so far in this one, but Tex, no mistakes here from the veteran. Not mine. Gives away the position of Bailey. And it should be a 3rd round acquired soon enough for Chiefs, provided Bailey doesn't pull off something quite crazy. Doesn't have the diffuser, but wire, a nuisance. They know exactly where he is over towards the mezzanine. Well, player does present himself in a 1v1 scenario rather than just holding the angle. Tax will finish it off. 3 in the round from him. Yeah, look, it wasn't an awful round from Outlast in the way that they were, clearly trying to flush out certain players, but they never looked likely to hit site and actually get the site. So, yeah, that's going to be certainly, I think, a tricky site, that top floor here on Lair. This all made it even more difficult, though, with Ned's early demise at the hands of Quiz with the run out. And while they did get the kill onto Oda, at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the question, right? I think once they lost the Glaz, they still, to my eyes, committed to the same play they would have done with him. And you could see the weaknesses there, and just trying to get space bathroom and flush out Oda was so difficult. And that's a testament to Oda. I think a lot of players that are less experienced would panic a little bit more under the pressure of the Grim, for instance, and maybe overpeak that or demand that other players get in better tradable positions, etc. But he just backed himself to hold the line. And even when Yentire eventually did swing and kill him, you had the pieces already in place to hit pretty good trades. And the rest of the team looking to play around that clear just got absolutely demolished. Yep. So, yeah, not the best of attacks there from Outlast, but solid defense in the face of that pressure.
Man, Tex 8-1.
He's come alive in the last couple of playdays, I tell you what.
He was, I think, MVP last week, and he's definitely going to be the MVP of this match too. So he is really building form going into playoffs. Quiz as well continues to have an amazing stage. Cairo quiet in this one, player 3-1.
So Tex isn't going to lose his spot to a potential Jigsaw entry?
All stage long I've been going on about who makes way for Jigsaw, and I think early on Quiz was clearly playing so well that you just kind of took him out of that race. I don't think you get rid of Oda, and obviously Tex has just been performing so well. It's the best I've seen Tex play, actually. Last week or two since he's come back to Australia, I think it's the best version of Tex that we've had for a while. So he's obviously in form. So it's probably down to player or Cairo. Well, not that I'm saying it's a decision made off this one game.
No.
Well, Cairo's been okay this stage, and yeah, like you can go 0-2 playing a support anchor role. It's not the end of the world.
I wonder where Cairo is ranking at the moment. Certainly hasn't been having like a massive stage where.
No, but he doesn't need to. I think that's the benefit of this Chiefs team.
I've got him listed as loving a 117 EPS. Yeah. So
it's pretty good. As Relay does get the opening kill onto Oda, he will fall.
And actually, he has a 43% survival rate, which is the best on the team.
Yeah.
He's also played a very diverse operator pool as well.
Scopos in action here, but caught off guard by Relays, and suddenly a very commanding round from Outlast.
I mean, this is better. I feel like in this round they've leaned so heavily into just the lurk and live drone game as opposed to some of the more set play structure they've done in the past, and it's worked out quite well. I mean, they've taken the roam pretty head on, right? They have the Scopos, Vigil, etc., but it's been a pretty well calculated risk, and it's worked out, yeah, not quite nicely for them. Relays is down, but he'll be rezzed. And so, effectively, a 5 versus 2. 2 of the 5 from Outlast are critically low on HP, so don't rule out a clutch, but it is unlikely.
What are your thoughts on the barbed wire still in pocket for Cairo? It does get a nice kill onto Bailey, and that was also one of the full HP members. So
starting to get a bit nervous.
You get a little bit nervous here. The Vigil roaming around. You got Cairo on site. Outlast can be questioning things.
Play has 2 impacts as well. They'll be really impactful, and the 1 smoke canister as well from Cairo could be big.
Triple stacking towards each other at the moment. Cairo sensing the pressure, but he's played this well in terms of his positioning. Does want to get across over towards the same side as Player, but he loses that battle. Needed to win that out. 3 players incredibly low. Player, this could be your moment. Full white though on the entry. ACOG sticking the plant, won't get denied. Does have the impacts. He doesn't use them though. Doesn't throw them out. Does shoot ACOG in the back. And suddenly now in a 1v3 post plant. 2 right in front of him though. 1 holding above. And that's Relays, and that's a big win for Outlast.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there for Player. The only win con there is denying plant with the vertical hold up above. Retaking was never going to happen. So, unfortunate, but he also was stacked the odds against him. Probably needed to see a little bit more from Cairo, but again, it's not their round to win at that point in time. It was lost elsewhere. The lurk game from Outlast was quite strong. And as you may or may not have caught in the old chat, Oda has called for a technical pause, Jake, and so we may have a little bit of a stall in the action. Just as I had stall in my brain and didn't really know how to finish that sentence.
Yeah.
You're looking tired.
I'm just sick of these bloody texts. My God. I feel like it gets worse every stage.
Nah, it doesn't.
It doesn't, but it feels like it.
We've had some absolutely shocking stages. Remember when the cursor bug was super prominent? We would have like 3 rehosts every game.
Hopefully this one doesn't take too long. Maybe we can get back into the action for Lair. I mean, Outlast have been good. I think they've had some really good moments. It's a difficult one to sort of digest because, you know, it's the philosophy when we had the interview with Wet. He was basically saying, look, we're locked in first place. Tonight's just a ranked night. Have fun, frag out.
I'm pretty sure I said that in the pre-show, right? I was like, the expectation for this match is both teams go in, play rather default / rank strats. Don't get too experimental because you don't want to show your hand. But still, it's good match day experience on Lair.
It is.
And no other team literally can say that they have that, right?
That's
so
right.
It's an upper hand in some respects if you're able to keep strats close to your chest. Just get a bit of a feel for it. I wouldn't want to be going into my first game in playoffs with Lair, for instance, on the table and being a little bit nervous about that particular map. Can't really complain too much.
What's in Texas jar?
It's a swear jar.
Could be, could be. Oh, he's also got, is he got an arm sleeve as well?
Mm.
On the left arm.
It's probably mirrored, right? That's probably
right. Oh, it could be.
Probably is his right arm. I have no idea.
Doesn't have to be mirrored. Cairo's got the raid over in the background, so he's clearly had some pesky house spiders.
Yeah.
Quiz can't say anything.
Probably up north.
Ned has decided to just leave.
No, he's pieced out at the perfect moment. How do you think this stage is going, Jakey?
Yeah.
Any last thoughts before we get ready for playoffs?
Look, honestly, I think that the Chiefs are the only team that can challenge GG. And even then, no one's expecting
they can't challenge GG.
Exactly.
Even with Jigsaw.
Let's be honest. I mean,
what if Jigsaw comes in and starts dropping 20 bombs? Do GG sweat even a little bit, or nah?
I'm assuming you're inferring if he comes in and in the
I'm
semi-final.
operating under that assumption, yeah.
Probably not. I mean, I feel like, honestly, to give GG some credit, like, they're players that have got some really good resilience, and I think that what they've been able to do this stage, considering all of the talk and chatter, you know, a lot of people kind of going against them at the start of the stage, the decisions they've made, right or wrong, they've come out the other side looking really good in my eyes.
Well, now for the spicy question. Do Gaming Gladiators, without your man on screen there in the top right, Oda, look better or worse? Or is it too early to tell?
I mean, I think right now I'll happily just say better. I mean, that's not a disrespect to Oda. I think it's also a whole heap of other intangibles. The way that they're coached by Titan, the philosophy and play style, and clearly they've changed a lot of things in terms of the way that they communicate. And as Wettable said, even just the way that they play, faster tempo, and you know, whether that's going to hold up internationally is a whole different kettle of fish.
Sure.
I mean, that's just like, I have no idea how that's going to go.
A kettle of fish, guy.
Yeah, well, you know, it's either going to work and they're going to look like geniuses, or they're going to go internationally and just get beaten up because teams are going to punish their more eccentric playstyle.
Do you look at Montreal, though, as a testing ground before SI? Because I would be operating under the assumption that a call for Montreal would be good enough for SI top 20. So
yeah, I mean,
top 16.
I think you've got to, like, if I go to Montreal, and, you know, I said before on the couch, you can almost fall back into the old style of play if things aren't working. I'd just commit. And if it doesn't work at Montreal, then you redefine how you want to play at SI.
Good yup. But the game
Attackers need to locate
is resuming.
Yeah.
And we have a cav on the board.
And no reho, so we'll take it. The small wins.
Very true.
So yeah, 3-2 right now. A little bit difficult to probably ascertain who's really ahead. I'd probably look at this as rather neutral, so therefore Chiefs. And yeah, the cav does make its way out. Player with paying homage to Jay Kenner. This is the one time, though, you can hide your op if you want. Sometimes we see Jay Kenner and others maybe not always hiding the ops that need hiding. In this case, though, getting that cav hidden is certainly one that you want.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm just asking something. I'll only bring it up if it becomes relevant.
Right.
So the Fuse Shield again. They
well, I hope it becomes relevant because you've got me.
Well, it's tantalizing.
Reloading. Cover me.
So 6th round, final round of the half. Well, we see that cav have an impact in this particular round. Drop down from Bailey, who has yet to have impact, 0 and 5. And they're going to go fast in here through stock and try and catch Chiefs off guard straight in towards Lab. Bailey wanted to try and get that smoke down. It's taken a little while to deploy, but they get the opening kill. They get good position as well in towards Lab. ACOG will start to get that plant down. Bees buzzing at the doorway as well.
Tex just walks in.
That is a double kill.
What?
As Tex does lose his life. He does also deny the plant.
Well, not bad from Tex. Just says, hello, I'm around the corner, and swings to deny the plan, and now puts Outlast in a very awkward position. Diffuser has now been obtained, and Yentai can go for the re-attempt. Vertical control up above, that could mean that it could be denied, but player unable to find the line of sight.
Well, they can't deny it, and plants down, then Outlast should win this round now. It's going to take something crazy, and player has no impact at all on that cav. Quiz in a 1v3, does get 1, 2 to go, relays and Ned. You mind throwing out the doorway. No time to go. He has to clear the player above, and he does. That's a down.
The res.
He can self. No, he's got no adrenal surges.
Oh no.
The Gumai. Just got to stick this one and hope that Ned maybe isn't close enough, and he just shoots him anyway.
This is Rainbow Six Siege. Wow. Well, that was, in so many respects, that was just like new map jitters for both teams. I don't really know how Tex was able to get in a flank position and be able to deny plant. Then we saw player up above could have also denied plant a second time, but didn't find the line of sight or didn't spot him. I'm not quite sure. And then in the final stage, no adrenal surge left. Also, the Gumai didn't land, so the kill didn't even get confirmed. Did he see him?
Oh, I think. Am I?
I don't know.
I did a slowdown, but it looked like he did.
Yeah. I mean, we'll get the replay operator to have, have another look at this one. Oh, he saw him. 100. Go back a frame. Back. Yeah. Is that it? Oh, no, he's on the other side.
No, he's on the other side. He's
my
just looking
apologies.
at the wall, yeah.
Even I'm learning the map. So he's actually impacted the wrong spot. It needed to be...
oh, no, you found another way to pivot. And
well, it needed to be over the wall so that you could see over the...
right, it needed to be over the wall. Yeah. This was nice, though. He does get the kill, but probably just spends too long and isn't quite sure if Relays can get the self-revive, but... Nice shot from Ned.
Yeah, a lot of new map jitters in that round. Even from me, I thought the plan could be denied. But
so we go to 3-3.
Tantalizing.
Yeah, well,
This
what a
could
way
be
to close
match
off
of the night. Match of the stage.
I don't know about that one, but...
Well, what is your match of the stage then, Jakey?
Oh, let's go through the old record books, shall we? Well, I mean, does it have to be an OT game? Probably has to be, right?
No, not necessarily. Could be an upset, maybe.
Let's have a look at some of these results. So we've got Supernova CS that went 15 rounds on Nighthaven Labs. I don't know if that's quite match of the stage. Yeah, there's not honestly a whole lot of candidates.
Yeah, doing a really good job selling the league, Jake. Keep it up.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help when Gaming Gladiators just destroy everyone. Like, come on, that's not my fault. I can't.
Well, Gaming Gladiators had a flawless stage. So what about we just group all their games together, and that can be the answer.
Yeah, honestly, it might actually just be that Supernova.
What was their OT win? Who was that against? Was that against Supernova?
For GG? Yeah, it was actually first week.
That's actually pretty wild,
Yeah,
looking back
8-7.
Yeah, wow.
That was on Contour. And Supernova were at 5-1.
How the mighty have fallen.
And they didn't have President.
That's crazy. So Deimos in play again here, round 7, but caught off guard.
Yeah, no, that's just not it.
He was being death marked. How's that happen?
He's just running around without his gun up.
Oh no.
So another advantage for Outlast now as they take control around the map on the defense. 20 seconds left. Well, it feels like it's either Tex or nothing right now as the man, the myth, the legend, up to double-digit kills. Cairo still yet to find one. 0, 4, and 4. He's got the perfect support stat line. And I think it's time for Cairo to pull the gun out and start seeing if he can find some kills. Clearly on the hard breach, though, but can he find something? A chance here through ops? No. That one, too, will fall short. Another chance as well from Cairo. This really does feel like an impressive sight to hit.
Yeah, I think teams need to unlock it a bit more vertically.
Oh, good shot. There you go. Cairo on the board, gets his first kill of the game.
Nice. Oda, meanwhile, on the Maverick, getting to work main breach and just making this site a little bit more challenging to hold. Now, with that Salmor angle open, there's a plant opportunity that will arise in a moment. Cairo will be able to dash across and plant. You can see that hard wall to the hard right of the entry point. Nitro Cell has already been used by Bailey, so in terms of plant denial for that particular set play, it's pretty lacking outside of these smoke canisters, which are short. We see Quiz progress forward, seeking
he's just standing right there.
contact, finds the fight, and lands the critical blow. Yentai Ned in the 2v3.
All prone in the hallway. Quiz losing out to Yentai. Good swing. Cairo has found another one, but traded down to a 1 versus 1. Oda with 6 seconds remaining. Time the biggest factor now. Ned falling back, and Ned just outguns and outfrags Oda. Outlast take the lead here on Lair. 2 hard would have won that.
I was going to say it. You beat me to it. I was going to tee it up too. I was going to be like, you know who would have won that? Haha, too hard. Oh. You ruined it.
I'd like to say I enhanced
How
it.
did Relays not die here? That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that is very unfortunate play. The death mark goes against him in that moment, and Chiefs did have a 3-on-2, but Quiz prone in the hallway, and then, yeah, 1v1.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Masterclass, gentlemen, masterclass.
Did you see ACOG's celebration?
The double fister?
The double fister, yeah. Love that.
I've been loving watching ACOG this stage, actually, to be honest. 4-6 is actually you know, well below his sort of par strike rate, I suppose, at the moment, this particular stage. But this is where statistically, he probably should be standing, given the kind of operators that he does typically play.
It's a good team. I mean, usually, what is it, like ACOG and Relays are usually the two that, you know, frag out. Bailey 0 and 7 is not one we typically see.
I mean, that's pretty bad. That's pretty dog from the observers. But start talking about stats, and they've deliberately gone to him on 0
highlighted
kills.
that. He was very very upbeat, though, in the comms at the end of that round.
I can see you smoking, Sky.
Why are we looking at the scoreboard? We don't need to see the 07. Why? Stop bringing up the 07. Why are you guys talking about the 07? Jeez, these observers, man, so toxic.
I mean, there's a reason Sky didn't do Manchester.
You know what we need to actually get? We need to get comms on the obs team so we can talk.
I suggested that.
Get them in.
I want to get the obs team in for a bit of mid-round banter.
Yeah. What's this replay? Oh, replay of the scoreboard.
Gee, I mean, now we're just doubling down.
All right,
at this
now
point.
Prod's getting involved. This is toxic.
We just need to watch Bailey. I think this is a Bailey round.
Yeah, I think Bailey's
What
gonna
is
pop
going
off.
wrong? Why is this man on 0-7? Because this is unlike Bailey.
He's a good player. There you go. Drone. That's one.
That counts as half a kill.
Yep. On the board. Honestly, though, Outlast are one round away from getting that breakpoint margin, going up 5-3. They're on defense, looking pretty sharp. They could take this. And if they take this in regulation, it would be third. Swinging around top Mez. Player just waltzing on through. Should be able to get this kill onto Yentai, completely caught off guard on the Wamai.
Bailey clutch, Bailey clutch.
Even with the default cam still up, player just walked straight past it. Bailey will need to clutch.
Well, he's got red pings to work with here, so Bailey may actually be, in unironically, a decent position to potentially clutch. Double Nitro available here. And as mentioned before, ACOG looking strong this stage, so I wouldn't rule them out, but they're not in the best of positions.
Oh, little shoulder peek from Bailey. Still lots of time. Fakes the Nitro to get him moving.
Oh,
what
he
a shot
deserved
though
it.
from Quiz. What? Straight to the scoreboard.
Jeez.
0 and 8. So toxic. These obs, man. Jeez. That's crazy. ACOG with the Nitro thrown over, but well away from where the plant was going down. That was a miss ping, and that is a big round win for Chiefs.
I can't believe no one from Chiefs has said anything in the chat about it. And he didn't actually play that that little portion particularly bad, right? With the fake
shoulder peek,
Nitro.
the fake Nitro. He's done everything right in terms of fundamentals.
And he just got slammed.
Poor Bailey. I don't know why he's getting bullied by the obs. They must have it out for him. Must have ruined one of their ranked games or something. Go to Labs now, basement, for the 9th round, all tied up 4-4. What is the last game of the Oceania League for 2024 in the regular portion. Of course, playoffs to come next week. It's going to be a big one. 3 days of action in a row. A super week for OS.
In a row?
In a row. Of course, Asia League concluding this week, guys. Over the next 2 days.
The Bleed League?
The Bleed League, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the GG League. I'd love to watch GG v Bleed, best of 3, grand final. Oh, tantalizing.
Except we're never going to see that unless they face off in a major grand final, which is probably unlikely.
That's a shame. Maybe a show match one day.
Maybe by like 2040, we'll have at least one APAC team in a grand final, maybe two.
Maybe. I won't be alive to see it.
2040, you'll be in the grave.
I'll be in the grave. Observer Sky has been replaced. We apologise for his poor behaviour. Thank God.
I do wonder what the worst kill performance in the game has been this stage.
Do you reckon we could just remote in like medics and easy?
Nah, they wouldn't observe a tier 3 region. They're above that.
Default shot out.
I like the Nook pick here. Lair is a map where you...
there's a lot of space on it.
Yeah, you have a lot of opportunities to lurk.
Oh, hello. Oh, Ned, though, gets rid of Cairo. So no ramp, no Boogie Auto breaches and denies a little bit of that soft breach. Oda, you can see it just coming vigorously there, making his way down Armory Hallway. There's another player down. It's Quiz, actually. So another really strong start for Outlast. Tex. Definitely the fuse, not quite as impressive as the
Come on,
other Shield
Bailey.
Ops, but he does pull the pistol out and he gets a big double kill in the round. He goes to 12 and 5. And still a nuisance as he forces
Surely.
Relays back, and Player gets a huge kill. Into a 3 versus 1. Bailey, can he get one?
Surely he's good for one.
Is this the moment?
Where Bailey gets his first kill in the 9th round.
With 90 seconds remaining in a 1 versus 4. As Quiz gets revived back up, Bailey is intently locked in here. He is defending site. Yellow ping intel to try and play off of. Looking for his first. Surely they just throw bodies at him. The shield, though, blocks the bullets. Full white, forced back in towards Tox. And he cannot find that kill. He cannot get off that donut. And a little Rice smiles. He knows he was always up against it, though, in the 1v4. And Chiefs retake the lead here on Lair.
Oh my god, how unlucky can you get? I mean, good clear from Chiefs. Good util layer there to confirm the 4 versus 1 and establish some really nice crossfires.
If anyone else comes through that
pressure.
doorway, they're dead. But it's the guy with the shield that comes through the doorway. So.
And he almost still got the kill, but just didn't quite land the killing blow.
Is this the best 0-9 performance from a player we've ever seen?
Like I was saying before, this might be the only 0-9. I don't know what the quote-unquote worst performance is we've had on this stage. I just hope he doesn't go 0-10. I genuinely mean that.
I genuinely hope he gets at least the next 10 kills in a row.
I'd love to go back and watch the replay file and just see. Has he been playing poorly, or is it
it's one of those
bad
games?
luck,
It's
or?
just one of those games.
Yeah.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It happens to the best of us.
So top floor then, as Chiefs continue their march towards match point.
Well, this ends up now must win, because clearly from the match we've seen so far, this is the site where we're seeing teams defend really, really comfortably. It's a lot harder for the attack to kind of bully you off of their site position. I mean, I think you sort of brought up the fact maybe trying to play a little bit of that vert. Can you go first floor, pull pressure from below? What is this? ACOG almost.
I haven't seen that one before.
Long range drone hole.
Loading new mag.
And I think that might have been Cairo contesting it outside. Let's have a look at it from Cairo's perspective, that when he was peeking this.
I mean, I can only presume that is far more favorable from the defense if you're able to get that shot from a longer range.
Yeah, I mean, none of the bullets landing, but Cairo very quick to just get off of that position. Player goes down on the knock. It's Relays who finds that kill through server. Good start for Outlast. Feels like they've had their fair share of opening kills in this match. Air jab out from Quiz again. Similar to the previous round. It's an
That is a line of
wow.
sight.
That was where, of course, the opening kill from Relays has been able to find through that vert. This is the kind of pressure that you wanted, Gus. You wanted a little bit more of this first floor pressure, bring the buck, and Tex is doing just that.
Yeah, I'm liking that. Next up, though, we need to see a bit more pressure over towards this main breach. Try to dislodge Bailey, of all players, on the Kaid. Claw cleared. Bailey doesn't have one in pocket, so this will result in the main wall being opened up. Ops as well is not actively being held by the defense, I don't think, and so yeah, Chiefs have a pretty decent platform here at the moment. Now, BPC inside of Ops does make this a little bit precarious, but Korea's able to make quick work of that. We'll see how Outlast look to pivot in response. They will be sensing a rather default plan here over towards that main breach position. There's a 4v5, so they can lean into their man advantage.
Oda finds a big pick as well from that courtyard position as Cairo too with push in through Mez. Bailey needs to get one now. All jokes aside, absolutely to win this round. He's full one though. Tex is down. Relays finds his 9-3 in this round. Bailey though, the air jab. The Nitrocell thrown over the wall. It doesn't find anything though, and he's still on that donut and now needs to see if he can salvage it a 1v2. This could be 2 massive kills for Bailey to go from 0 to hero. 20 seconds left, sprays the wall. Can he find that first kill? Down to 8 HP. He gets the down, but he can't get the kill. It's not his time. It's Chiefs that take it.
0 and 10. No, Bailey, I thought he was going to do it. I was set up for him. Match point, Chiefs. So close from Bailey. Gets the down into the 1v1. He can't quite clutch it up. And they will repeat Master and R6. It was a great try considering the position that it was in. As soon as that air jab goes off, I'm just thinking, well, he's dead to rights.
It kind of probably protected him for a brief moment, but yeah, the early nitro and then the down into the immediate trade. Testament there to Chiefs' ability to unlock those default positions. Op-centric push is rather on meta, and they made it work quite nicely.
Yeah. Oh. That first peak, though, I'm not going to lie, probably wasn't ideal.
No, it was a little bit off, but...
Oh, no. 6-4, 2 opportunities for Chiefs to close this out, get all 3 points, which would put Outlast into a position, Guz, where they will finish in 6th place on the standings and would keep them on this side of the bracket. They would be... who would they be playing? They'd be playing Antic. What are your thoughts on that?
Please repeat. Sorry,
I'm saying if they obviously end up losing this game, which is looking likely, they'll finish 6th. They'll play Antic in the quarterfinal.
Antic go in as rather firm favourite. I'd say 2-1 favourites.
Yeah, Outlast did beat them last time.
Yeah.
That was a while ago, though.
I think in BO3, though.
Okay.
Happy to be proven wrong. I would anticipate a competitive match, definitely.
Like a competitive 2-0?
2-1.
2-1?
Yeah. I would give them that respect.
What about CS versus Prodigy? The repeat from today's matchup, but in a best of 3.
Well, Prodigy haven't really peaked at the right time, so
they will get at least one map that Shield play will be strong.
That is true. I think if they play the veto correctly and get at least one Shield-centric map, they could make it work. But CS proved today that on maps where Shields aren't as meta, they actually know how to deal with them quite well, or they just outright won't play them, Prodigy.
I think Bailey got misthrown there, but he's not taking his chances inside of Ops.
Come on.
Can he get a kill? They do get another opening kill, guys. I mean, but they just haven't been converting them into round wins. T-Faller is shot out as Cairo makes his way in through top blue. Bailey, no! Oh, how does he not get the kill? Loses the 1v1, and he goes 0 and 11. Oh, Bailey. Can his team give him another chance, though, in a 4v4? They must win this round.
And you talk about entry conversion. They've won the last 2 entries and lost the round. So this could be 3 straight to lose the match.
Yentire in towards display. Thought Quiz may push into him, but goes for a detour route. No, comes back down the hallway. On the move at the moment, Outlast defensively, trying to reposition. There's a head that peeks in through the doorway. That's Ned, left side. The Malusi, Yentire does get the kill onto Cairo. But no trade that comes through. Now with the smokes that go out, player trying to play the Glaz. Will it be effectual for Chiefs? Ned will fall, courtesy of Quiz, who now goes to double-digit kills. Joining Tex, joining Oda. But nothing found with the Glaz. 40 seconds left, 3v3. And out of smokes. Actually, never mind. One more. Just thrown by Quiz. And close! Yentire holds strong, but shot behind. It's player who gets a wonderful kill.
There's a player prone.
And he too goes to double digits. Oda in a 1v2 to stick to plant. Does he get denied? Well, not necessarily straight away. He will have a slight chance here as he gets off a headshot onto relays. Indeed. In a 1v1 against ACOG, knows where he is now, and he's got the information at the doorway, spraying and praying. Oda the pistol to finish it all off. It's done here to close out the regular portion of the OS League. Chiefs all 3 points. Smiles from Oda. And unfortunately for Bailey, he doesn't get another chance to find that kill as the Chiefs will close out the regular season in 2nd place for the OS League.
Well, there's Leia, Jake, and Os. We've seen it, and will we see it more in playoffs next week? Only time will tell. A good way for the Chiefs, I think, to put a bit of a cherry on top for a stage that has been, I suppose, rather successful. But that next big leap against a potential GG roster in the grand final still awaits them, and we're going to need to see them step it up big time.
Super fun map. I mean, I tell you what, we've done 2 layers now.
That was fun. I want to see a little bit more though before I make my full comments on it. But I think there's a good map there that is slowly being built up as we head back over to the couch for the final time for the regular season.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Jake Xenox and Diddy and Michael Guzgari. You've cast Lair twice. Congratulations. I just honestly, you know what? Before I even talk to these guys, production, replays. For the love of God, I want a highlight clip of that where it's only Bailey's death. I don't. That's all I care about.
We get a replay package of just all Bailey's 11 deaths.
I don't care about the clutches. I don't care about the sharp shots. I just want a replay of every single time we were caught Bailey dying in that game. Vinny, a game, unfortunately, for Outlast that they look competitive in, but there's just that tiny gap that they can't seem to close.
Yeah, 0 and 11's a pretty big gap. I actually have a
Can
theory.
we talk about anything else?
I have a bit of a theory, though, before we move on. In Rivals, it was 14-0 to Chiefs.
He was going for the
He really liked that number, but there wasn't enough rounds for him to get there, so he could only muster 11 deaths in a row. Anyway,
so toxic.
To be
Fucking
real,
savage.
yeah, Lair was played quite well by both teams. It looked like they both have somewhat of an understanding. I don't think it's the best Lair I've seen so far from both teams. I've definitely seen EU and NA play it probably a bit more structurally and more sound. In that last round, we had like Glaz jumping in windows and sitting in there in smokes and stuff like that. So just a bit of tomfoolery to go with that game, but a good clutch by Oda too. That was some prime time Oda Vinky, I think, from way back in the day.
Yeah, I really rated how he actually got aggro in that as well. Like, he pushed with pistol kill. Like, takes some serious balls, but Oda gets it done. Good game from Chiefs. Back into what form we expected out of him. You know, a little bit worried after that Supernova game. Like, for some reason, all the best teams in this region are dropping points to Supernova, but they got the full 3 today, and they'll have that momentum going into playoffs.
Good performance. Obviously, nice little clutch. Tuhan wouldn't have done it.
Here we go.
We had to get it in there, mate. We had to get it in there. Oda, how you feeling, mate? Pretty impressive stage now. You've got it all under wraps. 7 Play-Dohs, only 1 loss.
Yeah, look, feeling a lot more confident with the boys than how we started on play day 1. I feel like now we're actually looking good and feeling good. So keen for playoffs.
You are looking good. Look at that gold chain around your neck.
Thank you so much.
Anyone with serious questions here?
Yeah, sure. That lair looked pretty unbelievable. It looked like you guys really understand the map. Have you guys been prepping it a lot?
Yeah, a few scrims and a bit of theory nights every now and then. It is a new map, so kind of wanted to play before going into playoffs just so we have a bit of experience on it, because I know sometimes going into a new map you can have a lot of stress, and yeah.
So bracket for playoffs is now pretty much confirmed. How you feel going into that? Obviously, you will be starting in the semi-finals. How do you feel about your chances through the playoffs? And I'm not just talking GG, because of course we have to give respect to all the 6 teams that are in the playoffs.
Do you know who we verse first? Like, who's on our bracket?
Give me a second.
Because who's Jigsaw going to beat?
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing there. So it'll be third versus 6th. So it's going to be Antic or Outlast.
Yeah, I will see Antic in the game.
So maybe I can dig into that a little bit more. So Jigsaw, eh? Yeah? Spill the beans, buddy.
He's landed in the country. Well, who's he coming in for? I don't know. Everyone played good today, except for Cairo. No. We'll see in playoffs when he's in lobby who he's replacing. I'll say that.
You're not going to tell us?
We've made a decision, but I don't want to air it. It's a surprise for playoffs, guys.
Okay, can I ask you, does the player know that's getting sold?
Do they know?
The player does know.
Okay.
We've made a decision. We're just waiting to tell them. Look, on that note, mate, what do you think of Bailey?
Oh, he's so shit, eh? Like, how was he on?
0-11.
0-11?
Yeah.
Man. Like, he was talking shit in ranked earlier too, I think.
Oh, that's great. That's great news. Look, obviously you've got playoffs coming up, and I think we're all excited to see a GG rematch should you guys make it through to the grand final. If you don't, we'll have some choice words to say about it on the desk. But do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go, mate?
Shout out to the boys. I think we've had a pretty good season. I'm keen to work in this next week, tricky day off, and just watch the games and, go to playoffs and actually win.
excited for it, mate. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, I'm so excited. So excited. Oh, also, get the new Logitech stuff, guys.
Okay, no more.
This keyboard. Wait, boys, I went from playing, 4 and 12 last week. Got the Logitech stuff out. Wait, double digits, baby. I'm back.
Speechless, mate. Speechless. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. We'll see you next week, Oda.
Cheers, boys. I'll see you next week.
Chiefs get their money's worth.
Yeah,
they really do.
Yeah. It has been said that Oda does love a good plug.
Yeah, he does.
He's out here plugging for Chiefs.
He is.
On that note, obviously we get to wrap up the conversation for the entire league. 7 days we have now seen. And what's the most absurd of all of the outcomes here, Vinny? Circular Spheres are in 4th place.
What happened?
How did they do that?
What happened? We were like, they may not be in the playoffs, and now they're a top 4 team. We can say that they are the 4th best team. And then sort of how we were talking about Man LFO and Circular Spheres being 2nd and 3rd from stage 1. They're now 3rd and 4th behind Chiefs and GG. So it balanced itself out in the end.
Somehow.
Yeah.
Somehow it just has. They prevail, Dev. They prevail.
If anything, the biggest disappointment for this stage is hands down been Supernova. I mean, how are you taking points away from the 2 best teams in the league and failing to find wins pretty much anywhere else? Like having to hope that CS are going to lose just to scrape in a playoff spot. Like President and the guys, they've had so much experience. They've been in this league for a hell of a long time to not even make top 6. Meanwhile, teams like Outlast are coming in through. Teams like Prodigy are sneaking in there. It's like, what's going on? We've had quite a shake-up in OS, and we all expected that. We already knew, there's a new kid on the block. You know, this Chiefs roster is formed out of nowhere. Then we had the bolster on their roster with Oda coming in, so the GG shake-up. If anything, I think those 2 teams are looking better than they've ever been.
Yep.
But the rest of the pack is nipping at their heels.
Let's hope they continue to do so as we have a quick recap of the day. The final day, in fact. We can do this nice and quickly. Just to recap, for those of you that did not get to watch earlier, Supernova kickstarted the day with a 7-4 win over Odium. Wasn't the most impressive we've seen from them, but they got it done. Circular Spheres then went and crushed their dreams of any playoffs run, beating Prodigy 7-2 on Bank. A very disappointing Prodigy, might I add. I genuinely expected a lot more from them, given what we've seen so far throughout the play days. So as we head into playoffs, they're one to keep an eye on. GG keep their strong form, undefeated in the stage, only dropping 1 point at the very start in opening play day number 1. Antic, I think we've got some answers for them as they come in 3rd place, so we're very impressed with how that has finished out. And of course, Chiefs, they go flawless outside of their game against Gaming Gladiators. So it's been a pretty impressive league. It's been somewhat competitive. It's been a little bit lackluster at times, Vinny, but I think that this is pretty much what you would have somewhat expected if you remove the Supernova. I think this is pretty much playing out how we thought it would.
Yeah. If you flip around Prodigy and Supernova, that's about what we expected, I think, because we didn't expect Prodigy to come in and have such an impact on the league as they have. Obviously, the shield meta has helped them quite a bit. We saw today without the shields, they're struggling quite a bit.
Yep.
So this next week for them is going to be huge, just on sort of ironing out some of the kinks on their attacks where shields aren't viable, and hopefully they can sort of get that sorted, and then we have a really competitive top 6, because I wouldn't be able to pick out of other than the top 2, who those bottom 4, sort of who's the strongest out of those bottom 4.
It's tough. It's tough. Hopefully that league will just continue to narrow in. Dev, as we now look at the bracket, this is an interesting one.
Yeah. To be honest, I think this is reasonably cut and dried. I hate to say it.
Go for it.
Look, I'm going to agree with Oda. I think Antic are going to make quick work at Outlast. I think that the Antic Chiefs game will be really close, however. Maybe one of the closest games that we see in the bracket. Circular Spheres Prodigy, as much as the game today between those 2 teams was a bit of a shellacking, and Circular Spheres 1-7-2, I think that it will be a tight series because Prodigy will get one of their maps in there. They'll get their shields. They'll get their map, I think. That'll probably go the distance. I think whoever wins that game will probably get about 3 rounds against Gaming Gladiators.
Yep.
And then in the grand final, I expect it to be the big Oda versus Tuhan clash, and I'm here for it. I don't care what happens. I'm here for the comedy.
We live for it. Now, I think people might find this interesting at home. Maybe you two boys will find this interesting. But we did power rankings at the very start, and the top 4 was the same for all of us, and it has followed through here into the standings. I will say, I am lying there. I put Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. You were just straight up trolling.
I might have been. No, but all 4 of you boys, you got it all right down until Supernova, which is no surprise because no one expected much. No one expected what they ended up doing. Yeah. But Vinny, you got it under your belt now, my friend.
One stage.
That's it, mate. We got playoffs now.
Not done.
One stage down.
That's not done.
Without playoffs, regular season's down.
Regular season.
Yeah, and I've had a lot of fun. You guys have been great to work with.
It's been okay.
Everybody on the couch.
We work.
And my very short stint casting, which may continue. Maybe,
Who knows?
Maybe next week. Who knows? But yeah, I've had a lot of fun. And thanks to you guys, I think we've had, as you said, a pretty competitive stage considering how it started. It looked like it was going to be sort of all over the place, but it's definitely evened out. And yeah, we're going to talk about Antic, Jigsaw. It's been a while since he's played against someone like Jay Kenner on the Boss G. So,
the Boss G.
I think anything could happen next week, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, I think it'll be hilarious if Jigsaw comes in and he's like, yeah, I played overseas, I played for Fnatic, and then he comes and just gets absolutely Jay-Kenned. We'll see what happens. I'd love to see it. I think, our quarterfinals rather, will be solid, and then we'll get into the semis, and then it gets really juicy as we head towards that grand final. 1 spot up for the whole region. For the major in Montreal, and everybody knows it's probably going to be GG, but for the first time in a very long time we have a real contender in the Chiefs, and we'll see if they end up even getting there. Not done yet. We'll see.
There's only one thing worse than getting Jay Kennard, and that's getting Jay Kennard and having your mother's name shouted out. That is really only as bad as it can get. Thank you very much for watching the regular stage for the OS League. It's playoffs time now. We've got 3 days back to back. What? That's right. Next week we're coming back, and you will not want to miss it. But for now, I think that's it. Let's sign off from your dad's favorite league. We'll catch you next time.
Breakdown.